Hi, everybody. Welcome back to NECC Rainbow Six Siege. I'm Treasure. I'm joined here with the wonky Weealku. How you doing, Wes?
I'm great, Trej. How are you feeling on this fine, beautiful day outside?
Well, it's pretty rainy out here. Not such a beautiful day that we've had, but I'm feeling
Same.
really good, ready for some rainbow. The two of us were absent for last week, so we're really pumped to get back into it here for week 8. We're getting close to the end, too, of the regular season.
Yeah, indeed. We have a good matchup here. It's about bout between Purdue Black and Bryant Bulldogs. We'll pull up those rosters and go through them one at a time. First off, we're going to start with Purdue Black's lineup. They have multiple teams, so I want to specify this is the black team. There is a white and gold as well in these higher divisions. You see Leopard here, Hoku, 3, Squirrel, and Drulu. You can see a lot of them are juniors and one senior. So a lot of the upperclassmen here in the lineup for this roster. On the other side, though, I'll let you talk about Brian Bulldogs.
Yeah, on the other side, we do have Brian. They've got Snake, Semi, Cheesy, Skippy, and TSS for us today of the roster that they have available. So Bryant is actually doing very, very well. The best, actually. They're currently sitting on an undefeated 5-0 record. So Purdue Black is going to be kind of climbing that mountain today. This is a match that they're technically going to be seeded to lose at this rate, but they're going to show us that anything is possible, I think.
Indeed. We'll see where we're going to go next. What map? So, not yet, I guess. So, I will talk about, though, the records then, as our producer yells in my ear, saying, not yet.
No,
Yes,
it's not
not
ready.
yet.
It's not ready.
That's fine, though. I noticed a pattern earlier. So, Bryant went 2, what was it? 2-1, 2-0, 2-1, 2-0, 2-1. This is match number 6 for them. So, if it follows that exact pattern, it's going to be a 2-0, allegedly. But on the other
Ooh.
side, Purdue Black, the last 3 games has gone 3 maps, meaning they have always gone to the decider. They won the first time, but the last 2 matches, they have lost that last map and then lost 2-1. So that is something to keep an eye out on. One team going back and forth between 2 maps, 3 maps, the other one kind of going 3 maps consistently recently. If you look at
Yeah.
the bands, though, you can see that we're going to be going towards Coastline and then Chalet. And lastly, the decider will be Clubhouse. We got the C maps.
Yeah, seas all the way across. We got all 3 of them to boot. These are some fun ones. Coastline and Chalet are 2 of the most attacker-sided maps in the rotation at all. So that's always a little interesting to see a lot of the normal gameplay get shaken up. Chalet, especially, has continued to make waves as really being lauded as the attacker-sided map. So interestingly, we'll see Purdue Black attacking first on all 3 of these maps.
That is very interesting. The other thing to keep in mind too is now we have attacker repick, meaning there's no more 6 picking. This is our first match casting in this new season, so something to keep in the back of our minds is these were already attacker-sided maps for the most part, like you mentioned, Coastline and Schley, and now you have even more of an advantage as an attacking side because you're going to be allowed to repick those operators after the drone phase, meaning once you've seen the setup of the defense, you can adjust your lineup to act accordingly. But here we'll see what available ops are there going to be, as there are some that will be banned out unless they choose no ban, which I don't think we've seen yet.
Yeah, this is always a little bit interesting. We start with the attacker picks, and these ones can vary quite a bit on Coastline. Jackal is really common on just about any map. Definitely, Coastline is not weird for that. And Thatcher, who's banned on definitely every other map, sometimes sneaks through on Coastline because he's a little less pivotal for getting hard breach availability, but he will be gone this time. I'd expect maybe something like the Jackal, maybe the KB Lion, some characters that don't see play too much on other maps and really stick out on Coastline. But Flores is also really strong right now.
Flores is really good. It's still not what we'd call conventional, especially on Coastline. I don't think I've ever seen a Flores ban on Coastline. So that is a little odd, but it's not odd overall to see Flores banned. He is strong, right? Gets rid of shields very easily. So can supersede those Wamidis and the Jaeger ADSs. This case, you're going to have to burn those out if you want to take care of those shields. Mira going to go away. She can be pretty pivotal, especially in some of the off sites like down below, even in Kitchen, Blue Bar, Sunrise. Those are some really important Mira positions that will no longer be available since she's not on the board. And then lastly, of course, is Valkyrie. Now, you can't throw her cams outside anymore. That is a change that has come through. But nonetheless, it's still very powerful to have the 3 cams that you can throw anywhere within the map. And of course, that means that they can be hidden and Sometimes even they can be thrown outside and they were wasted, right? No one goes near that side of the map. And so it could be seen as actual buff to make it so they have to stay in the building.
I was just about to say that the Florist ban actually is one that's probably going to be more pivotal with Penthouse Objective being played more often recently. And right off the bat, we're actually going to see Bryant go immediately for Penthouse and Theater. So they're bringing their
Attackers need to
castle for
locate and
covering up the
defuse any new
windows.
bombs that they
And
plant.
of course, they're going to be reinforcing, I'm sure, playing out in VIP as well, since that's had that buff since the rework. They're bringing that Jaeger, which won't be able to be denied. So he's going to do a lot of work dealing with a lot of projectiles. An interesting choice here in the dock as well.
Doc, not super powerful these days. This arguably better ops to bring. Obviously, you have the Thunderbird now. The stations just they can let them come back, and they also regenerate. Doc's still stuck with his 3 stims. Yes, you can shoot them across and help a teammate up, but again, it is just 3 of them versus 3 stations that also recharge the healing doses that they give off. That is arguably stronger. So that's an interesting choice, but also does have the MP5 with the 1.5 scope. So the gun in hand is still very strong. Can't deny that. The other thing is, we didn't really talk about for this bomb site is this is another bomb site where Mira is normally going to be brought. She's not in play, meaning it's going to be a lot more hectic for these defenders to hold lines of sight from one bomb site towards the other, usually the A bomb site towards the B. And now I'm expecting a really heavy presence in like VIP or just
Attackers have
across
located a
the
bomb.
map upstairs. You can't just sit in sight on this one.
Yeah, this might be a little bit interesting being those positions. There's a lot of explosives being brought by the attackers. We're seeing some of it get used right off the bat, but Semi's not going to let that go unnoticed. He might have been on cams or something fixing real quick there, but his wall is going to go by the wayside because of that hesitation before they had a chance to go and answer Leopard U.
Well, opening kill going in the way of Bryant, but it's pretty quickly fragged by Squirrel. That's going to take out TSS. So a trade coming through to even up the man count. We're only a minute in, so plenty of time for these attackers to gather more information. They've also opened up that wall, but it is just a Hibana opening, so they can't really go through that yet. They need to open it a little bit more. Drulu, though, following it up onto Semi. Skippy getting that refrag. Back and forth, these teams are going only halfway through this one, and no one seemingly having an advantage just yet.
Yeah, the defenders are getting pushed a little further into sight right now. They've lost a lot of that roaming potential that they have, and even in sight, they're faced with gunfire directly on that big window. They do still have cams, though, available from Skippy. He's playing on the corner with all 3 Jaeger ADSs, and he doesn't last for long as Drulu's going to poke right around. That's a really important frag right there because now they only have to focus in the penthouse and theater themselves.
You saw that Cheesy actually isn't even bringing the 1.5. He's opting to go with the Hollow B, I believe, in this case, and gonna have to be engaging in long distance fights with the 1.0 scope. So that's gonna make it a little bit harder, but maybe that's just what they like. Player on the window is gonna get taken out by them with that Hollow sight, so it's not gonna trouble them any further. Now they only have to watch out for this push coming through VIP, as that is where these 2 last attackers are going to be pushing from. One is also going to be aggressing up here in Hall of Fame, trying to get some flashes to go through, but it's going to actually hurt them. This breach, though, could help out. Drulu triple on the round, and 3's going to finish it off on the Snakes. Purdue narrowly taking that round. Time is ticking down, but those last 2 players come in clutch.
Yeah, they just really need to find those final 2 kills right there. I think it was pretty interesting seeing that dock play. We talked about it a little bit before the round, that there's other operators that can maybe fill that role a little bit better. He did get some really good mileage out of it there, being in gunfights for almost the entire rounds there on Windows. So he took a lot of tick damage, and having some more healing around definitely pivotal to that position. I don't know if necessarily it'd be a Thunderbird couldn't do it better right there, but if the gun's what's going to make it happen, I mean, that kill is really important to keep the defense alive and keep the player off of the windows. They're going to be running it back. Or sorry, I'm looking at it the wrong way. Heading back to the other side of the map here. They don't like going back to penthouse, so we're heading to hookah this time. Another second floor objective, and one that's going to merit some different lineups.
This is normally the first bomb site they try and go with, so My assumption is they just wanted to try that off site. It's not their primary site. I mean, for most teams, it wouldn't be. Could be wrong. Maybe it is for them, but this is more of a standard site you'd see played first. A lot of teams do like this, or kitchen, but oftentimes still
10
this
seconds
hookah
left
defense
before
is going to
insertion.
be the strongest site statistically, I believe. We'll see with this
5 seconds to
slight
insertion.
rework that we saw more recent times. We also on top of the attacker repick. It's going to make it
Attackers
so,
are moving
for
out to
example,
locate a
going
bomb
to
and
that bomb
defuse
site
it.
depend in the old days, it might have thrown them off. They couldn't switch the lineup with the attackers. They're stuck, and usually they wouldn't have hard breach, right? Well, in this case, with that attacker repick, how much did that affect the round? You can't really play mind games as defense anymore. You have to just have a solid defense no matter what lineup they bring because they can switch it up on you.
Yeah, and interestingly, Purdue does want to be bringing some hard destruction either way, so look out for them trying to open up the quad wall by Pink Bar on the second floor. But oh, nice, Hoku getting semi right there. He was playing out by Hall of Fame, but they're gonna be trying to open up that wall. They're gonna have a little bit harder of a time since the now deceased semi probably set up his batteries. Well, two of them over there. If he's only got two in sight, he's not gonna be able to cover the entire wall, so that might actually pan out pretty well for Purdue.
Opening kill going for Purdue this time. They are easily finding semi in these early rounds. It seems interesting because that was an interesting position, we'll say. Caught unawares, no cover in the middle of Hall of Fame, and he didn't even try and shoot back, it looked like. And that's just unfortunate. You've lost someone so early in a round, and it's a bandit too. So, and then another one follows, just an unwise peek through the doorway. Squirrel on that rotation, or excuse me, on that rappel, looking towards the rotation in through the doorway for the flank watch, and indeed they're already in waiting and pouncing to get that kill. Now up 5-3, Purdue have a pretty big advantage going in halfway through this round.
Purdue's taken their time with that roam clear, setting up crossfires even for dealing with just Skippy out on his own without any resources. So that's going to make it so that they've got two really clean kills without putting anyone at risk. They're kind of burning through some time, though, because they're not moving too fast and mostly are on the other side of the map with the player still outside. But they do have good pressure to be working with, and the rest of the execute is going to come a lot faster since they established that main advantage.
Minute remaining. Plenty of time if you think about an Aqua execute. And then the peak coming through. Drew Lu gonna shut down Cheesy. All the man advantage going further for Purdue. Now they're up 5-2. It's all on Snakes and TSS. This is a lot to do, and Leopard Ear is going to shut down Snakes. So really all up to TSS in a 1v5. They're going to need an ace clutch virtually here, and they can't even get that. A flawless round. Hoku shutting down him and finishing the round for Purdue. They get 2 in a row now.
Well, this is Purdue's map, but the underdogs are already looking great on 2 rounds with one of them being flawless. That is really looking up for them, and we know that the second objective, Hookah, isn't really one of those that could be potentially a throw with a penthouse looking for something extra spicy. Hookah is the bread and butter here. So Brian's going to be sweating a little bit here. They were attacked from angles they didn't expect. Their anchor wasn't even able to play the game on his position because there was no pressure at all over by either of the bars or Cool Vibe stairs. So I think a lack of some rotations to some more pivotal areas is also hurting Bryant right there, other than the just losing your roamers early.
Oh, I was wrong because they're going back to the site. It makes me think that this is a primary site for them, which is interesting because you don't see that very often. I think Kitchen is this very strong site, especially with the changes to service. Now they have to push up past that window down below in service. They can't just plant in the doorway there, which was one of the most basic flaws of that bomb site, now corrected. It's interesting to see them try this again. I guess it did come down to a 2v2 last time, so it was pretty close, but still, they're going to already have shown their hand on this bomb site, and they're not bringing anything different. Look at the lineup. It's like exactly the same, so there's nothing different here. Brian, they're going to have to change positioning or something here, because last time they were caught unawares from a lot of different angles, and they just didn't have the positioning that they would have wanted, especially in that last 2v2 that came through that they lost.
Yeah, this means the early picks just have to go differently for them to have this round go differently. That seems like the common factor here. They're losing out early, and with a lot of attacker utility, that's really perfectly answering what they're bringing. I mean, this sledge already has reduced one of those castles just moving up to the position he was already going to be at, and that's always going to be a thing. I mean, sledge really good operator to bring regardless, but Bryant is having a lot of their utility taken away from them very quickly in these rounds.
Early kill coming in. TSS getting that on Leopard Ear, so it's actually going to go in favor of Bryant. Last time they had gotten an opening kill on this bomb site, but it was rather quickly refragged by the other side, and it stayed even for a bit after that. So they aren't able to maintain this man advantage from last time, at least. We'll see if they're able to do a little bit better job here. Unfortunately, we do have a sound bug, so I just want to apologize for that. Try and get that sorted after this round finishes out. But right now, we'll just continue to watch the action. It's a little bit of a lockdown as they aren't able to get this wall opened up. Last time, someone went below in kitchen and shot from below into those bandit charges, allowing them to open it up. This time, no one's below to take care of it. They're having a little bit harder time getting things opened up. Hoku's going to push up Cool Vibe stairs, but they're going to be spotted up by this evil eye.
It looks like Drulu there is trying to fake with the rappel in order to try and bait out TSS. They know that he's in there around that corner. They've gotten a kill here before, but they don't want to quite face check this, especially with the alternating angles on the other side. Purdue is starting to choke down on the defensive hold. We do have 3 all the way out there. That's a blessing and a curse. He's got a nice angle there, but he's also got Diffuser pretty far away from the rest of the team. With a kill coming out from Squirrel, but one going back the other way, it's not going to stay even for Bryant here. They are pulling ahead by a little bit.
It looks like they weren't aware of a player playing in Hall of Fame. The window player they thought had the coverage as someone rotated in there, but the problem was someone was already in there, so they're not able to shut that down. But Squirrel, to find TSS, that was that player that was hiding in there, so they must have tried to rotate back. Window player getting that kill, evening it back up. 30 seconds remain, so Brian are going to be in a little bit better position here. Unfortunately for Purdue, that means they have to push into these players and just hope that they can win the gunfights. Evil Eye on that corner of 90 is going to be feeding a lot of information, and there it comes through. Skippy getting that call from, I'm sure, a dead teammate's going to pick up that player pushing down. Snakes finding Squirrel. It's all this last player in the hallway, and they're going to get shut down by Snakes as well. It's going to be Bryant finding their first round.
That was a really nice one to see. They were able to play a little more conservatively on the early round, stay away from losing their players early on right there. So getting the first pick, great. That's a new thing to see from them, and not having to go back and forth nearly so poorly. They're able to refrag immediately as soon as they lost theirs. We're going to a quick rehost here to get that sound bug sorted out, since we know none of y'all like listening to that white noise.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. I mean, this happens a lot with the new update. I've noticed, there's always going to be bugs with a new season, and that's just how it is. But unfortunately, in our experience now, this has happened a couple times. It's always with the drones, I think. It's something with the drones. You're on the drone, you change perspectives, and then when you're doing that, something goes wrong. We get a weird sound bug. No shots
Yeah,
heard.
drone bug is
just
back and
white
stronger
noise.
than ever.
Yeah, so that's the rub. But hey, I think we're going to jump to just a short break while this rehost gets going, and we'll be right back. Stay tuned. Welcome back. This is NECC. We had a little bit of an interruption, sound bugs, but we've also been informed that this could be a reoccurring problem. It's not something we can do too much about. We don't want to rehost a bunch, so just be aware if it happens again. We might just have to cut the sound and play through it. Hopefully it doesn't, Dredge. Hopefully not, but it is something to be aware of.
Yeah, fingers crossed right there, Wes. But anyways, where we left off, we saw 2 rounds go the way of Purdue attacking Penthouse and then Hookah, and Bryant Bulldogs going back to Penthouse. This is the team that is seated above. They're currently sitting on 5-0, and they are able to win their 3rd round, finally having that say in things when they run it back on Penthouse. They win the first pick for the first of these 3 rounds, and they're able to keep the game really on their pace.
Attackers need to locate and
Yeah, it looks like the bans didn't go through, but they're going to do the gentleman's agreement. They just typed it in chat. I saw, so no worries about that if someone notices in the top that there's nothing there. These teams are professional enough that they're not going to pick something that should have been banned, right? No big deal. So we'll move on from that point. Something else to keep in mind, though, that I didn't mention yet, but Purdue starting off with a hot 2 rounds and then losing the last one. This is their map choice, and we have mentioned as well that this is an attacker-sided map usually. So not surprising for both reasons, right? This is their map, so they should do well on it, but also they're on attack. So we'll just see how the rest of this half continues onward until they get the split and they switch sides. For Purdue's sake, you really do hope that they can get a couple more rounds here. This is an attacker-sided map, like I just said, and also their map choice. They need to start hot. I have a strong feeling that if they can't at least get another 2 rounds, that things could be a little more troublesome than they were maybe expecting in choosing this map.
Yeah, the last time that we went Hookah, we saw the defense really stacked up on the west side of the map while the attack came from the east side and slowly took 1 roamer at a time until they had picked away just about the entire team. We're seeing a really similar situation play out right here, but before we saw we saw Semi getting picked here pretty early. This time he's not going to be so quick, but he is right around the corner, so he's going to be fighting the same battle once again. He's losing one of those electrifications, so he's got to play carefully.
Yeah, down below yet again, they have someone just doing the dirty work to get these bandits off of the wall. Now, while he is bandit tricking here, someone could eventually, either this player below could shoot up through the hole that they just made, or someone could swing through that hallway in the Hall of Fame with the guitars there and just get him while he's putting the bandit down. So that's something to keep in mind, and here it comes. He's going to be putting it down. They're going to swing out, and there's the death that should have happened, and indeed it does follow. So that was what I was worried about. They work in tandem. This is why you normally want someone playing with your roamer, a lurker nearby, or another roamer, in fact, who could have got the refrag. Now it's just going to be a body loss, no refrag really having potential to happen there. And Snakes is not in a great position. These are a lot of soft walls around him in the 90 corridor. If he gets droned, this could be deadly.
Yeah, and I think that's coming at any moment right here. I think we've got like 3 players on cams all in this circle around him and plenty of angles being watched. He's actually already stuck in this area, barring him really finding something. He is going to go down right there, as one of those many angles is going to prove successful for Hoku. And the east side is all taken by the attackers. They're going to start storming across the map laterally now. And I think the defense is going to be a little more prepared, but they don't have any more numbers than they did last time.
It's alarming that you would have the exact same thing play out. You lose 2 members early. You're only 2 roamers too, so there's only presence now near site, and they're gonna get Aqua for free as well. This is what I'm concerned with Brian's defense on this bomb site. You can't lose your roamers that early. On top of it, you didn't get any refrags, and now you've allowed them to have so many different angles and avenues onto the bomb site without contesting Aqua. It's gonna be an easy push for them. The backside also gonna get a kill for them. Leopard Ear taking out Cheesy. This is much the same as a flawless round last time. It's not there yet, but it's looking like it could very well go that way yet again.
Skip is going to be taking some damage here, watching that line of sight all the way towards Aqua. There's no avenue for ingress here yet for the attackers. Oh, it looks like they have gotten just enough in right there. 3 is still not visible for Skippy, and Skippy's going to be gone anyways. Leopard here taking another one, and it's TSS once again trying to do anything to keep the round going. The smoke's going to go down finally, and it does do some damage, but the plant is already down.
Yeah, too little, too late. Diffuser down, 1v5 situation. This is virtually hopeless unless he somehow magically won 5 1v1s. And if they gave him those, that would be a really poor showing. But I don't think it's going to happen. They're even going to open up this back wall to just get another angle. And Leopard here with a pistol is going to do the last bit of damage necessary to shut out the round. And right, another flawless attack on this bomb site.
Yeah, there's a round win for the Bryant Bulldogs in there, but right now it's sandwiched between flawless attacker wins on what's usually considered the strongest defense objective on this map. So something's going to change for Bryant here. I don't anticipate seeing them go back to hookah. It just seems hopeless there.
I wouldn't advise it. You've lost 2 times flawlessly against yourself. You've not gotten anything to take with you to say, "We can just tweak this slightly and we'll get it." No,
Defenders,
that
protect your
just
bombs
wasn't
from
close
being
2 times.
defused by
You can't go
attackers.
back there. Purdue, though, getting that 3-1 lead now is gonna make them feel
Attackers have
very
discovered the
secure
location of a
in
bomb.
their attacking side. Even if they drop the next 2 rounds, at the very least, they've got the split half before they go to their defense, which is exactly where you wanna sit. Now, of course, they wouldn't be content with that. You don't wanna stop here. Keep the train rolling, hoping to find another one, at least one of the next 2. And they'll go up 4-2, which is a very respectable score on attack for Blue Black on their own map choice. Now, Bryant, though, they're going to be trying this other bomb site that I have mentioned before as being stronger because of the
10 seconds
changes
to go.
in surface. That's something to keep an eye out for. I do think that this is
5
potentially even
seconds left.
a stronger bomb site, especially with what I've seen from Bryant and the way they like to play things.
Attackers
This bomb
objective
site
is to
might be
defuse the
more to
bomb.
their liking.
Yeah, they're playing a lot of off-site oriented characters here. They've got the heals back inside. That's the Thunderbird, making it so that you can just keep roaming right back to the bottom pit of objective right there. There's going to be a little bit of a sink right there in the corner of stockroom. That'll probably be one of their last holdouts if the attackers can find eyes on that from above. And they do have that Sledge who's really looking to get in through the top half of Penthouse, which has been really successful for Purdue as well. If they're able to open this up and get holes in the floor, they're going to take away a lot of the resources that Bryant has put down there.
And another one falling, Semi dying early again. Drew Lou getting that kill. They're just these players of Purdue really know how to play this map. They just sit and wait because they know Bryant is a very anxious looking team on their roams. They do not like to sit still in any position. They like to move around quite rapidly. The other problem is they're not always looking at where they can get cut off on their angles of retreat. And that is exactly what we've seen time and time again. Purdue Black are waiting at those angles for that lapse of judgment, and they have punished them. That's why we've seen, even after the rehost now, you just see a lot of zeros on the side of Bryant. They haven't gotten a kill yet. Obviously, this is just the second round here, but you don't want to go down any further. You don't want another flawless against you. That's going to start to chalk the mental. They have to stay strong here, and they can certainly do so. It's halfway through the round. They're only down 1 man, but this is not going to help their cause. Hoku going to
Attackers have
try
located
and
the bomb.
give Purdue Black another flawless round. They're heading there at 5-3.
Yeah, first 2 picks, first 2 roamers going down is really a trend that we're seeing already. There's the 5th map or the 5th round, and we've seen it happen 3 times already. So Purdue is looking fine right here. They've got plenty of upwards control down into the site. They've picked up the entire second floor with those really patient angles, and now they have players over by Blue and Sunrise Bars. We're going to start moving in and put that pressure, put that squeeze on Kitchen Door.
Now, the positions of the roamers is where I would criticize a little bit, and this is constructive criticism, of course, but you can't really escape if you're playing in theater. You have to play your life there, and they're trying to retreat. Now, this is going to be a jump in by 3. They have the diffuser, so they can start planting. They need the coverage, though. C4 going to come out, do a lot of damage, but they're still alive. Snakes, though, will find Hoku. That's going to at least get them 1 kill for their name, but Leopardia shuts them down pretty quickly. Snakes falling, but Cheesy getting the instant reflag. Problem, though, is the plant is going down, and no one is there to cover it. It's going to be completed, but Drew Lou finding Cheesy is going to make it almost impossible for this defuse to come through from TSS. A 1v2 situation. He knows the Sledge is above, but does he know the other player is playing in Sunrise area? The shot up through the beams actually works out somehow in the disadvantaged angle. Now 1v1, but he can't win it. Drew Lou going to win that for Purdue Black, putting him up 4-1.
TSS making an excellent showing right there, but that's not a round that he could be expected to win. Even with all those brilliant plays, it just was not set up for him by his team. They were getting cut off so much. I think it looks like Brighton's really looking for some flanks, some retakes of sight. But the thing is, if your roamers aren't making it to the end of round, and if all of those rotation points are going to be so fully cut off by angles that the attackers are taking, the best you're gonna get is trades. So we get to see a couple of those come out at the end. Uh, we were kind of deprived of those in the last couple rounds, seeing like Cheesy get in there and get someone in the back. But immediately there's someone watching that as well because Purdue is playing their lives for the most value that they can and playing with time. They're using the most of that 3 minutes that they have available.
I was gonna finish my small constructive criticism because I do want to like, make this a learning moment, right? To talk about what could change, perhaps make that around a little bit better. We talked about how the roam isn't being successful. I think it's just positioning. Normally, you'd see someone playing maybe VIP at the worst because you can somewhat retreat from there. It's very hard to get the right angles, especially if you have a player playing in billiards or aqua area who can move over and protect or at least get the refrag if someone was cutting off the retreat, right? From 90 or someone pushed in by hookah and tried to get on base position to shut that player down who was trying to retreat out of VIP towards that western direction. And then you have that player who's playing in billiards who can get the refrag on that attacker who's trying to cut off the angle of retreat. So things like that, you have to work in tandem together. We've just seen them not do that quite successfully yet. Bryant is living and dying by this bomb site, though. If they're going to win a bomb site, it's going to have to be this one 2 times. That'll be the only 2 rounds on defense they're going to win is up here in Penthouse. We'll see if they're able to do it.
Yeah, right off the bat, we see TSS playing that often faded spot that we've seen him on before. We'll see if he's going to make that happen any differently. Cheesy gets droned out right there. Doesn't quite have the chance to get the drone. Knows that he's got to move before that kill comes out. No one's going to follow him too heavily, though, so he gets away with his life pretty safely. But that is an additional little arm of the defense that has had to retract back to site.
That's a good bandit trick, but unfortunately, the other side could still get off. He's not going to get there quite in time with the bandit. You see, it is electrified now, but the charge put down a little too late. It's hard to do a double bandit trick on one wall and then move to the other rapidly to shut it down. But you see, TSS is going to get found out, so the drone work is going to pick him up. But Skippy getting that opening kill is going to help Bryant on his defense. Getting that opening kill onto Drulu, who has been pretty impactful. Semi also finding 3. This is going a lot better for Bryant than we've seen pretty much in any other round. But swing out from Leopard Ear can at least net them 1. But the push out from the breach that they had created is used against them. Semi finding Leopard Ear. It's all up to Squirrel and Hoku right now in a 2v4 situation.
Yeah, that was exactly the kind of refrag that we've been wanting to see from Bryant. Playing that angle with 2 players on there because they know that one of them's going to get hunted out, and just playing patiently and waiting for your teammate to go down and get some info to work on is really good. And so is this play right here from Skippy. Playing the corner, he has not been ousted from there these last 2 rounds. It's been a lot more successful. And in a 4v1, Squirrel really doesn't have any footing here. It's not as bad as some things that we've seen. He's got a rifle to work with, which is going to give him a little more ability to pre-fire, but Semi is going to be the one finding the head and thus the kill.
Bryant's second round, it came from the same bomb site, so that's not necessarily the greatest thing that you'd want from a defense, but this is Coastline. We have seen this scoreline plenty of times. 4-2 split, not too uncommon. But now they have to show us they are just as competent as Purdue Black looked on their attack. Those angles on the windows, especially just shutting down any roamers who are trying to retreat or just pushing in and getting those aggressive kills. And they also just got timing on their side. You saw that while putting down the bandit charge, then they swing through Hall of Fame, get the kill on that player. They're just playing it smart, knowing that they can bait players into unadvantageous positions, disadvantaged, right? You're making them disadvantaged in a gunfight. That's what you want on attack. You want to put yourselves in those high probability gunfights so that you can at least get the man advantage, so then you can actually push on the side, get a plant down if necessary, or just win purely on frags. That is what you do on attack, and we got to see Brian do it.
Both teams have showed us some interesting strategies already here on this first map. We see that very oftenly pushed east side attack from Purdue, and now they're showing us a real drone denial lineup here on the defense on Hookah. And Bryant showed us that the penthouse hold that was their crux, the crux of their defense. They got both their rounds there, and they brought it out on the first round. So they both been showing us some neat things. I'm really curious to see what Bryant's going to bring to the table on their attack, because seeing how Purdue did it and was able to just stifle them, I don't think it's an attack that is going to be anywhere similar to what Bryant brings. I just don't think they're as familiar with what they were seeing from Purdue's attack.
Well, Purdue's defense is also very different. You see Cade being brought, meaning what we saw a lot of the time was Purdue going below and shooting the bandit charges off the walls from the soft wall, just doing some soft destruction from below. You can't do that on the Cade Claw unless it's near the floor. And it can be up on the wall, meaning you have to actually open up the floor from below, risk your life by someone peeking down back at you while you're trying to locate where that claw is on the wall. So that's something to be aware of. That Cade is actually more useful oftentimes simply because of that. That's why we saw Bandit fall out of favor so often. So to see Bryant bring him so often was actually a little surprising. It's not undoable, but we'll see here if the Cade Claw is a little bit trickier to take care of. The Twitch drone, though, could be the counter they need to find those and take care of them without worrying about it.
The drone work has been really nice from Bryant so far. They cleared out the first floor and pushed off Hoku. If not killing him, they have made sure that he's not going to be on the first floor. So it's going to make it a lot safer to start pushing here, but they did not properly account for all of the angles and all the windows that are going to be applicable here. So Hoku's able to just rotate around and find Semi out there on the balcony. Playing from behind now, Bryant doesn't have a lot of feet inside the building.
Not at all. It is a 4v5 now on attack, so they don't have the man advantage to help them later in the round, and time will continue to tick down here. But there's a player playing on the cool vibe stairs, and they don't see an ADS there, so they actually could use the sledge, throw a nade up there, and get the kill. I believe onto the Jaeger, who's playing on cool vibe stairs there, if they're aware. But you mentioned the drone work being positive before. So far, though, I don't see anyone really droning at this moment in time. So they do need to gain some information before they try and push anything here. There is a down onto a player, it seems. So the grenade from below can finish him up. And if they're going to try and help him up, they could have got a second one, but it doesn't happen. Hoku gets an instant refrag, though, onto Snakes, maintaining that man advantage. Default cam not shot out yet, so that's a little bit of information still going to be gleaned for the defense here. They know Skippy's playing here in Aqua. The diffuser is down on the balcony, though, so they have to pick that up if they want to get an execute on the site.
Skippy's got an LMG to work with. He's going to have to reload, and with 30 seconds left, that's going to be a nominal amount of time because he's just going to have to be pre-firing a lot of angles at this rate. They don't have the cross angles, and they don't have the drone work inside of a site right here. So they just have to find the heads here really quickly, and it's going to be even worse with Leopard here picking up that kill on TSS. It's just Cheesy and Skippy. At least they're together, and they have the diffuser to work with right here. As it starts going down, the audio cue is going to come out, and Skippy finds one, looking for a second when he sees him right behind that reinforcement. But this is just a bad angle, and Hoku's going to get yet another kill with that C4 right there. The diffuser goes down, but it's all for nothing as Hoku comes out with a 4 kill on the round.
That C4 was perfectly timed. It was an odd position for Finka to push up in there because you're right next to your planter. Normally play back a little bit. They did get a kill for it by getting the aggressive swing onto the pink couch off on the backside of Billiards, but unfortunately then they were just stuck in that position. The C4 catches them and downs the planter, so it just didn't pay off. It was a hard situation, though. A 2v4, you don't necessarily expect them to win it. It would be a heroic play, but unfortunately it's all for naught. It ends up going in Purdue's favor. So Purdue Black up 5-2 now, winning their first defensive round. They're going to opt to go down into the kitchen service bomb site, which we saw was pretty hard for Bryant, but we also saw Hookah was hard for them, and Purdue made it happen.
Yeah, so Hoku, the hero of that round, finding that 4K, finishing off the round, making sure that diffuser really meant nothing for Bryant's attack. But something that brings my attention to is the early round where he was pushed off from roaming in lobby. He moved a long way around the map. He actually had to run through a lot of windows that could have potentially been there. And it has to make me think that wouldn't have been possible the way that Purdue was attacking, the way they were holding angles in the first minute of the round. So Hoku getting through there, I think, is a testament to some lacking roam clear from Bryant. They've got the drone work, but they don't have players playing right behind it in order to actually have those actionable moments.
Yeah, it's almost like a cardinal sin that everyone commits at a certain level, right? It could be just small moments of negligence or just ignorance, but we all sometimes will drone, and anyone who's played ranked is capable of empathizing with this idea. You've droned, but no one's been there to act on the drone information, and you lose the drone, right? It gets shot, like just right there. You just lost a drone. What happened? Was anyone there to get anything from it? No.
Yeah, this is the same thing we saw last round.
And everyone does it. It's not the end of the world, but if you're doing it consistently and no one's on Windows, no one's able to even utilize that information to think, well, someone's going to maybe feed into me in a little bit, right? We might not be there to push in, but maybe we can cut them off and then pinch them, right? Things like that. Just have not seen it yet. Now, obviously, this is only the second round of attack for Bryant, so don't want to be overly critical of them. And again, it's everyone makes that at a certain level. They do that. It's just something that Bryant, if they want to come back in this map, you have to get a little bit more presence around the map.
Yeah, and I gotta say, the level of coordination with the drone work and angle holding from Purdue is pretty unprecedented. at this level. So on one hand, you got to be like, well, I can't really hold Bryant up to this where I go, whoa, I can't believe what I'm seeing from Purdue because it's so clean. But also, Bryant is in direct competition with Purdue, so they have to find something that's at least equivalently good if they're not able to pull together that level of coordination that we're getting to see consistently. They do find the first kill on this round, though, and that's really big to start with. Well, when they do get the first kill on rounds, they have won them historically in this map. So that's exactly what they need to start with.
Indeed it is, but this is where I get a little concerned. We see the peak coming out, and that's Hoku, and he's going to get the kill on the sledge. This is what I was worried about. You saw Cheesy aggressing down White. He's the sledge. That is your vertical pressure gone now. They do not have anyone capable of looking down towards sight and sledging open the floor that is soft above sight. You could just push out some of these defenders. Now, the aggression from Skippy could work out with TSS. They're working in tandem here, but they are not locating this player just yet. The swing coming through, but the Skippy on the LMG, that's going to be the one to win out that gunfight. Leopardier is in the corner. They're aware, but they're not able to quite land the shots. He has very little HP, so it doesn't take much. They can just find a little bit of a crook, and they do right through that nook. And they get the kill onto the player. It's going to be the fuse above, going in for some charges. Skippy finding another one on the 3. This is all looking good for Purdue, or excuse me, for Bryant, as Purdue has one player with the shotgun in hand. They're going to be trying to make a miracle happen here, but it's a 1v3. Plenty of time to get this fuse down.
He's done a lot for his team so far, especially on the attacking side, but Drulu just isn't going to be enough to do it this round. Bryant forcing this to be so much more of a brawl. The players in so many close-up gunfights with more than one player involved, and that's exactly where we do get to see Bryant shine. They can outshoot just about any team that they're competing against, especially with the chaos of those multiplayer crossfires start getting involved. So that's the Bryant that I'm used to. That's the Bryant that I want to be seeing continue on through this round. They're bringing it back a little bit, but they're still at a huge deficit to Purdue's 5 rounds. That's just one off of a match point, which is pretty close to a map. And they are playing on a map that's more comfortable for Purdue, ostensibly. I think that's really been signaled by the way that they're attacking and how the first round of defense went for Purdue.
Really great adjustments from Bryant compared to the first round, where they lost the opening engagement, but not just that, they just didn't have much control of the map. And then at the end, it just had to be a last-ditch effort through Aqua into Billiards, trying to get the plant by the bomb chastity. But here we saw that they had actually used their drone information and capitalized on it. They knew exactly where those 2 roamers above were. They located the Jaeger in 90, were able to get that kill, and then, of course, we saw Leopardier had taken a lot of damage, and then it took a little bit of time, but eventually they did finish off the kill, playing up there in VIP, and that's exactly where they're going to be playing again. So if they can understand that patterns are very normal in human behavior, they'll probably be aware of the positions of some of these defenders, and they can capitalize on that information of that awareness and get some kills.
This round, Purdue has dropped the Kaid. Hoku playing the same position. He has not been punished here yet. He's been able to at least get a kill every single time he's come out here. And this time he's going to be able to stretch out a little bit longer with the Vigil. It looks like they're a little less worried about electrifying the wall. So that's going to go by the wayside. And that'll be something that I think Snakes will be happy to open up with a secondary hard breach device. You don't need a full normal hard breacher on this map. There's only going to be a couple lines of sight that you really need. So he's going to be doing that work up on the balcony.
So Snakes bringing that fuse again. They like the cluster charges. It is useful just to let those rain havoc down below when you're above sight, especially trying to clear out some of the pesky anchors like the Maestro that we see 3 is playing. They're going to be in the sight the entire round. That's exactly what we want. You don't want a roaming Maestro, of course, wouldn't be ideal, but they can even take care of some of those evil eyes that would also be in sight just by using those cluster charges above. But the thing is, they got to clear it out, right? And we did see last time they were successful. So far, though, halfway through this one, still haven't really gotten too much control here. They haven't gotten that opening kill that they had last time, and they need to start moving quickly.
Intel hasn't netted any kills right off the bat, but I feel like there's some nice angles being held. Here's some more intel coming out. That's the Maestro that you're just talking about. Kind of sussed out by TSS. He knows where he's going to be fighting from. And the fuse is not going to give anything to the attackers if they're not able to take VIP right here. The frag downs Leopard here, which is really good. And it looks like the comms must be coming out. Oh, maybe they don't know that he's down.
That'll be the kill, though.
Okay, he just wants to confirm it with the grenade to be extra safe.
I didn't
Is
get
that
him.
not blown up?
I
That's
guess
kind of
not.
interesting to see right there. Well, he's going to confirm the kill anyways. Doesn't take too much. Maybe didn't really require a second frag grenade right there. But with plenty of drones over here by VIP, they're going to be plenty safe that Snakes can
Whoa.
open that up. And Skippy's been doing some work down below the lines of sight that they were picking up between service entrance and kitchen itself has been great. Skippy finding yet another one. Hoku is left to come all the way back to site. Taking down TSS is actually the most pivotal player to remove since that's the diffuser down. He's still got his Vigil cloaking to help him. He's got two lined up in a row right here, but he can't quite make it happen. As Cheesy's going to find his second one this round.
Push in from Skippy, changing that round. I don't know what happened. We weren't quite able to catch it, but just pushed into sight, getting two important kills. I saw the Maestro die as the first one. I was like, whoa, what the? That's the anchor. That is a huge pivotal kill there. Now they can't utilize those Evilize Deny. They can only use them for information. They can't zap anyone when they're trying to plant. And of course, the second kill to follow only helped Bryant with the man advantage. Of course, you did see some heroics attempted by Hoku, who's been really, really solid for the side of Purdue Black, but unfortunately not able to come through in that dire situation. You really don't expect them to, but it would have been nice for them. Unfortunately, they drop another round. For their sake, at least it's unfortunate. Fortune smiling upon Bryant in these last two rounds. They're starting to bring it closer to even one more round, and they will be even. See if Purdue, though, can make it happen again on this bomb site. They won last time. They got the opening kill. That seems to be pretty important. Haven't talked about it too much yet in this matchup. But opening kills, except for that first round, I think, outside of that, been pretty pivotal.
Yeah, actually, just about everyone in these rounds has gone the way of the opening kill. So Bryant really flipping things on its head these last couple rounds, looking a lot more comfortable as they're able to find earlier picks and even just force some gunfights. And I think that's really the key of it. Skippy, I think, was on kitchen service for most of the round, just keeping eyes into sight. I'm so curious to know what actually was the thing that caused him to push up. And obviously, whatever it was must have been a huge blunder from Purdue because he's able to just find 3 kills in sequence there, 2 of them right off the bat, and then just about all the rest of the positioning of the round was kind of thrown into negligence. It doesn't really matter because Bryant just had to sweep up from there.
Well, in Sunroom, we see Hoku.
That drone goes down again.
He's done it a couple of times now. Same position, gets the drone for free, and then he can skip away, happy as a daisy, because you just took care of some information and you didn't lose anything for it. But now you do see someone is playing outside of the main lobby door. And there's also some players pushing in other angles. See Cheesy and Sunrise, and someone was outside of office. I don't know if they're going to actually push through there, but point being, they could easily pinch him out there. He could be trapped down there. And if you can get this timed right, you could probably get the kill pretty freely. It's just not free in the sense that you're taking time to do it. Now, if they could do it just quickly here, get a pinch down below, take care of this player, there could be the opening kill going, and then they could just push into sight from there.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little worried about Bryant not having an answer to Hoku. They've seen him play in lobby 3 rounds so far on this half. They don't have it as easy as we do. They aren't able to see, oh, well, he did the same thing 3 times in a row. But they do know that they fought him there. There keeps being a Kaid or a Vigil right there round after round. So not having someone prepped up, they opened up main lobby door, but there wasn't anyone actually watching that angle. That should have been a kill if they were recognizing this and acting on it.
I want to point out, I don't believe that there is. Oh, well, there's a sound bug again. It's all right. It happens. I don't think there's an ADS on those co-op stairs, at least not below on the landing platform. So, again, if they had that information, they could just nade that player. There's going to be the feet of Hoku, I believe, who's down below. They've escaped somehow. They were not pinched up properly. You see that there is no outline for that player. So they somehow managed to skip that pinch, probably because it came in too late and they weren't watching the lobby properly. I'm not sure how he even got out of there, but somehow he does. It's a miracle for them, but that's going to allow them to save a body, not lose the opening kill in the favor of Bryant. Now Bryant's going to be the one just reeling here. Only 30 seconds remaining. It's still a 5v5. They're just going to have to go guns ablazing into sight from different angles. You see the pre-fires coming through. TSS does get the kill onto 3 to open things up. It is not done yet. We see a lot of damage done to Snakes and TSS. Drulu finding TSS and finishing off that kill. The push in from Skippy's going to get shut down by Squirrel. That's Diffuser as well. It's all going to be falling apart. Semi-TKing Snakes. Snakes had just killed a player, though, so it's not all done yet. Cheesy finding a body. It's a 2v2, 10 seconds remaining. There is one of the players below. They need to get this diffuser down. That's going to be the kill found onto Squirrel. The plant coming through. Now it's essentially a 1v1 while this plant goes down. Can they stop him from shutting down the diffuser? We'll see. And there it is. Cheesy with the coverage. Bryant able to pick up another one. 3 in a row, bringing it up to 5-5. They bring it back to the equalizer.
That is so pivotal right now because Bryant going down so heavily. It's a 4-2 half in the favor of Purdue Black to start with. And so finding those 3 rounds in a row really brings them back in the running with everything being fully evened up here. And a phenomenal round right there once they got going. It really is the end of the round, the execute where they're really having success, where Purdue was able to roam clear really effectively. Bryant is able to sight clear really effectively.
It was one of those hectic moments where you're just like, which team will come out on top? Which one has a lot of luck in the way of like who's looking in the right angles and the right directions, who can win their gunfight if they're in a 1v1, or if they get a lineup, can they get the shots to land on both of the bodies that are lining up for them, or will they just kind of potato? Because that happens sometimes. You get confused, right? You see 2 bodies line up and then you don't know which one to shoot. It kind of throws your aim off and then you get just slammed down. I don't know what happened. Obviously, we only had limited perspectives. It was a very quick 5v5, 30-second mosh pit virtually. And Bryant came out on top, and that's what's important for them. They got the plant as well. They must have had information that that last player was below because they knew they had to get that plant down because they weren't looking for the last body, which tells me they had some form of information on that last player.
Yeah, I think Squirrel actually was the one that was really pivotal because it would have been a solidly Bryant round if Squirrel hadn't killed one of them in Hookah Bar, playing the little corner right by the door and window. He got one, he was able to stave off attacks for almost another 20 seconds, which was everything that gave Purdue a fighting chance on the round. Here on this round, though, they're headed to Bar Bar. This is our first showing of this objective, the first time we get to find the last one. And castle barricades are upstairs, a lot of upstairs pressure in order to make sure that they don't take damage from above and lose all of what they've set up below because TSS is bringing that fuse once again.
Well, the wham bam slam push coming in with the sledge is going to open up the castle barricade that was placed there, but there's still a few more to find. You see that there is the player with a black ice on the ump. Not something you
Mm.
see very often, actually, but hey, I like it. Black ice on any gun is always nice, obviously. Flex that a
It's the
little bit, show
classic.
it off, but we're going to see a quick push in from Aqua, allow them to at least have safety from above. So they're going to take office that's given freely, but they need more avenues to try and get a plant down in Blue Bar, which is normally the game plan, meaning that you need to get the wall opened up, but also they need to have lobby control if that back wall of Blue Bar is opened up, which usually is, so you can watch it as a defender from lobby, get the shots onto the player playing in bar, trying to get the plant down. We see some drone work coming in, finding someone in service. They are pinched there, in fact. If this player, Skippy, just stays here, someone could rotate over. Yeah, and you do indeed see that coming through. So this is supposed to be relatively an easy kill, and 3 and 1 HP. All it takes is a shot to the toe, and they are done for. Here comes the peeks through, though. Can they at least find a body? They won't be able to do it. Cheesy finding that kill to open things up, and things are looking good to start off for Bryant.
It was a multi-step approach with lobby and therefore luggage all opened up. They can start pushing to remove Leopard Ear is going to be a big problem, but TSS is removed now. So the vertical pressure is going to be a little more limited on the payoff for Bryant. Skippy is, however, going to keep chugging on, getting those kills with his LMG while he loses his teammate once again to Hoku, who's still upstairs and still wrecking havoc. So a little more clearing is going to have to go out over there, but they're not really going to have time with 45 seconds left on the clock. Snakes has found his way to the objectives and actually succeeds getting the diffuser all the way down. And it's up to Skippy to just keep finding kill after kill. Snakes is going to refrag for him, and he's in the 1v1 against Drew. Drew has to find his way into Blue Bar. He doesn't know what he's going to be dealing with. He's got some smokes to work with, but he's going to find Snakes from behind, and there's the 3K for Drew, who's been doing so well this map already. Is going to put them right back ahead, keeping Purdue just out of reach for Bryant.
Putting him on to map 1 point. They're going to be winning the round if they get one more round here. We saw Bryant, a valiant effort, 1v1, got the plant down, but unfortunately, I didn't think they had drones watching for post-plant positioning. And so that player left to watch the diffuser, had to either watch the rotate or watch the door. They chose the wrong one, which was the rotate back to the door. And that's an easy kill pushing in from Drew, getting that kill and getting the diffuse to win it for them. Purdue now going to be still under the defense. So where do they go next? It's going to be hookah billiards. Last time they lost this in that rush, last 30 seconds, Bryant came on top in a 5v5 mince meter or meat mincer, or well, I
Meat
don't know what
mincer.
you would
Yeah, well,
you would
when
call
you
that.
get into that meat mincer, the thing is, it's hard to account for all the options and all the things that you should be doing. You said they were lacking a flank drone to make sure that their last player was going to win right there, and that's absolutely the case. They didn't have time to throw one down. No one had a second to hit that six button and chuck a drone just at a wall, so to be having eyes on something or at least some ears for the dead players. They just had to fight their gunfights, and while they won a lot of them and did get the fuse down, that's not enough if you're letting it bleed down to the wire like that.
Indeed, he can only do so much. They won on this bomb site in the wire, and then the last round they lost it, right? So it really is a 50-50 game, and usually it's not even that. As attackers, you're kind of left up to fate, as you hope that the defenders don't have the perfect angles being held, the right positions being held for the push that you were going for in those dying moments. But at the very least, this is a small map, so I think that does help attackers a little bit. Less angles to necessarily worry about, and more angles for you. In fact, depending on you're playing roof or you're on a window rappel, things like that do work out in their favor. And we do see Osa being brought. Now, I don't think she's been brought yet. She brings that shield, and that is going to allow them to have the repelled player that we just haven't seen really brought by Brian yet.
Yeah, we were seeing lots of repel plays, and this one is going to put a lot of pressure there in sights that'll actually help Purdue to not have to really push down to the wire so much. They're already going to have some of those rotates cut off just by keeping a player there or even a shield. There's always going to have some threat for the defense because something could sail on through. Downstairs, though, the first kill that the attackers really want to find is 3. He's got some support, though. He's going to peel off and leave a teammate, Hoku, who's been having great luck in gunfights, to really be covering the downstairs.
Well, there's the pushing from Sunrise. Going to find Hoku from below. They were having their back towards them as they were trying to push over towards the service area, and that was unfortunate timing for them. But hey, for Bryant, that's great. That's one of the biggest thorns in your side taken care of early on. You're about halfway through this round, and they already have that man advantage now. I was going to have the Jackal below pinging out. I believe that would be 3 because they were the other roamer down below. Those footsteps are going to haunt them a little bit here. We do see the push coming through. The window repel working in tandem with that. Can they get the angle on this rotate, though? 3 has a really good angle on these stairs. They're probably going to want to pinch this together or get some other form of a push going through. But so far, Brian just biding their time, trying to figure out exactly where do we want to push.
Yeah, Nade's going to confirm that no one's actually on Cool Vibes right there, but 3 is just barely above. Another Nade is going to confirm Drew Luth's death, so 3 has to push on out of here, trying to go for maybe a retake scenario because Cool Vibes is looking like it's going to be boxing between a couple guns right there. Leopardier does find the first kill for the defenders right here. Squirrel finding another one as well on TSS. As the defenders are starting to regroup, they do lose Leopardier here, and a Squirrel on site to really hold things down. He's getting shot from a couple angles, and in the hallway, Snakes finds yet another. Skippy's putting that diffuser again down once again, and Squirrel has 1 or 2 HP to work with. It's Sheezy who puts him down.
Well, we're going to go the distance, folks. They win to bring it to overtime. They do not let Purdue Black come away with it. And it sounds like we might have normal sound. Well, we have sound with the static, so it's at least better than no sound, I guess. We heard some bullets
That's
there.
good.
So, it's an upgrade. We got 6-6, though, on the board. So who really knows? It has been an attacker-sided map so far. So Purdue Black going on attack in overtime does show that there is a potential for them to have a slight advantage here. But 4-2 is not an overwhelming advantage. We've seen some good defenses, especially in the latter half of these teams' defenses where they've been able to hold out a little bit better and just adjust to what these attackers are doing. So I do want to say that this is a little bit more even than maybe the scoreline has made us believe before. But Bryant are going to go back to that bomb site that they did win 2, I believe, out of 3 times they went to this bomb site. They won 2 times, and those are the only defense that they have won. So this is certainly the site they're going to want to go to if they want to have a chance of winning on defense.
Yeah, with 4-2 halves both ways, and Purdue getting 2 rounds of attack in overtime, they're definitely in the more comfortable position of the two. We talked a little bit about this being attack-sided, and it actually turned out to really come out that way in the end. So Bryant using their tried-and-true strategy is the same lineup that we've seen before, and they lost it once, but they won it twice. So they know what the answers are now after that first round.
Nothing too different on either side in reality. Perhaps the Nomad, we haven't seen too much utility brought from her. We haven't seen her brought even that often, but perhaps this is what they wanted to do to counteract what Bryant had done on those two successful defenses. Hey, we're just going to choke them off. They give us a lot of map control, which they have done historically. And so we can just pinch them off by having these air jabs block off those rotations, and then we can get the plant down. So that's my guess as to Purdue's game plan here. They can get the map control they're used to having, and then they can just try and carry that into an objective play and plant. Seeing that the defenders like to play VIP, they're going to open that up, but they lose a drone in the process, not getting too much information. It's kind of at a standstill as we wait just to see what next move Purdue is going to do. They're going for the standard push through VIP, yes. But they need to work with something else in pair with that, because this alone isn't going to be enough.
Yeah, I gotta say I'm a little disappointed by that push from Semi. He was going downstairs to go watch the window in kitchen. That was perfect. He's seen that every time, but he backed off and was only able to get back in time to see the wall open. So now he's just back in VIP without anything more than he'd had before, taking the same angle. And he's usually been the first pick. So right now it's really pivotal for Bryant. I think this might really spell the way of the round for Skippy to give that proper support down the hallway. He's got plenty of grenade denial at his disposal so he can stay in the corner. But he's got to, oh, no, it's not enough though. Were those Jaegers destroyed or something? That's pretty rough right there. Skippy doesn't have the same resources. He got flashed off, but the push doesn't come out. He's got to keep the hallway plenty safe for Semi, otherwise he's going to get killed from behind. Elsewhere, though, Cheesy, who's actually lasted towards the bottom end of the round, is the first one going down for the defense.
Through the dock as well, so there's no more stims to come through to heal the teammates or even help themselves up. They didn't even get down. They were just completely taken care of. That's why you want the dock in pair with a rook oftentimes, because you would just be down by the nade. In this case, it's just going to be a kill and a death, and those dock stims are going to be wasted in the pocket of the dead man. Now we're going to see the pings coming through. It's going to get TSS found out and taken care of. That's going to be Leopard, and he's finding a second one onto Semi. Things are falling apart for Bryant. This looks much the same as when they had lost this bomb site, the 1 out of 3, but still, it might become 2 out of 4 now, as it's all up to Skippy and Snakes, but they each find a frag apiece. But the refrag coming up from Squirrel onto Snakes is going to leave Skippy in that 1v2. He's getting hailed with bullets from the left side. The plant is going to go through as well at this moment in time. He's trying to go for a quick flank, but he is Maestro, a very slow, 3-armored, 1-speed character. In a 1v2 post-plant situation is not going to favor that, but the Alta might just be what is necessary to win it. A lot of bullets in the chamber. Slowly peaking is not the game here. You have to get to that diffuser sooner than later, because it's a 7-point-something second diffuser, and if you can't get there in time, even if you get the kills, it's not going to do you a lot of good. It doesn't matter. The peekaboo game coming out from the side of Purdue Black is going to net that last kill. They carry it over to a win. The attacker is certainly favored still.
Yeah, it's another really domineering looking round, but I have to say it feels like there were some mistakes there from Bryant pushing up into VIP while in the bottom half or bottom minute of the round. That wasn't necessary. I think that might have been TSS joining Semi in VIP just to get a frag dropped on them and Skippy swinging in with the LMG. I mean, that was exactly the time when Purdue wants to be pushing up. They just need to play a little bit more patiently on the defense. They wasted so much of the clock and then didn't capitalize on it.
Didn't capitalize on it, and unfortunately, they fall down and let Purdue get ahead again. Now, Bryant still could make this happen. They've won this bomb site before, but they've also lost it, so it's not necessarily going to go any way for sure, right? This is still a possibility that they win, but even if they win this round, they have to try defense again. So they have to figure out some sort of answer to this pinch that's coming through from Purdue. They do the same thing. That's something you could realize. You could recognize the pattern of the attack and then try and counteract different parts. Whatever part you think the weakness would be, counteract that. So far, they kind of just let them do their thing without having any direct counter. They haven't really, you mentioned before the player Semi trying to go below, but it just wasn't timed properly. Could have got that player likes to push in through the kitchen window. In this case, though, they have to focus on attack first. Let's see what they can do up here in the hookah defense.
We got a couple far-reaching roamers on the first floor, making their position pretty well known. I think Hoku has been pretty obvious over the course of the map. And over here, Squirrel has ADS to be playing off of, so he's looking to play as much time as he can up there. The Osu coming out once again is going to give some very valuable lines of sight directly into the objective until it's going to get knocked out by a cheeky little impact grenade lying down on Cool Vibes.
It's unfortunate. That's going to be one shield down. You only have another one, I believe, to go, and it's not working in your favor at this point. Osa's direct counter are those impacts, so they need to take care of 3 or make them waste another one on something else so that they can put that shield down, because 3 is the only one with impact. So really, if they can get them to utilize it or get the kill on them, that also have a much easier time getting their job complete. We do see TSS rocking the sledge, or excuse me, the buck. They're both really similar, but in this case, there's a lot of window play, but not a lot of pushing in from Brian. And this is something that we saw last time, but Skippy, I believe, is the one who was the entry to get in and get some of those kills. So far, nothing going in their favor yet. They need an opening kill here, though, get things started, because time is going to start being the 6th man for Purdue.
Yeah, I gotta say, putting Skippy on a roll where he's gonna be watching angles as opposed to entrying is gonna be a little taxing for Bryant right here. They've burned through half of the round so far, and is there one pair of boots in the building right now? They haven't pushed a player off of Sunrise. They haven't pushed players out of Hookah with that shield being destroyed and with another impact on deck. Squirrel getting a kill as well is starting to seal the deal as time begins to tick down in a meaningful way now.
Yeah, man down, but the snake refrag onto 3 is going to help them out. That's also going to be allowing the Osa to actually utilize that shield. That's the impacts downed as well. But are they aware of it? I don't know. But they've been pretty passive up to this point. But they can't be passive much longer. The DMR is going to be a little bit harder to flick onto that player, and it's not going to allow them to get the kill. They're going to escape with their life. The smoke babe is going to come through, and Skippy is going to get a lot of damage done, but not killed just yet. TSS getting that kill onto Leopard, but Hoku, excuse me, getting the kill onto Skippy helps them. Drulu finding in TSS. It's all falling apart for Bryant. Squirrel finding another. Semi is going to be the last one to fall by Hoku. Purdue hold out. 8-6 win on their map choice. Map 1 falling for Bryant and going in favor of Purdue Black.
Well, Purdue looking really strong on their coastline map, especially right off the bat where they were just shutting Bryant Bulldogs defense down, and they get to end the same way, really seeing great success on attack and having a better defense. So definitely they come out on top, although it's a really close match, especially when the sides were flipped there. I mean, attack very healthy on coastline, especially now, like we're talking about with the changes coming through with the game. Bryant, they're down right now, but they're definitely not out. They've lost some games before, and they haven't lost any matches. So this is going to be a point of pride, if nothing else, to be clawing this one back, especially once they get to go to their C map of choice, Chalet.
Indeed. Well, that's going to wrap up map 1. We did see 15 kills come out for one player, and then 3 I don't think actually got a kill. So it's really top heavy on the side of Purdue. That's something else to watch out for. It could be a thorn in their side, or it could be something that is just part of the formula. They might not need that player to get kills. Maybe they're just feeding the information to help the other player get all the kills. So who knows? But we do have a short break before we go on to that map 2. So we'll be right back with that in just a moment. Hey everyone, welcome back. I am Weelku, joined by my prestigious friend here, Treasure. We're having a good matchup on our hands. It went to overtime, 8-6, though. Purdue Black did manage to squeak out the win on their map against Brighton Bulldogs. And, well, I'll let you talk about this next map.
Yeah, we're going to our second of our three Cs between Coast, Chalet, and Club. So Chalet is the one up next. Last map was super attacker side. We saw 2-4-2 halves. This one should be much the same on Chalet with the same two teams going back at it, Purdue Black and Bryant Bulldogs. Two very competitive rosters. Again, Bryant Bulldogs is sitting at 5-0 undefeated and a 3-2 record for Purdue Black. Not shabby at all. And they're up a map already. So if they can win this one on Bryant's own choice, then they can take it home. But it's not going to be easy, especially if we look at that round 14 map that we just finished on.
Indeed. Now, Bryant has dropped a map before and hasn't actually lost a matchup. We mentioned this before, so they could still win 2-1 by winning this map and the next one. But Purdue, they're hoping to end their losing streak. They've lost 3 matches in a row, and they've gone 3 maps every time. Hopefully for them, they're thinking 2 maps, and we win, and we get to walk out here up at a 4-2 now instead of a 3-2, which is where they're at right now. Bryant, though, probably want to keep flawless, go up to 6-0. But if they lose here, it'll be 5-1. They'll still be pretty good. Now we see Flores and Thatcher. We've talked about these bans being very common. Flores, especially on this map, there's a lot of shield positions. Nothing surprising coming through just yet.
Yeah, Kai also pretty normal right here. The shields are really pivotal on Chalet. You look at second floor, highway and piano rooms on various objectives up there, and even the first floor site in gaming room. They all really rely on a couple holds right there. The Mira also is one that can play up in a couple of those little choke points and make them much, much stronger off-site anchoring positions. So that's going to meet things out. These are pretty normal bans. That's actually the most normal banning setup for this map, just because each of those operators has their thing that they bring to the table that can really blow out the other side. So we're starting up on second floor, master bedroom and office. This one's actually a little less reliant on shields than a couple of the other sites, but they are still bringing that on the frost, and doubtless that'll be one of those piano room holds.
Well, upstairs we go. The first bomb site in this matchup on Chalet. They're opting to bring the bandit again, but this time it's TSS on that. And we had seen before it was Semi playing the bandit. They're doing a little bit of a change up on who's playing what. I like the Valk being brought. She's on the board. Might as well bring her. Her cams, we've mentioned before, very powerful. The other operator you'll see on this map very commonly that isn't always brought on other maps is going to be that Frost. It brings the Frost mats, right? The bear traps. So if you land in them, especially jumping in through windows, you have to look down and shoot them, or else you will get trapped and then down and then probably finish off. Alibi also being brought. That's just going to allow them to have 2 shields from the Frost and that Alibi working in tandem.
Yeah, that shield right there is going to be a bit of an answer to a player on the windows. Purdue has already showed us that they're willing to bring in Osa, and otherwise they're very comfortable playing on the windows and getting good picks from there. So the first couple windows that they'll be poking up on here are library. I think they already have drones that have given them the information that this should be pretty safe. And they're double checking just to make sure. Snake's right here on this position, which commonly has a shield or a Mira if Mira is available. Is going to be playing this. Already taking out 2 drones right there and making that position worth it on its own. Is going to be understanding that there's a lot of pressure right there and needs to peel off before something bad happens.
Indeed, they do so. They're still playing pretty aggressive. They haven't fully bailed just yet. The peak coming through. They can't land the shot. Leopardier is going to take them out just above. Just narrow misses there, but it cost them their life. And now Bryant, the man deficit, it wasn't probably worth it anymore. The 2 drones, if he had just walked away, would have been it. Would have been exactly what you expect from a roamer to do, but in this case, they actually lose their life. And only a minute into the round, so it's a little sad to see such a perfectly executed roam all for naught there. But still, more to be done. Hoku going to find a grenade kill on the TSS. You have the Jaegers, and yet it wasn't there to protect you. Semi followed in the death pool because, well, you get taken out. And it's all up to Skippy and Cheesy now in a 2v5. It's not a position they want to be in. Unfortunately, they did find themselves in these positions before, this team in general, in 2v5s last map, but they never made it through.
These last 2 defenders are looking pretty tense right here. Purdue's starting to push up, but they're not getting too hasty about it. They're going to lose one of theirs here to Skippy, who's going to be trying to hide out on one of those welcome mats, but it's not going to help him out right there. Cheesy left all alone. He's got intel to work off galore, but the bodies are hurting right here, especially with the stems going off. So there's plenty of bonus HP as well for the attackers while the plant goes down. Cheesy doesn't even have an angle on it. It's on all the way behind half wall, and he's surrounded just about all sides. He still finds Hoku, but in the 1v3, it's pretty unlikely for him to get that kill. The last three are going to be playing pretty safely, holding their angles and waiting because Cheesy has to make the first move.
Some damage done, but wasn't able to net the kill. And then the refrag comes through. You gave your position away. The bullets is going to trace them right back to the source. And bam, there it is. Wall bang. Job done. Bryant falling in the first round of defense. We've seen this story before. Purdue Black have been very capable on their attack on the first map of Coastline. Here on Chalet, it seems no different as they just dominate and bully their way into sight and then get the plant down and carry it forward.
Yeah, nothing to really freak out about, though. That's not going to be too crazy. Again, looking at our last round, looking at these map choices, there's going to be a lot of blowout attack rounds as we get going. So it's going to be up to Brian to kind of start pulling ahead of that curve. They're going downstairs to the basement. This one is fallen out of favor since the rework. So it's a little bit interesting. There isn't such a developed meta for the basement site. So it's really up to the defenders to set the pace.
Well, the main thing to watch out for is the north side push. In my opinion, is the better push. You can get the boiler room opened up. You saw that red corridor off to the right. You see a mute jammer is on one wall, but not both. So that's interesting. We'll see how it pays off. But they do have the bandit, so it doesn't matter. You can use the mute jammer there. As you can see, is going to block the drone hole primarily is the reason it's placed there. So, I mean, it is working in tandem with that mute or with the bandit next to it. So, okay, that makes more sense now that I'm seeing it set up. But the main thing here is that those two walls are important. If they can get the main wall open, these attackers, and they can get that boiler opened up, that's going to allow angles to cut and pinch off any defenders trying to push in and stop a plant on that side of the wine rack. So that is what I would watch out for from Purdue as a main push. Some people do like to do that south side take by snowmobiles, but in my opinion, it isn't in common favor these days.
It's much more difficult. Really hard to confirm it and really hard to get anything out of it without losing a life. And it looks like Purdue is going to be relegating that to maybe an end of round thing if they're going to do it at all. Woo! At this rate, they're coming all the way from the north, just like you were suggesting. But it is going to cost them a body right here. Skippy is playing right up there on top of the window. Happens to be the perfect position to head off the attack. And now Bryant is having to Purdue is having to kind of refocus and try and find Skippy here, who's getting perfect feeds there for a headshot right off the bat. He's got another one coming up to him and barely doesn't get the... No, he does still. Oh my God. 3 kills for Skippy. Loses a teammate in Semi, but they're still up a player. And with only 3 in Leopard Ear left, the same pushes just aren't going to be possible. You can't take the mute jammers or the electrification off the walls. So the hard breach is basically going to be meaningless. They're going to have to try and put that on some hatches maybe to find some extra avenues, but mostly it's going to be shooting their way out.
If I could ask our observer quickly just to look up in solar, I have to know, was that default cam there? Because that looked like the feed was coming from a default cam. And
I saw the default cam in pretty late.
And that could have cost them their life. And is it up there? It's hard to see from this angle, but maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I guess it's not the end of the world. Thanks, though, unnamed. I appreciate you listening to me and actually and helping me channel my curiosity into reality. But in any case, I think that's where the pings came from, and that's just a fundamental mistake from Purdue. Allowing that default cam to feed information, that's why you got the wall bang kill in the first place there. So that was just them hurting themselves, but also just don't want to take too much away. Skippy, obviously, that kill on the window repelled player, for example, was just purely them getting that kill and winning that gunfight. So they've done really well, but Purdue did not help themselves either.
The Purdue players are doing a nice job of clearing out all of the roadblocks in their way right now with the barbed wires and the Malusi's gone on main stairs. It's going to make it a lot easier for one of them to start pushing down. Looks like Leopard Ear has moved off to the other angle, and on the off angle is able to take out Snakes. That's actually going to even up the man count. His position is well known right in there, and it looks like Cheesy's trying to pinch on him. He's going to do so successfully. There's just a couple angles to be looking at, and TSS finishes it up as well, since 3 has really no choice but to push the rest of the way down main stairs, kind of into the abyss.
And at that point, because of what they had done with the roam, they hadn't done enough work on the site. And so, I just want to mention that we weren't really necessarily focusing on the action until the last moments there. We were talking about what had happened previously. But I just want to say why. And the reason was a lot of the utility was lost. So the chances of them clutching that 2v3, it's doable. The chances weren't very high. So I mostly wanted to focus on what had cost them the round, in my opinion. And it really did, as you saw at the end. They can try and push from different avenues, hope for the best, but at the end of it all, it really was for naught. The round was lost as soon as Skippy got 3 kills for the one body of his. So
Yep.
that is where they had let the game fall out of their favor, especially because they left the camera up, was pinging their positions. That was a vital moment for Bryant to be able to just capitalize and take the advantage of the round and carry it all the way into a round one. So now it's a one apiece going down into the first floor from, well, I guess up from last site, down from the first site. This is the first floor defense that we're going to see. It's going to be the games and bar room, and this is one where you expect a heavy presence above, in which case, what are they going to opt to attack? You see some teams try and go for a basement push up through the staircases. Doesn't usually work out. Normally what works best is just to go for the utility clear above, get the shields taken care of, and just kind of hope you get one of the kills, whether on a player on mezzanine or top of blue, and then just funnel through sight by getting some vertical pressure.
Well, there's no Skippy over here, but Semi and Snakes are up on the second floor. The attackers are going to be a lot more cautious, I'm sure, this round. The drone goes in, it's going to try and find at least one of those players up there so that way they can play more safely. And there's some pressure through the basement, or at least an option for that left by the sledge.
On the roam, we see the Vigil and the Jaeger, two ops that are pretty classic roamers. And they're going to just try and do their best here. Last time it was Skippy, though, who was the roamer who did a lot of damage. He's not either of those players. It's actually going to be Snakes and Semi on the roam. Neither of them actually having a kill yet through this map. The only two on their team without a kill. So that's probably why they're on this job, right? If you lose a roamer, usually it's an op that doesn't have a lot of utility. Jaeger and Vigil, perfect examples of that. But they also are hoping to get their first frag here. The peek through by Hoku is going to try and catch someone in the dining area, but they're not able to do so. That Jaeger does escape and hopefully have actually retreated a little bit further. Yep, Snakes does indeed do so. This is where you are going to play that peel back defense. You don't give up your body, just buy a little bit of time.
Yeah, Purdue is making some slow progress so far. They've got a lot of drone work. They have some spots lined up right here. Yeah, there we go. And Semi's going to be removed here by a squirrel. He's got plenty of drone work and just contextual information from his teammates up here. And this is the second floor clear that you were talking about. They've got plenty of time now to open up everything. They just need to make sure that the flank is watched on Solarium, because those stairs could prove to be devastating yet again if they don't have it properly watched.
They don't have shields at top of blue. So this defense is actually not what you would normally see. And that's going to make it a lot harder for these defenders to hold key positions. But that's the swing coming through the window. Leopard here finding the kill onto Snakes. He couldn't win the gunfight. The carbine is a little bit more unwieldy than it used to be. And I think right there we saw the bobbing of the recoil, throwing him off a little bit, just enough. Leopardier going to win that engagement. Now it's a 5v3 for Purdue. Getting that vertical pressure we had mentioned before. The sledge is going to be the one dedicated to that role while everyone else starts pinching from other directions. The C4, though, is going to blow him sky high. Cheesy getting that kill. A swing out as well to find a second body onto Hoku. Someone who's been monumental for the side of Purdue is no longer going to be in play. Leopardier, really the last one who's the true fragger, but he also gets taken about Cheesy. They're on a triple kill streak right now, red hot, trying to find the ace potentially. There's a player over on the main stairs pushing in. You hear the sound coming through. That's 3. Finding a kill on the TSS. Drulu gonna have to drop into sight through the hatch, but Cheesy's finding the 4th kill. It's the quad on the round, but the peek out from Skippy ends the dream of an ace, but it doesn't matter. They get the round, and that's what matters.
Yep, there's that power position that Skippy's been playing this whole round. Like you said, they moved some of the lower impact players from this map over on the roam and made sure that they're going to get their money worth out of Skippy. If it's going to go to the dying ends of the round, it's going to be practically impossible to kill Skippy without really forcing him out or dedicating a ton of utility there. He's got a shield, 2 ADSs, and 2 reinforcements to be playing off of, along with his alibi. So that was the last big power position where they didn't have a shield up on top of blue or on highway. They do have one there and make sure that they got Skippy. And Cheesy absolutely blown it out of the park there. Great situational awareness with the C4 and brought for the team that really valuable flank that we've been seeing a little bit lacking from a lot of the defending rounds from both these teams. Just because the attacks are so stifling, it's been hard for defenders to find a little bit of space. And Cheesy did that perfectly.
She's really the difference maker, right? Like you said, finding space, finding kills more importantly, though, the C4 to start things off, and then just knowing when to be aggressive. I've talked about this before in past streams. It's something that comes with time and experience, but it really is what makes a good player different than an average player. They just know when they are going to get away with something that sometimes can cost you your life. It's all situational. And in that case, Cheesy just pushed out perfectly, knowing that the lobby player was going to be focused inside. That's where the C4 came from. They didn't really have anyone now watching that corridor. They hadn't pushed down blue, so maybe information from teammates is what allowed them to have the confidence to push out. Either way, it doesn't matter. They made the right decision. Now, something to keep in mind is Bryant on attack, though, was really where they had done okay, but it didn't look as convincing on their wins as what we saw from Purdue. So I expect them to do pretty well in defense here. It's more when the sides split and switch over. Snake's getting that opening kill though.
Yeah, I like to see that. Snakes actually pretty notably brought the shield and actually set it up by mezzanine window, which is exactly where he died from last round. I don't think it's as an answer to his last round as a strategy that they brought before, but there's a nice answer right there. And he's moved away just as soon as he's gotten enough attention for the explosives to come out. He does see those drones though in the library, so he knows that the pressure is really mounting on him. He sees ahead for a second. It's going to be hard to zero in on it though, especially when he sees these bullets flying in from library. He's going to find another kill as well, finding Leopardier against the odds. Squirrel is going to get him here, and Semi is not able to find yet another kill for the defense, and 3 is downed as well. Squirrel is the only player for the attack up, and a flurry of kills really just cascaded into by Snakes.
Snake's doing pivotal work. 3 is down, so it's really up to Squirrel, like you said, in the 1v4 situation, only halfway through the round, and they're already at this juncture. It's so early to have such a deficit, but if they can help 3 up without losing their life, it might work out. But running over the holes that were made, they were watching from below. It does some damage. Now Squirrel's going to be hurt, but at least they can get out and help their teammate up. It's still a 2v4 at the situation. So you aren't really doing that much better. And the C4 is actually going to get the kill onto Squirrel. So the player who was just helped up is the last one alive. It's not a trade that you would have wanted because now it's someone with very little HP. They're going to have to just push up and hope for a miracle to happen here. It's not looking likely. They have a couple flashbangs in pocket, so they could utilize that to try and get something to work. Another explosive coming through. Doesn't get the kill, but Cheesy able to find the headshot. Bryant finding another round of defense. They're looking a lot better here than they did on Coastline.
You know, I've really got to wonder where that C4 landed to kill Squirrel, but not 3 right next to him and at less HP. Like, where's he even landing from inside? That's kind of a curious little thing right there. Those early kills are really determining rounds really quick. We saw Skippy take away round 2 on his own, Cheesy taking away round 3, and here on round 4, I mean, Snake's starting it, but his teammates also stepping up to get another couple kills in the down on 3. These rounds are just getting snuffed out before they get a chance to get started.
It's true. Bryant have been dominant. And the last round was the start of it, the one before last round, I suppose, where you saw Cheesy come out and just get that 4K. And since then, now, last round, Bryant just looked even more confident and were able to carry it in, just dominating the engagement from the beginning of the round. That's something we didn't see them really have on Coastline. They didn't dominate early in rounds, especially on the defensive side. This time, though, that confidence is starting to be gained, and it is probably because it is their map choice. We got to keep that in mind. Each team could take their map, then we go to the decider. That's where you see where the metal really is. What kind of metal are they? Are they something brittle? Are they like tinfoil and crumple? Or are they going to be something like, well, I think titanium would be a pretty good and apt comparison.
Yeah, it'll bend right back into shape as soon as you start banging on it right there. And Bryant really is banging on what Purdue is able to bring to bear on the attack so far. Some damage has gone out from the attackers, at least, though they found, I think it's just some holes in through the windows. So that's a little bit, that's a start at the very least. And Semi is willing to take some fights right off the bat, playing up on these windows despite all the pressure Purdue's putting on him.
Semi could peek the window to the right here. Hoku getting that kill onto Skippy, but if he's aware that someone was outside of the bathroom window, he could peek out through the window to his left and actually get that kill, but he's not going to do it. Not quite yet. We might see it come through still here. And here it is, the peek coming through. Not able to catch him, though. They already jumped inside. So the timing just unfavorable. Skippy, who had such an impact last time they're on this defensive bomb site, got the 3K by trading the last kill and sealed the deal really for the round. They're dead early here, so that isn't going to have the same kind of impact. They need other players to step up.
Yeah, it looks like most of the defense is really honed in on the basement itself, right in sight, and they're going to start seeing some pressure immediately. There's the north side over by Trench getting pressured. A lot of drones going in, so some explosives are going to have to come out to remove those mute jammers and remove the electrification as well, because right now those drones on their own just can't cut it.
See, Hoku has taken a lot of damage, down to like 1 HP. So that's something to watch out for, too. It could be an easy kill for Bryant to try and even things back up. But with these explosives coming through, they're going to allow themselves to open up the walls. The flank coming through, I think Drulu seems to be somewhat aware, but is semi-aware of their position in the right corner of that room. Cheesy taking some damage, unsure where it came from. Looking at these pellets, that's such an odd way of
I think they
the way
just
they
bounced
lined up.
weirdly right there. Sometimes if you use the force spread at a really tight angle, since he's already the way at the end of the hallway, they'll just separate because they're a little wonky. So that's just a little bit of an unfortunate thing. But he has gotten 2 walls opened, and that's going to open up a lot of lines of sight, and it pretty much clears out Wine Room. Despite not getting any kills, they're in a much better position than they were just a couple seconds ago.
30 seconds remaining in the round. They have to start getting an execute soon, though, and that's a kill from Snakes, finding 3. 3's been having a rough go of it here. That's the hard breach done, but at least they did their job, but they haven't gotten in to get a plant down. Snakes finding a second on the round now. Hoku done and dusted. Cheesy taking some more damage there, but not finished off, allowing them to stay up right to fight this last dying second battle that's going to come through. The shots through the breach. It's Snakes a 3rd kill on the round. It's a 2v3 essentially with 1 player down. The quad from Snakes. TSS steals the ace. They don't get it, but the plant coming through is all for naught as there's no one left to defend it. Bryant going to get a 4th round now. The dominant showing on defense so far. 1 more round, they could go up 5-1.
Well, Bryant did their job right there. They played comfortably on site. They lost their kill leader that round, but they really didn't need him. They flawless beyond that point with that 4K coming out from Snakes, who's really come alive on these last 2 rounds. But the same things that we really loved seeing from Purdue on Coastline, we're not seeing here on Chalet, where cross angles, other than those hard breaches, where's the cross push? Like, everyone coming down through Trench, that's just not going to cut it against Bryant. Bryant knows this map quite comfortably. They have the angles down, and Bryant will outshoot. I think I can comfortably say Bryant will outshoot every other team in the division. You have to play smarter than Bryant to beat them out here. So if you're just taking straight lines of fire from Trench through 2 little spots in the walls, your heads are just going to poke out enough that someone's going to get you.
We were critical of Bryant in map 1, and it was not their map choice, right? And I feel like it's kind of the same thing here with Purdue. Each team just doesn't look super comfortable on the other team's map. And it might be lack of game plan. Maybe they just didn't think that they would go to these maps, or perhaps they just kind of were focused on their own maps and trying to make sure that they had done their best, or maybe the other team just chose it because it is their best map, and so this is maybe a mediocre map for the other team, and so that's why it's working out the way it is. Now, Bryant did bring it back, right? We were critical, and then they started to do well in their attack, and they brought it to overtime, but then they just weren't able to find any success and lost 8-6. Here, though, Purdue already getting a little bit lower. Now, they could still find a 4-2 split and then go on their defense and try and also have a similar resurgence
just
that Bryant did.
Map.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
I won't be too surprised, but the defense on Chalet, I mean, it's not too common that you see such a stellar defense on Chalet record-wise. 4-1, even a 4-2 half for the defense is surprising to see.
I'm just saying, Bryant probably want to find 1 more here just to get
definitely
a little bit more secure.
Well, here at this point, the attackers finding their angles. This is nice. This same angle that we see Squirrel on right now has netted them a kill before, so that's going to mean for them that Bryant is pretty dissuaded from doing that same thing. And since there is no player on it right now, it's going to allow them to clear out through Solarium a lot more quickly. So it's going to save some time into the deep round, which is another thing that's starting to become pretty pivotal for them.
Well, Soundbug is back, but that's okay. Squirrel getting that opening kill on the semi is going to allow Purdue to have a little more confidence. The peek out from Snake does damage, but doesn't finish off Drulu. The drop down wasn't caught from the window. You did see that they had seen each other for like half a second. It just wasn't enough for the shots to come through from the Nomad to try and get a little bit of damage done back. But either way, a kill found early allows Purdue to at least have a man advantage of one. They start to tick down on time here. So we're getting closer to a minute. Snakes had a pivotal role in the last round, but the air jab's going to give away their position. Cheesy actually going to be the one found, though, by Hoku. And they're aware now of that position of Snakes after the air jab, I'm sure. 5-3, they have a two-man advantage. They know with information where that player was. They get the kill on him eventually. There it is. It's Squirrel to find it. And it's all up to TSS and Skippy now to try and hold out for another 45 seconds.
Last time in bar, Bryant looked better the longer that the game went, but they only have that one C4 to deal with. They don't have Cheesy anymore. They do have his cams to be working off of. So there's the start from Skippy finding a kill. He's still got his really nice power position. There's the C4 going live right there. It's going to get the down on 3, actually, which is so pivotal. It's going to buy back at least those 7 seconds of planting for them. The diffuser down, another kill comes out for Skippy, and TSS find one as well. With 3 still down, Hoku is all alone. He can't even drop to try and res his teammate, so he's just got to make that gunfight happen. 14 seconds means that he's barely gonna have time to get the fuse at all, and he's walking into a double line of fire with both these players right there. He doesn't get shot immediately, but Skippy's been prepping for it, and Bryant from behind once again on bar makes it happen despite the odds.
That was a 2v5. That's nuts. Bryant able to somehow resurge in the dying moments, around 45 seconds remaining, 2v5, able to clutch it out. Got to give credit to those last 2 players. I believe it was Skippy and TSS who were able to clutch it out there in those last moments. And there are players that we haven't said their names too much in this
Well,
map.
Skippy's
Especially
been playing a little further back this game, but every time we need him, he's there.
steps forward. Yeah. Steps up to the plate. I said someone has to step up when we saw Skippy die, and it was Snakes. And then this time it's kind of going back and forth. This team has been consistent in the fact that they have different players. It's not always the same one. We're just going to step up and have those heroic plays.
I'm loving the confidence in those last couple rounds in plays from Snakes. It's really different from how he's playing in the first, say, 3 rounds. He found that one where he started opening up the round, and then we can see round 6 just now, where he gets his kill and then takes like 2 more gunfights in order to drop down from mezzanine right back into sight, and then immediately starts pushing back over towards library stairs. Like, that's the gameplay that I really want to be seeing from him. And it's kind of brought him up. He was one of the 2 players that had 0 kills a couple rounds in. And we were like, okay, well, that's okay. You can put him on Roman as long as he plays safe. He's going to be doing great. But now he's just tearing through.
On the other side, the player I'd like to highlight is Hoku. That's because the first map they were so dominant, and so far this one they haven't been able to find their footing. Like they've found some kills. They're not doing terrible. I'm not trying to say that, but compared to what we had seen from map 1, it's been a step back. And that's okay if you have other people who step forward, but no one has. And that kind of would be my main highlight to point out of why this is such a different map so far and the way it is playing out is simply because Bryant has had players who have stepped up, like we've mentioned, Snakes. And yet on the other side, Purdue, when their star from last map doesn't step up, there's no one else there to take that place. And I mentioned they were top heavy last time. Something to watch out for. Well, here it's coming back to haunt them. They need other people to be able to step up and get some frags.
Yeah, we've seen interesting lineup here on the other side. There's just a just about all these operators are ones where I'm like, oh yeah, I see that character around. Nothing too crazy, but there's one on a roster usually. Ace pretty normal, Jackal not anything weird, but Nook, Twitch, Osa are all a little more off. Osa makes a lot of sense right here on Master Bedroom, already threatening like 3 players because Drewley won't be able to come out of his little closet that he's hiding out in, as well as Leopard Ear, who's having to keep some focus on that. So rotations between the objectives are also going to be off the table, while the rest of Brian is doing a great job of pushing up into mezzanine. They have walls opened already as well. That's the default plant directly in their eyes. They have to make sure to get some roamers though before flank comes around. But right now it's looking pretty darn comfortable, especially as Hoku does try and get one of those plants and is shut down by Skippy's Claymore.
Claymore finding the opening kill, not something you often see, but it happens here and there. And that's because we mentioned Hoku wasn't getting the frags we expected. They get aggressive here, trying to pick up the pace, and they get punished for it. So that is what you somewhat expect to a certain degree. Oh man, that smoke babe is going to get caught out. It's not going to land where you want it. So the plant is going to be shut down for a little bit, but Cheesy's going to push in during that time and get the kill. Now another one following it is Squirrel, who was in piano, shut down as well by that same player. TSS trying to go for the plant. They're taking a lot of damage, but Cheesy on a triple kill now. That's Drulu shut down. 3 is the last one alive with a sliver of HP, and they also get found out. Snakes finishes it up for a flawless round. Brian are trying to take this one in dominant fashion. Now up by 6-1.
Brian is really starting to feel themselves here. It was a great defensive half. We thought maybe you would flip totally the other way. Attack is usually what's going to be more successful on Chalet. But flawless to make that statement and put themselves on this match point. They just need to get one round. They've got plenty of time to sit back and do it. They don't need to do it this round. They don't even need to do it next round. They just need to do it sometime in the next 5 rounds in order to win this out and take it to map 3. So that's pretty comfortably on the horizon for them. They're going to have to attack a bar gaming defense. But if they could do anything like last round, there was no questions asked from the defense.
The other thing to keep in mind, and I wrote about this recently because there's actually some questions about this, is like what side gets to choose map 3 starting side. And when you do map ends in our league here, it will make you choose sides, but that's not how it works. It actually goes by round differential. So how you perform in your individual maps does matter. If each team takes a map, whichever team won better, we'll say, whichever one had a better positive round differential, meaning right now 6-1. If Bryant wins, they go 7-1. That'd be a +6 in their favor, which is going to far outweigh the +2 that Purdue had winning 8-6, right? So that means Bryant, if they can win here, even if they give up a couple rounds here, as long as it doesn't go to overtime, they're going to have the better round differential. That would allow them then to choose the starting side of Clubhouse, which is already an advantage of itself, potentially. Now, it's not always the case, right? Sometimes you can choose incorrectly, choose a side you think is going to be favored, and then it's really not. But they at least will set the tone by getting to choose that. Now, they do need to still not let this drop too far. They have 5 rounds of buffer here to try and find 1 round win just to finish off the map, go to that Clubhouse map 3. But we'll just focus on the round that we're in now. And you mentioned the lineup being weird before. It's slightly weird, but a little bit more standard with Cheesy now moving over onto a sledge, but Skippy picking up the knock.
Yeah, it's going to be a good answer here. You see from the defense, Drew Lou has set up sort of the ultra angle from library, able to watch just about every place that attackers can come from. And as soon as he drops, he's actually going to get seen from below. There's Semi taking a kill and then stepping right back out, getting back on drone. He's kind of done his job on that section so he can help his teammates to get their pressure on as well. 3 is going to be left all the way alone over here on library. They had that ultra angle set up as well as a player just right outside to watch the windows in case Drew had to drop out or actually got picked. The information was still out there on Semi's location, so pushing from the same place means he's going to get shot at but not quite killed, while his teammate Skippy's going to go down.
Skippy, the knock taken out, didn't get to utilize that utility that we had seen actually work out pretty well last time. It was also a different player. Looking down at that window by the bottom of the main stairs there, 3 trying to find a cheeky angle. They knew someone was there, couldn't quite get the shot. The player pushing in through library might push up on 3 here if they're not careful. Semi getting the kill, and then 3 and Squirrel refragging onto Semi and Cheesy is going to allow them to maintain a man advantage now, but a peek coming through the window of K9 TSS finding 3. Things all evened up, but Snakes is downed. It's all going to be up to TSS here. Maybe help their friend up, but it doesn't look like that's really possible. They have a whole minute here. They don't have to rush this, but they're going to seemingly do so. Another player is on the side of that shield. They're not aware of it. They get peeked and they get finished off. That's Mihoku credited with that last kill. Of course, it's going to show the player below because they had downed Snakes, but either way, Purdue not going to let it slip just yet. They find the first round of defense.
Yeah, there we go.
Sorry.
Yeah, so that's exactly what they need to start bringing this back, but they're still sitting on that match point. Like I said before, Bryant is in no haste to make this thing happen. They're going to be going to kitchen this time, so that's a little bit of a mix-up. We haven't seen one there yet, but all of the objectives on this map are pretty darn viable. So nothing really crazy there. They're going to need that vertical defense once again. They've got a lot of nade denial. Nades have been giving them some problems. It's really helpful for ousting some of the shield positions that have also gotten a lot of mileage for defenders.
Indeed, we get to see Lord Chanka brought for the first time, I believe. And of course, he has the Shamika launcher with the fire grenades, 14 of them in pocket, as you can see on the screen. He got a shield as well. So, Lord Chanka, with the sight adjustment too, you can put whatever 1.0 scope you want. You're not stuck with that weird sight that was on his LMG. So, it's going to allow you to have a little more comfortability when utilizing this op. And of course, I've mentioned the benefits of Lord Chonk. He can bounce those fire grenades instead of taking direct lines of sight with a smoke babe, like for example. So that he's kind of trading out for a smoke. As you can see, smoke is not in the lineup. So those are pretty equivalent operators that play the same role. On the other side, though, we are going to see Snakes bringing that fuse. We had seen it last time on Coastline, utilizing it. It worked out pretty well in some cases, other cases, not so much. We'll see what he's able to do here.
Yeah, this requires his teammates opening up a lot of pressure for him, and it requires them to be clearing out these top four players. It looks like there's only one as of this moment, just a Drulu up there, but Drulu's been hugely impactful. And last map, I guess I didn't even catch that he's kind of fallen off this time, getting picked off pretty early, it would seem. So he is not going to be playing up there, so at least he'll be the canary in the coal mine if the pressure gets hot up there.
You see the mute, it's going to be the primary denial as they have nothing else to really stop the walls from being opened up. And the main deficit for that is that we have seen that the radius doesn't always catch things. And with the ace in hand, it can get above the wall, open it up, and then use like grenades, for example, or even just the fuse charges to take care of those mutes and then open up the rest of the wall. So depending how they want to utilize it, depending what's available when they clear this out, you expect them to get the clear, but what is it going to cost them? How many drones, how many bodies, how much time? Everything has a cost here. And for Bryant, they're going to need to do it faster and sooner than later because eventually this does start to just hurt you and make it so that your execute on the site is not going to even matter at the point you're going to lose on time. And we're already halfway through, 90 seconds remain in this round, and they haven't really gotten feet inside, and the feet outside from Squirrel is going to net the opening kill on to Skippy.
Yeah, now Hoku is less pressed to find an opening kill up here. Still got a really nice angle. It's going to stop the attackers from pushing down the stairs, but he isn't in a position to stop the fuse charges from coming out. Semi's going to peek on him, and he's going to trade out a little damage for spooking Hoku away. So Hoku's going to maybe even go for a really wide flank. They got the basement still to use, with the objective being on the first floor. Dropping all the way down isn't going to be too bad. The fuse charges get their turn to go out right now, and if not getting kills, nearly taking out Drulu. But it's going to oust a lot of the players from Kitchen itself. They are all scattered now, kind of playing in less optimal spots. It's going to make it a little easier for the attackers, even if they're down numbers, to find something.
Expect the fuse to actually fuse above trophy. That's a pretty common place for players to be playing, especially when you've already started to fuse charge in other areas of the map. They're going to push players out and about, but they're not going to get caught unawares here, and they're going to be surviving that engagement. The push up with the shotgun from 3 is going to net a kill on to Semi. So the delete button being spammed here by Purdue as they're just taking out Bryant player by player. They're still in a position to get a flawless round as Hoku takes out Snakes. It's all up to TSS, the hard breaching ace in a 1v5. They have to get an ace with the ace to make this happen. They're going to drop and hope for a miracle to happen, but they get peeked out from the trophy area. Drulu getting that kill, and Bryant are letting 2 in a row fall. If they let a few more, it's going to go to overtime.
Yeah, it wasn't long ago that we saw Flawless going quite the opposite way. The kitchen objective really being the pick here for Purdue. Bryant, they got their pressure. They got all the ground that they wanted on the second floor. But when it came to actually finding the gunfights, they looked a little lost. They didn't know where the opponents were coming from and were kind of second guessing their pushes. So that's an interesting moment of weakness from Bryant's attack after they've looked so confident, not just on defense, but on at least their first round of attack. And I mean, their round previously wasn't too bad either, but that one they just seemed blindsided.
Indeed, they did not seem to have the awareness of what they wanted to do for that push. They found some players above, they lose a body, and then they get them all down below. So they think, okay, we can start doing some vertical play here. And then they start losing more bodies, and it just eventually became such a problem that it was a round where they had no real confidence, no real victories to be found, as they really didn't do anything of consequence. They didn't make Purdue feel a sweat on that round. It was really quite easy for them. So Hopefully, for Bryant's sake, they can find some ways to get confident again because these last couple rounds have not looked the greatest for them. And Purdue, while they looked unconfident themselves on their attack, while the defensive side has been a different story. Yes, they lost the first round, but so far they've been gaining more and more momentum.
So if they don't drop any rounds, they're able to bring this overtime. That would mean an extremely defensive heavy round with the 5-1 defense per half that would end up making, which is kind of crazy on any map, let alone Chalet. There's one shield here for the defense. Leopardiers placed that over on piano, so they're not going to be playing that one on the window. That'll make Skippy a little bit more of a problem, a little bit more of a concern for the players up in master bedroom because they won't have an easy angle on him. And Skippy is going to prove his points right there, taking out three. He's got an angle down below as well that's already been opened up on the floor. So he's going to be watching this, and with his first shield gone, he's going to know that he can't just put one right back up on the window because it's going to go down to another impact as well.
Sure, they're happy though. I mean, even if you lose that shield there, you got the
Oh, it's
opening
so
kill
worth.
pretty early within the first minute at least, maybe the first half of a minute. So, very early pick going in for Bryant's favor. And that's going to be a lot different than what we've seen at least the last round, if not the round before that. So, they've already started to look a little bit better, back to their original form. And there's another pick coming from Skippy on a window repel. This Osa playing the devil's advocate for our criticisms here is they have been able to circumvent the issues from last time by getting these opening kills, finding those gunfights, and winning them. Now up to two-man advantage, and the shield is still not taken care of on that backside. It's all going to be up to Squirrel and his two teammates in tandem to try and lock this out. As it is at least starting to get lower on time.
Yeah, players having to play deep here. They've got one in mezzanine, or sorry, in not mezzanine, rip. Anyways, one solarium, now in bathroom, and one in bedroom. So the defense is going to be really focused on the north side, which is pretty rough because that is watched by Skippy, who's already proven really deadly. The defenders in a rough spot, as even with
Oh,
piano still up, they're going to end up falling behind. Swirl does get a kill to put a point on the round, taking one away and a second one as well, as he's going to find Semi right there. He's going to get rid of yet another drone as well. So the one player who's not caught up in master bedroom is making such an impact.
and there it is. Squirrel, a triple kill on the round, changing it on its head. It should have been a Bryant round from the looks in the beginning, and yet now one player comes alive to seal off that momentum, slow it down, stop it, and now we're going back in favor of Purdue Black, up 3-2. It's up to these last two players, TSS and Skippy, have to work here together. Try and find some bodies, try and find some room to wiggle because they're now in the dying moments of the round. TSS finding a body, a swing coming up, but not getting the kill. It's going to allow at least a 1v1 to happen here, but the time is going to be too low, and they don't give the shot. They don't give the angle, and Purdue Black hold on.
Yeah, like Leopard here, they're also making the wise decision, even with a practically free shot right there. Just uncrouch, takes a step to the left. No chance of losing the round right there. Good decision making there. Forestalls this match point yet another round. And that 4-6 is a lot closer than the 6-1 that we saw just a few ago.
Full rotation after losing the first round from Purdue, which shows that despite everything going against them, they have now found the confidence we had seen was lacking for the first half of this match. In the last few rounds, they've started to just step up to the plate. We saw last round a heroic play coming through from Squirrel, getting a 3K to open things up and turn it on its head. It was looking dire at least halfway through the round, and all of a sudden, it's a very different outcome. Bryant, on the other hand, they let it slip. They let a player sneak through the cracks and then start to just take 1v1s, and they lost every single one of them. And that is not where you want to find yourself. You need to work a little bit better as a team if you want to carry this over into a win and get to that map 3. So far, though, they haven't been able to find a round of 3 rounds in a row against them. They're probably feeling a little bit worried now after being up 6-1. Like you mentioned, this is quite a different circumstance. They have to now attack also different bomb sites. The one they had won originally was just one against them, so they're not going to be going up against that bomb site. They're going to have to try and find a win in a new bomb site.
Yeah, things really getting pretty varied here. There's a lot of a lot of upstairs presence from the defense. They've got the hatches reinforced this time, or at least the connector one upstairs. They've got plenty of holes open. Got that sort of omni vision as well. Hoku playing up on the stairs. That's always a really nice position, especially if there's a shield and I can't quite see if there is one right there. Yeah, definitely. And playing the one he's gonna be able to play that through over the course of the entire round and just keep adding value. Makes it really hard for a push to come down second floor hallway, while 3 is going to be sort of covering his side, making sure that he doesn't get pinched from a second angle.
Purdue Black playing this a little more standard. They have the shield up here on mezzanine, but Cheesy with a grenade somehow finds Drulu. Not sure what the position of the it was in the corner of library. Very
They thought to
good
burn it out as
nade
well.
then. Yeah, that was an awesome nade then. You can see where the marker is in that corner. So great job. I'm not sure if they threw it from the window below or over the top, but 3 is going to refrag instantly onto TSS. That's also the hard breach dead in the meantime. So that's going to allow them to even it up. The drop down is going to try and find the kill outside the window, but each player missing each other. 3 has taken some damage. So at least in that department, Bryant is a little bit ahead, but it's even on the body count, which is the most important aspect. We're going to see it down on the Cheesy's. Hoku is coming alive a little bit here in the later rounds. And it's going to allow Purdue to stay on top a little bit longer.
3 is a great player for that position, that almost frantic attention to all the different places that you need to be fighting simultaneously. You managed to make it out of there. You just narrowly missed a kill against the player who was out on the window, but that's not going to be hurting him too bad. He's done his job. He played plenty of time up there, and he's still alive, even so he can find some more flanks later on. Skippy's still out here. He's going to try and push in and try and finish the job. He's just got to find one bullet to do it. But his position is one that is known to the defenders. Despite that, he finds a kill on Leopard Ear and gets killed from below. Hoku has been waiting for this for quite some time. Semi takes out Squirrel, leaving it at 2v2 with a lot more health on the board for Bryant.
And they're aware of the position at the bottom. But they missed the shots. Hoku on a triple kill now is going to keep the round alive for Purdue. They're going to be holding out hope now in a 2v1 for them. 30 seconds remaining. It's looking dire. On the other side of Brian has to try and rely on Snakes here to make that heroic play we've seen time and again from certain players. He's been one of them. This is on attack now. We saw him pop off more on the defense so far on attack. It's been a little bit quiet, and he can't do it. The frost meant he didn't watch out for it, and it's going to be the thing that seals the round. One more round for Purdue Black, and they'll carry it to overtime and allow 5 rounds in a row in their favor. Bryant hoping to not let that happen. They have one more shot here.
I gotta say, I was staring at that frost mat the entire round. I was like, well, we got some players on these windows over here, but that one just got my attention. I'm like, I know someone's definitely going to shoot that out, right? But I guess not. Not that it really mattered too much. I mean, Snake's definitely capable of taking that 1v2, but the odds are not in his favor. The hardest player to oust on a bar gaming hold is the very last one in most rounds, who's going to be playing in the stock closet there. So one round off of taking this to overtime, Purdue has really shown us that the defense isn't just Bryant's thing on this map. They can do it just as well. Both teams losing their first round on defense and bringing it back for at least 4 rounds in a row. So Purdue just needs one more at this junction.
Indeed, defender-sided Chalet. After we saw what we expected in attacker-sided Coastline, this is a bit different. But hey, it happens. Each team is going to have to play around it, and here Bryant are hoping to change the odds for this round at least so that they can win 7-5 and go on to that map 3 of Clubhouse. If they can't, it's going to go to overtime, and we saw them lose last time in overtime. It'd be a heartbreak for them to lose here in overtime in a similar fashion after being up so handedly. In the meantime, we do see the bomb site is kitchen dining, so it is going to be that extension. We saw last time they only had one player playing above, and then they retreated rather quickly after they got the opening kill. So that would make it more likely if they're able to repeat that, they'll move on into overtime. Last time it was also a flawless round, keep in mind. So Bryant's certainly going to be hoping for a very different tempo, a different push, a different outcome, certainly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with that being a flawless on the one-time play, this is the got to be the single objective that's going to give Bryant the most apprehension going into this one. They need to make sure that they get some proper drone intel up top. That way they can make something happen with that vertical pressure, because they took only a couple moments to take vertical pressure last time. They've got the drones here to play off of immediately. They have to conserve their hard breacher, though. That hard breachable Hatch is going to be really important for making it happen. They are going to be looking to drop to A with this setup. There is, once again, a lot of defenders just in sight waiting out the clock.
Well, we're also waiting to see what the opening engagement will be as we just see players starting to get their bodies into the map, not the site yet. A lot of presence below from the roam game as well. Something to keep in mind. We haven't seen any impact yet. They're just biding their time. They know time favors them on this defense. And on the other side, Skippy might have just saw the body and is going to try and push in and pinch it up. But Drew Lou is actually going to get the kill on December to open things up. They are that player in basement, one of the two. And Skippy trying to find one. He does. Now, though, is he aware that Drew Lou is also down here? If they can find the kill here, either side is going to have a huge advantage, I would argue. But the kill from 3 is actually going to make it already an obsolete point as they already have the man advantage. Drew Lou also going to just retreat from that gunfight, knowing they don't have to take it. It's all up to Bryant in a 3v4. They have the disadvantage here, and it's been at least a little bit better than the last time, but this still isn't a great sign for them. Yana playing above does have nades in pocket. We do have some claymores that they can put down to try and slow down this roam, but the utility is not being placed down just yet from Bryant. But they're running out of time to figure out what options they want to go with here. So only 45 seconds roughly remain.
Hoko has been doing so much for Purdue as far as keeping situational map awareness. Oh my God, 3 finds another kill this round. Without that player roaming, though, the rest of the roamers have really stepped up to do it. 3 getting his 3rd K on the round. Absolutely speaking, Skippy is the last hope for Bryant to stick it out in normal time right here, but he's got to make a 1v3. That's where all of the fire is going to start coming out. 22 seconds. He doesn't have any way of getting beyond Tachanka and his Shamika launchers. This is just going to be one that burns away slowly. Those last 15 seconds. Skippy's done everything that he could. His Nuck pick was a perfect fix to Hokau's total presence across the map, and he shut him down so early, but with an additional player down there in the basement, it made it so difficult for Skippy to push up. He lost his drone and knew that there's resistance in the basement, so he had to be slowed down with his teammates falling around him. Purdue successfully
This
takes it.
There's some highs and lows though for Purdue Black here because that was a bunch of rounds in a row. They were down 6-1, now they've gone back up to 6-6. But the question here is, what do they do? It's overtime, and they are starting on the other side. Attack now. They struggled 5-1. They won 1 round of attack. Each team is only one round of attack. It is 2-10 in the defense favor. That is heavy odds to try and overcome. But if they're going to win this map, they have to overcome it at least once because they have to get 2 out of the 3 rounds here in overtime, and they have 2 out of the 3 rounds on attack, meaning at least one of those attacks they're going to need to win along with the defense.
Yeah, the odds stacked against them, but Purdue already shown us they don't care about what the odds are going to say. They can make the unpredictable happen right there. So Bryant, they know this is feeling good technically, but they're not going to be feeling comfortable one bit. They got to play on the edge. They got to find that X factor to bring themselves out there. Skippy has been doing so much for his team. Cheesy taking whole rounds to himself. But the thing is, the support players have not been able to, despite getting pretty even kills with the rest of the team, they haven't been able to find those hugely impactful plays that can take away rounds. They're relying on a lot of hero plays to take the rounds that they have.
Skippy playing down near the trophy is going to be the vigil on the roam. Can buy some time, buy some information for themselves, not let these attackers have the exact position that they're in, but that power, if you utilize it, does give away your position slightly. They're going to be very aggressive though on this window. So we opened up from behind them. They have 15 kills so far. Pretty substantial amount of kills. We see that the drone work is trying to flush out that player, and they do indeed have to retreat here as there was someone pushing in through trophy. You see that LMG on the Zof is the one trying to put that pressure down. We also see some players pushing in through trench. So a lot of pressure being put on Skippy here. They actually didn't make it to site. If they are aware of this on the attacking side, Purdue, they can find out this vigil. They can have someone push through the back garage area and down the stairs, and Skippy is going to be found between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, Skippy is plenty aware of players nearby him. He's going to back off a little bit to play it a little safer, and he's going to hear Leopard Ear placing that charge. He's definitely hears it below. So while he is surrounded on three sides, a player has to be on drones, and he's going to take a lot of time, and he's in one of the furthest away spots he can be in the basement. The pre-fire comes out, but Skippy's still safe. That's just going to belie more locations, as four players have been dedicated to go and killing him.
Yeah, he's getting pinched from every angle possible. The LMG is also going to be something hard to contest with. He's going to get shot from the left and the right, but he's surviving so far. Finds a body at least to trade it out. Squirrel going to get the cleanup, but Hoku is the one who fell. But it was the IQ, so at least he didn't lose a lot of utility there. Each team probably okay with that trade, but the problem on Purdue's side was a lot of time was lost in that trade. They're down to close to about a minute here, and they have taken out Skippy as the top fragger for the other side, but there's still some decent guns in hand available, and they haven't cleared stuff off of the walls yet. They're able to do so. It looks like there's not any ADSs to eat it up on this doorway here, so these walls will certainly get opened up, but with what amount of time left?
Yeah, Bryant's known for a while that the entire team is on the north side of site. That wine room is going to be their focus right here, and it's already hurt Purdue in the past that they don't have any counter lines of play to be playing off of. There's no one main stairs. There's no one opening up hatches. There's no one opening up the floor, even though they do have that sledge available. So it's going to come down to finding more picks. Leopard Ear is going to be the first one to do it after their initial one takes out Cheesy. There's 20 seconds left as the plant is beginning to go down. Brian's been kept out of wine room despite having eyes on it for quite some time. There's not going to be any denial on three right there. Squirrel finds yet another pick right here. They're going to lose one from the back due to Semi coming down the stairs. He can't quite find a second one. His location is known, and he's going to be outgunned. There's a player ahead on the other team. Snakes pulling up to try and take out that diffuser, but Leopard Ear's still watching it. Snakes goes down, and it looks like that attack is going to come out fine. Semi's opened up a hatch. That way he could at least fake it. He's going to have to take that fight, but it's three who comes out on top, really taking charge of that round, doing all the hard breach for the team, putting down diffuser and taking a couple kills with it.
That's heartbreaking for Bryant to go up such an advantage on defense. They get it back after being down so many rounds because they let it slip, and now they can't even get their defense. It shows that the momentum against them was insurmountable. Bryant now down 6 rounds in a row. They lose their defense. Now they have to overcome the odds. They are now on map and match point. If Purdue win one more, they're going to win 8-6 on both maps, and it's going to be a 2-0. And Bryant will lose their first matchup of the season. They're going to be attacking Kitchen Dining. It's a bomb site that they've seen a few times now, and they haven't had any success against it. It has just been proven to be such the kryptonite to their attack. Even though they have only won one round of attack, this is the bomb site that they had been most flabbergasted on.
Yeah, there was a flawless round to start with. I think the second time that this was run back, it ended up being a really tight 1v1, but it didn't go in Bryant's favor. Like you said, they have to be reeling from losing that defense. That was almost like the give me round. They have whatever objective they want. They've won all but one defense round that they've done so far, but I guess spending so much time away from defense, they don't quite have it. And just pushing up, giving gunfights to Purdue, that was the exact thing not to do. They knew they had the information that Purdue didn't have any other way of pushing. They could have just waited back, use some smoke grenades or something. You just have 2 points to watch: the door and the breach.
Well, here we go. They're going to show us their setup is virtually the exact same as last time. Nothing any
If it ain't
different
broke.
here, right? If it ain't broke, why try and fix it, right? It makes no sense. On the other side, though, they are changing it up slightly. Something I was wondering about they hadn't been bringing was either a Finka or a Zofia, right? Or even an Iana. You want someone with a Gone 6 and either 2 grenades, or then you can switch out one of those with the Zofia. Either way, you just need some projectiles to start opening things up from a distance, taking care of some of the utility like the ADSs and the Womata disc, but also just trying to clear out any shields that might be around or just anything, even getting your nade kills, whatever you can find. Just the utility game wasn't really being played very heavily by Bryant. Bringing that knock in the first couple rounds you saw, it netted them the only win they had, but after that, it just hasn't really brought much effect for them. That's my concern in them bringing it instead of someone with a little bit more utility in the pocket.
Yeah, I understand Skippy want to make solo plays that'll make big things happen, but it makes me really apprehensive to see him not playing with another player directly in order to guarantee that they get mileage out of their top fragger. Coming from the basement, though, I think is a really great move from Bryant right here. This is where they lost the last round from his players in the basement making huge impact all the way through the round. So making sure that that's clear all the way before they really step foot in is great. Skippy already looking for a chance to make some of those hero plays. I mean, he's down so far on the map and match point. He's got to keep this alive for the team. So finding anything to start off the round is going to be worth so much to them. Looks like some hard breach going to be coming in from the lobby. That's a little bit of a new thing right here. Explosives to kill off any wall denial. And looks like Snake should have his opportunity here. There's no vertical pressure, but there's really no defenders up there either. So it's not going to be too much of a concern to get shot from above.
Unless Drulu does rotate from the bathroom. And this is my concern, though, for Bryant's attack right now. Yes, they can get this wall open up, but where's the coverage going to come from? Where's the other push going to come from? Now, Skippy might be the answer. He's in basement. Could push up the west main stairs there, but you see Squirrel's there to contest. So this is not an easy push for him. He's doing it by himself, like you said, not working in tandem with anyone else. It could come back to haunt them here as they are going for just a one-dimensional push at this moment in time. The one thing that maybe could have been the difference maker is that hatch is not reinforced. Maybe they brought in Amaro, could have changed the difference here, but it's not here. They're gonna have to just go straight in for the push here. 30 seconds remaining. Hoku getting that opening kill onto Snakes. It's looking like Purdue have this maybe in the bag if it's going to play out like we've seen before. Someone has to make a play here for Bryant, but they're not doing it. 20 seconds remaining. It's ticking down towards the end. The shot on the player on the bomb chesty by Semi is beautiful, but as 15 seconds remain, it's going to have to be a push in and a plant down, and they cannot afford to let that planter get taken out. That is going to still leave the Shamika available. And the player above, like I was saying, there it is. Drulu gets the shot onto the planter. Cheesy above, though, does shut it down, and they have a player in sight. The defenders, though, with time are going to win. Purdue managed to hold out. They win 8-6, both maps, a 2-0 victory. Bryant with their first felled loss. Purdue Black taking it away from them and winning today in a flawless manner.
A huge victory for Purdue today. There's got to be yelling in that voice chat right now, taking down who had currently been unfelled Bryant Bulldogs, who were looking so strong, and unfortunately, it looks like they just sort of lost out on the steam at the end there, especially in the face of that Tachanka. No answer was found any of the 3 times that was run. It looks like on 3 different fronts, there were players on Bryant just throwing up their hands at a loss for what to do. You just can't walk in. There's fire right there. No
Oh,
one's
man.
had an answer from an alternate angle. So Purdue looking more and more confident as they stack together what 5, 6, 7 rounds in a row after going down 6-1. What a comeback.
Yeah, they showed that they have resilience, right? They can come back from something like that, which is really difficult. We saw a Pro League team do that, BDS. They were down also 6-1, came back 1-8-6. So we've seen it in Pro League recently. They're just trying to emulate that, which is exactly what you want to do, right? If you can copy the pros, you're doing something right. I will say there could have been an adjustment for Bryant. We saw Skippy go below, but he couldn't get any push up on the West Main. Had he gone above, could have protected the planter, who is the reason they lost the round on time. Had that planter not got shot from above, if they had a player protecting him from above, if Cheesy had gotten there just slightly earlier, but that's siege timing for you. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, doesn't matter. At the end, they lost the round, and that's going to be Purdue upping their match count differential. They're up to 4-2 now, so they have a way higher likelihood of making playoffs. Bryant's still in a really good position, 5-1 now, so they have 1 loss, and they just got it today. So it's not like the end of the world for them, but it is going to make them think twice now when it gets to playoffs about these other teams that are still, alive and kicking. You can't count them out just because their record wasn't super great before this, right? The season still has yet to finish.
Yeah, so we should have one more week after this one before we start getting into playoffs. So this being week 8, week 9 coming up. So you can keep an eye on these teams, keep a tab, see how they're going to be shaken up, especially as we get into the playoffs and everything gets even more exciting as the stakes really get a lot higher there. But that'll be the end for this matchup. We all Q and I will be logging off, and we'll have another match for you guys at 9 EST here.
Yep. So coming up soon, stick with us. There's another stream on the other channel as well. It's NECC 2. So there'll also be a 9 p.m. Eastern match over there. So hopefully you've been watching both the matchups here today. There's always 2 streams and 2 matches, 6 and 9 every Wednesday. Hopefully every Wednesday. Sometimes, with scheduling, it doesn't always come to fruition, but that's the hope here. We want to show as many of these matches as we can, get these players, these schools, the attention they deserve, I think. But as you said, that's it for us. So thank you for tuning in. Stick with us. There'll be another match a little bit later. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name's Infernosis, joined here by my great friend Fella. We've got ourselves two teams ready and raring to go. Only really about 2 weeks of action total left, and we're not done with this one just yet. We've got ourselves the Baker University versus the UN Esports, which is actually short for the University of Windsor Esports program. And the tale of the tape for these two teams is quite interesting, isn't it here, John?
Yeah, starting out here at Baker U, they have not had a lot of games actually played. They have a lot of forfeits either for them or against them, and a couple reschedule slash buys in the mix as well. But they have had one game that was actually played here, and they had won that 2-1. So even though they have been kind of in the background for a lot of these weeks, at least they still had a little bit of action, and that will remain true today as well because they are actually playing up against UN Esports. There is no FF, there is no shocking reveal at the end. We are getting into the matchup just shortly. But yeah, taking a look at their roster in these next couple seconds, we get to see who is actually on their main 5 roster today. It looks like we've got Cool Volcano, we've got KMB C9 Esports, that is a whole mouthful, King Polamalu, or Paul, I know the pronunciation's up here, we can get it, Paul Malu. Better to get it out now than during the cast. And then we have, I believe, the sub of Strafedon here tonight as well.
And it's a fairly young roster, only one junior, and like you said, they're kind of the sub. So I'm actually very curious about who would be their other player in terms of what year they would be in. But a very young-blooded roster leads us to believe they have a lot they can improve on, even despite being a fairly solid team now. Obviously could be playing more games and we could see a little bit more, but their game that we see have been played, obviously a win. But the UN Esports side also beat that same team at Marion University Esports, where it was a 2-1 for Baker University. But it was a flat 2-0 and a dominant 2-0 for the side here of a UN Esports. They're bringing up Freezing Lava, FW Laughfan, Bucket, Hatho, Ragnar, and Tailbacky. I'm sure I'll get this one. Give me a second. XT. We'll go with that.
Yeah, that's all they've got in their pronunciation, so I think they're okay with just XT. The rest must be filler, I suppose.
Is it Pig Latin? Is it Pig Latin?
I'd rather not think about it. It probably hurt my head
or something like that. Like, isn't that's what all Pig Latin sounds like? So
yeah, we could try our best to learn if we pick it up, perhaps. But one thing we do know is where we're going. We've got the insider information and we've got a map band screen as well to talk about. Looks like we're heading to the standard stuff here, Oregon Villa Clubhouse. Not too shocking, to be brutally honest. A lot of teams have been kind of avoiding Coastline like the plague recently because it's been out of the comp pool for a lot of leagues. And this is probably one of the only few places that actually has Coastline left, which sucks to not having to play because, man, I really do miss that map.
It has been like a week and a half, dude. Like, at least it feels like it since the map pool has effectively changed for most leagues. I don't miss Coastline that much. It's a fun map, but it has its very big flaws, so I was not shocked to see it go through. And despite the expanded map pool, I've only casted Border. I want to see Skyscraper and all the rest. Can't wait for the NECC to expand their map pool as well. But with the map of Oregon going down first, the bigger picture question is going to be, how is the defense going to play? And map 1 first of defense would be that Baker University side. How are they going to play the defense? Are they going to be a bit more methodical in their approach? Are they going to go for that heavily extended roam? Are they going to be the type of style that has a roam game but is a bit more of an aggressive style roam instead of an information style roam? Whatever it comes down to, the ball's in Baker's court, and they have to try to find the winning strategy on their defensive half, the favored half on the map of Oregon, to step ahead.
The band here. Already an interesting one. We've got the Osa actually relegated to the bench. Funny enough, I don't see that one every day, although she can be relatively important, especially if you want to go for more of like if you are attacking the kid's site. Some of her talent shields can be put in specific spots to help out your map easier. But besides that, both the Osa and Jackal gone. This is a very interesting ban phase for a map like Oregon, Scott, I've got to admit.
Yeah, Thatcher being left on the board. It's a very interesting map. I think this is them having a lot of fun with it. They were joking about doing a knife fight round as well. They're having a lot of fun together. That's what you like to see. That's what we want to see. For the looks of things, that's going to continue. Mirror will be taken off. This one's a bit more standard. Jackal can be considered standard if you want to kind of remove that operator from choice, but Malusi also being banned is a fairly old strategy to remove out the Banshee potential. Though, of course, with her slight adjustment to the Banshees, the fact they can be shot out once they start to activate, makes it so that she is a much less banned operator, at least in the state of R6 as it is today. But with attacker repick being as it is today, it would also lead us to believe that attacker teams have a lot more of a favorable position when it comes to attacking these objectives. And the first objective we're heading to is the tertiary objective choice of Meeting Hall and Kitchen. And I think we may have a knife fight. At least Laugh Fan is trying to trick one out here.
Oh, I hope so. Maybe if we get a very like one-sided game, one team's just gonna give up and be like, "Oh, fine. I guess we can go for a knife fight." Yeah, Cool Volcano is not gonna be cool. He's gonna actually disagree to the knife fight, and that's tragic. But during the scrim, if you want to sometime, well, there's progress. That's what you like to see for the moment. But starting out with Meeting Room, like you had mentioned, Scott, I think one of the more interesting things about this game altogether is bound to be the fact we get to see Thatcher on the board. And I feel like with having him available for attacking Meeting Room, it's going to make this a very simplistic site to cut through. You're going to instantly get open that attic wall. Then you can just move a floor down, get the back of Meeting Room blown up too. And it's just only a matter of time before we already see a post plant being tricked by Baker U against UN.
One of my favorite things about this objective is the fact that it's not dining in kitchen, which used to be my favorite objective on this map, but no longer can you just put a maestro in showers and carry the round. Now you have to be a bit more methodical, and it doesn't feel like the attack has to play very methodical. It's truly just apply pressure on rear stage, drop down the hard wall here connecting in a meeting, take control over attic, and use that hatch to start to leverage control over site. And the best thing about playing on the defense for this objective is the fact that there are really nice areas to deny sight lands. XTay's holding in the very back southeast corner of Meeting Hall behind one of the benches, and also behind, I think, is a short cabinet there. Ragnar's holding near the drone hole, and that is a dangerous spot to go towards because, like I just mentioned passively, it's a drone hole there. That means that you can be shot out and it can be dangerous, but they also have to push themselves a little bit too far forward inside Green Hall to find that opportunity, and that's when you can listen to the audio cue or start to play your player in Kitchen Hall to frag them down before they have a chance to remove that first forward player.
Well, having nothing to stop the wall from being opened up, that could allow for the EMPs to be used more proactively when we see the execute come into fruition. King will lose a lot of HP against the roaming Jaeger player of Bucket Hat, but thankfully no one is going to end up dying just yet until King gets caught at a bad time by Laugh. Ragnar leaves in the middle of in the midst of everything, I suppose, just a proper disconnect, but Ewan is still going to be on top of things as we have X-Day catching one, that FMG9 doing wonders with the medium range engagements, and it's still Ewan to have the man advantage as they are still holding off a majority of this pressure, despite the fact we really don't have anything left to stop a plant from going down as Pola gets rid of X-Tay finally. Still, though, a huge amount of patience here by Baker, which I commend, but there really isn't anything stopping them from just pushing the site, Scott.
There's really only one person able to contend on the second floor, and they're still sending two players up there, and they're not utilizing hatch control to their advantage. Maybe because they don't have a great way to open up hatch. That's more than likely the reason why, but I mean, you can LMG down, get a little bit of a sight line, and try to flush out some of these more hard-to-reach players that UN may be utilizing, but for the looks of things, two in kitchen, one still on that second floor, looking for any and all possibilities to catch one unawares for the Baker side. They'll have to dive on through this hard wall, though, now officially inside of Meeting Hall from the rear stage side. It looks like Palomalu will go here for the watch. They'll cover Coal Volcano, who will have to be forced to put down the diffuser, starts to poke it, but Palomalu saves the day as Bucket Hat starts to go for the peak. Quick play from behind, and a little bit too slow there, strafed on, as your teammate of Cool Volcano is cut down by the ACS-12 in the hands of freezing lava. Now there's only two players left standing for both sides. No trade having gone through just yet. Palomalu will plant behind the sandbags in corner pocket. This gives a nice cubby hole for the side of Baker to utilize, but you have to actually play against it, and in the post-plant situation, this is a hard one to overcome.
Oh, you need to hit those shots there. Not able to do it, but thankfully, Laugh gets in a almost perfect position near split to get rid of Palomalu. Now just strafed on left here to stand. But, I mean, they've got the LMG, a pretty good gun to win in this 1-versus-1 now as Freezing Lava gets a bit too close for comfort against the Finka. And now the timer is still heavily favoring Baker. It looks like Laugh will just try to stick this defuse. Here comes the push out by the Finka. The Vigil will now have to get off it, but they still have plenty of time left after winning that crucial gunfight. Ewan able to hold on and still get that defuse down with just about 8 seconds left to spare. They're going to take round number 1 after a very close call during that post plant.
Can I ask a question here, John? How many times do you see that holographic used in the K1A?
Never. That's a first, especially since the new sights have not been around for that long. But that is one of the most hated and vile optics you can run in this game. There was one optic I saw. Oh, it was the Russian Hollow. Someone was religiously running it the last match I casted, and I wanted to visually throw up. It was so hard to look at. It made the Cybertruck Hollow looked like something you would actually want to run. It actually isn't a horrible optic, but before the recent change, there weren't a lot of guns that needed it to be used because they had like 1.5 optics, for example. It's not a horrible sight. The Russian Hollow, though, that one's not good. That one's ugly to look at.
They were using the Russian red dot as well on Finka LMG.
That one's kind of good though. I don't hate the Russian red dot.
It's simple, right? It's clean, but it's just too much clutter on the actual reticle. Too much clutter.
Yeah, that is true. That is fair, especially when you have the other red dots, like the I call it the Jaeger red dot because that was the first gun it ever got put on. The more opened one. It's very nice, but
I like a lot of the reflexes in this game.
Oh yeah, that's true. The Russian one is probably my favorite one by far.
Yeah. It's interesting though. I like to see what players are using and what they're comfortable with, but sometimes I feel like I get a little bit too much of a glimpse of how they act. And that one, they're acting up. Laugh fans acting up on the Siege timeline right now. 3 kills in round 1 is a very great way to start off, and it also puts some fear on the side of Baker University. If you can get the spike down, though, diffuser down, we'll talk, it's different in every game you ever play. You get that diffuser down, put the lunchbox on the floor, and have to defend it from the hungry side of UN. You get a little bit of extra padded stats, so to say, but ultimately the padded stats don't really go in the scoreboard unless you win the round, and they were unable to hold on. Once the attack was flipped to the defense in the post plants, the defense flipped harder to the attack and was carried by Lafan.
So now moving into a kids defense, it's going to maybe change the dynamic for Baker. They've got King just waiting with patience near the big window, maybe just waiting for a call to be given. Normally you want to have someone help you out in the top of white stairs to have kind of that pincer attack to come in through, but so far we haven't seen that rotation happen just yet by Baker, but it is the first minute of the round, so it's not that big of a concern. What is a concern, though, is Freezing able to land that crisp shot. King will now fall, and this is going to lead to much more problems moving forward, especially since we don't have Pola Malu all the way actually activated here to go for the swing up inside of white stairs. They'll have to vault over that shield, which could make them quite vulnerable to a double swing here by Ewan.
Looks like they're trying to go for it. Quick peek out. And it looks like Xtay will be the player that comes out on top. Baker have unfortunately fallen short quite a bit here. 2 players off the top, and it's both of your entries. Not where you want to be. Make it a third, as unfortunately KMBC 9 News bites the bullet there from Bucket Hat, though, with the 416C, who we talked about just previously with having a really nice red dot that you appreciate. Straight in working from white stairs. Cool Volcano is really nowhere to be seen, not leveraging the control over white stairs from below, and FW Laughband does a great job to flank and take off straight on, leaving just Cool Volcano left standing. A Nomad to do the job of 5, and now they have the HP of 1/9 of 1. As they're sitting very low at about 3 total HP to their name. It's been an easy job for you to finish this one up. A near flawless performance from them. Freezing Lava looks like they stubbed their toe and total HP lost in this round. There's still plenty of time for the damage to be done, but with 50 seconds left, this is essentially a tactical timeout for the side of Baker. They need to be talking things through about what went wrong here on this objective in this round.
And definitely a lot went wrong. The way they went about trying to clear that position in the corner near big window was not the right idea. Fun fact, you can actually go and play for vertical, especially if you have like an Asher or Zofia on the board, or even just grenades and you're good with your timing, to go break that shield and probably kill the player who's stacked up in that general vicinity. And then you don't have to lose somebody like that playing near big window and giving away that man advantage. That allowed the defense to take a lot of their eyes away from the big window and focus solely on white stairs, which allowed them to find 2 kills after still getting the opening duels a win. And in the 5-on-2, then turn 5-on-1, there just isn't much that Baker can do. It would have been an absolute miracle if we had Baker come back from that round after they lost so much blood in both the big window and white stairs.
I think there was a kind of a dissonance in timing for the side of Baker University when they were pushing that. Yeah, they put one person and they applied pressure to big window, and I like the idea. I believe it was Cool Volcano at the time. They lost their life first. Oh, wait, no, sorry, they were last. Who was it that lost their life first on window?
It was King against
King?
Freezing Lava, the other volcanic reference.
Yeah, that's why I was getting that. Yes. Freezing Lava's position was pressured. There was a nade from below that applied pressure, and they took a little bit of damage. We saw that. That's what that tick damage was. However, it wasn't placed correctly, and instead of peeking that, face-checking that corner, if you're the player king, just peek that with a drone. You have it in the pocket. You've got 2 of them. It's the single most important piece of utility any attacking operator has, and everyone has it in spades. And yet we didn't really see enough information being facilitated, and that kind of left them out to dry, left to ego peek all these angles, and yeah, FW Laugh Fan has not been allowing that. They're on a tear right now. 5 kills to their name. Freezing Lava has 2 after that last kill at the end there. Well, we did see them take the head off King, and now they're looking to hunt early as well. We see a drone actually being utilized through Drone Hole, but no one's peeking that initial window until just now, and you didn't toss the nade fast enough, Palomalu. Freezing Lava cleans up for the kill.
Once again, that opening duel favoring Freezing Lava, doing much better with the MX4 Storm, although I got to commend them for actually wanting to run the AA-12 with slugs in them. I always love seeing that gun in full effect, and he did try to do a good job in round number 1, so I'll give him credit for that. KMBC9 News, God, that's a mouthful, is going to at least kill XT, so a lot of your general denial is gone, but you still have those Vulcan packs as well, which, you know, one of those packs can just stall about 20 seconds flat. So there is a lot of potential here for the defense to still keep Baker at bay, despite the fact they lost their smoke early.
Quick sprint around. Freezing Lava is trying to pivot in towards Shower Corridor to apply pressure to the player outside. Freezing Lava, that is the best gun in the game right now. Without a doubt, that is my favorite gun currently available on the defense. And you do that. And not only did you not kill, but KMCB9 Nudes is barely even low. Not even 10 below 50 right now. Frustrating point. Maybe something that you win look back on if they lose this round. But from the looks of things, they're doing a pretty good job. They've bought themselves plenty of time. 1.5 minutes already off the board, and time continues to tick in the favor of you win. But Baker have already put themselves in a position to apply pressure and a hard breach down wall of dining to start to maybe move in towards site, but they have to clear Bucket out here from Shower Corridor because there's not much. Okay, never mind. Bucket Hat will make sure he clears out his teammate instead.
Well, no redemption arc for the Alibi. I was going to actually be not even harsh for the Alibi for missing those shots because they actually repositioned and gave the comm for Bucket to help them out. That was a really good play. But then Bucket went and team killed the Alibi, so I guess that got brought down the drain. Still, there is an option for recovery. Nobody's watching the flank. If Bucket is aware of that, he could make ends meet. Ragnar is going to be a great way to have some sort of distraction on the board as well, but there is no coverage in time. It looks like Laugh will try to be the one to step up big, and no one has turned their back to this guy. Laugh finds yet another. The Claymore will blow him up, though, eventually, leaving us in just the 1 versus 1. I think Bucket is still going on this flank, and yeah, I don't think 9 News has any idea of this. Was no one watching the drone? Oh, man, you hate to see it. If it's there, you got to comment to your teammates. I also don't think Bucket's aware they're all dead.
I don't think so.
I think he
there
knows
you
now.
go.
Yeah, he figured
I
out.
think they're aware now.
Okay.
Please, there you go. All right.
Whew.
I had a point. Just listen. Is there even enough? Yeah, there is. Okay, my brain. I don't have very good audio right now, so I could not tell what the audio key was for it. I made a point this past Saturday, I believe, working with Chief Cass, who is currently out for this week. Unfortunately, he will be missed. He got his throat ripped open for tonsil stuff, as it is. I've never had mine removed. I don't know what the process is like. It's something like that. Something like that. It's something to do with the mouth and ripping. And
I didn't know you could get your wisdom teeth still removed at that old of an age.
I know.
60,
I feel like at that
60's kind of
point,
pushing it, man.
I feel like that point, trying to do a wisdom teeth surgery and a mummy may be a little bit too far. But I made the point with him that we see a lot of younger teams, because it was a high school event. We see a lot of younger teams that don't drone out, and when they do drone, they're not watching the drones post-mortem, right? You love the saying, now relegated to drone duty, now relegated to cam duty after a kill is had. That's probably the best assessment you can give for that. If you lose your life, your job's not there to watch your teammate. They have 2 eyes, they have 2 ears. They are watching and listening already for their own playstyle. Help them, assist them. Don't backseat game, but you can relay intel. You can relay all of that information through these drones and cams on site, and we did not see that, and that was ultimately Baker's undoing.
A 3rd round win for you when after a roller coaster of emotions and plays working out well and also not meeting their mark, quite literally and figuratively, but they get to go back to meeting room. We haven't seen them actually play basement. I just realized that because they went to dining room for their 3rd site. So maybe in the first half, we're not going to see that basement floor at all, which honestly is kind of a power move by Ewan to still win a bunch of their defensive rounds without even going the best site without debate on Oregon. And unfortunately, the Vulcan pack is not going to work once again to do any damage, but that is still 20 seconds guaranteed wasted off the clock of Baker. So something is better than nothing, I suppose.
Is that what it's called now? Vulcan pack?
It's still called the Vulcan. Like, it's just Vulcan,
Yeah.
but you've got people making weird names for it. Emmy called it a hot pocket on a T1
Yeah.
broadcast. So you could pretty much say whatever you want and be okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm going to call it the Explodey Boy. Interesting decision.
That's
Goyo has definitely taken a major backseat since the change and hasn't been really played as much. I'll bring in another statistic. That basement site has like a 23% attacker win rate. 23% high-level play for attacking wins. And yeah, it's a power play for Ewan not to go there. Despite it being so abysmally productive for attacking teams, they're still not going to risk it and just go back to the same objective they started things off on. Now remember, it did come down to the 1v1, and it did require FW Laugh Fan to clutch up in a really quick fashion and actually try to hold on to the defuse and go for the final frack. However, First Blood already drops. Palomalu takes that one. It's freezing lava in the other end. And XT manages to find the player of King. 4-on-4. And with only a minute and 24 seconds remaining, Baker still has a lot to go through to get on site.
And for Ewan, they actually have a little bit of util to stop this hard destruction from being fully effective. And, oh no, Bucket shot the Claymore. They've got no idea about this guy's position. He spots out one. There goes the player droning. And the Fink is not able to win that engagement just yet. Bucket still lives. I cannot fathom the luck this guy has on him. He must have a rabbit's foot around his neck or something, because Stray should have won that fight. The LMG hits like a truck, and he was just making holes in this Aruni's poor body, but somehow by a miracle survives. Unfortunately, XD cannot. Stray must be livid about that last play not working, and Polamalu hops in from split at just the right time, getting full site control, and now it's up to the roam game to retake, most likely in a post-plant position.
Bucket Hat could have an opportune moment to pounce. It's up to FW Laugh Fan to apply enough noise in that direction, maybe catch someone. Great shot there by Bucket Hat with the Roni. Takes the head straight off, strafed him, avenging the damage that came out previously, and FW Laugh Fan's going to come in from split. As the option, sightline towards Cubby, cuts them down. Sandbag player no longer alive, and now one holding the same angle. How did you miss the shot? And FW punishes you for it, finding the last two in quick succession. And now it's not just a lonesome player left standing for Ewan at the end of this objective. It's two, with Bucket Hat coming up clutch from rear stage, and FW Laugh Fan coming up clutch once again from split to find the last two.
That has been the biggest issue so far, I feel, for Baker U. It's just their general lack of information. They don't have anybody playing for like that active intel. They don't have a Zero. They don't have a Nomad for flank watch. And again, even when they have flank drones set up, I don't think anybody's communicating of being, all right, someone needs to get on the flank cam, and then no one, even if that has been calm, no one's been like, oh yeah, I got you. It just hasn't been there enough to stop Ewan from going on the same flank. We saw it 2 different times where Bucket Hat just walked up Big Tower stairs and got multiple kills. Twice that happened during the post plant, and then the Vigil just walked into split, and there was nothing there to stop them. To play devil's advocate, there was a Claymore in Big Tower, and maybe they didn't hear it the first time, but having it happen a second time, that just should not have been a possibility, and the way that we had Baker try to set up in that post-plant position was just not strong enough, given the fact they at least knew of Bucket Hat's position, and then finally figured out where Laugh was playing as well.
I want to point out, maybe ask you the question. You're a gamer, right? You play games?
I do, in fact, game from time to time.
Okay, so have you ever heard of the term Peeker's advantage?
Yes, I have.
Would you not agree with me in that situation? Bucket Hat, though, despite seeing the head a little bit earlier of the player of Baker when they went for the shot onto Strafton, they saw the head, and the Peeker's advantage of them moving into the line of sight worked in their favor.
Possibly. Not too sure about that one. Normally, Peeker's advantage is a weird debate in this game, especially for online, because it's there. It's just how you use it. If you swing like very wide, then it basically mitigates Peeker's advantage, and I think Bucket Hat was doing that. But still, maybe just not being aware, you didn't hear the flank happening. That's basically Peeker's advantage if you don't know what's going to happen to you. So I think in some sense Bucket Hat still had that advantage. He just didn't hit a headshot, simply put it. So that's how Strafton survived. And then the same thing happened to Strafe. Funny enough, he just didn't hit the headshot on Bucket.
See, looking at it is, I like that you mentioned that Pika's advantage can go for audio as well, because I think that's ultimately what it comes down to. There's about 3 seconds where Bucket could have taken the head off Strafton. There was. They saw the top of the head. They didn't realize it was the head, but when they stood up on the rear stair steps, that's when they noticed and they get a kill immediately. And it's that speed and that mobility around the corner that works for them. And speaking of working, the Vulcan boomy explodey thing that gets placed on the wall there by the Goya of Ragnar buys a little bit of time for the side of Yuin to hold Baker at bay, but unfortunately, it does not look like Blue Bunker will survive for much longer. The ADSs have been fizzled out, and the native King makes major impact despite it having not been cooked whatsoever. X-Tay tries to swing towards Pillar, and King takes their head clean off their shoulders, but FW Fan is still uncontested, finding yet another kill. This one in Apollomalu, the first for Yuin in this round.
Blue control for Baker. Now they've got to do is slowly work their way from that rotation hole and get control of Pillar as well. But because there's still somebody in Highway and another on these back stairs with no information being spotted out to them, this could still be recovery for Ewan, despite the fact they're at this disadvantage. Here comes Bucket Hat getting aggressive, but they are going to miss some vital shots. Still, though, they've got plenty of natural coverage. No one's here to rotate to actually collapse upon this Jaeger, so it's still a bunch of power positions here for Ewan in these final 50 seconds.
I like these stronghold positions that Yuan are trying to utilize. They're not peeking too much. They just use it to gather that first bit of intel and taking that step back. Now they're going to be constantly aware that Bucket Hat is there to apply pressure. King's going to go ahead and drone out. If they sit in the drone and then allow for somebody else to step up, it will be quite useful for the side of Baker to push, but with only one man advantage, that means that once the one person is droning, the other 3 will have an even count against each other. Thinking it's a Gemini replicator, I think Ragnar stops firing, but you didn't hit. King stays alive, takes their head off their shoulder, and now it's only 2 players left standing here for the defense, and Bucket Hat's been DB'd and finished off by the LMG. Just FW stand. And, yeah. John, this doesn't seem like the most likely of odds. Nice shots to connect to King. Finishes the job from earlier, but player in Blue Bunker will drop them now down to about 10 HP. Tries to work their way maybe down Highway, but from the looks of things, no one applying pressure on the side of Pillar. And with only 28 seconds remaining, it seems somewhat futile, especially when the Vulcan Boomy Big Boom Boom goes off in the distance and denies their avenue of approach from that direction. Strafton will funnel them in over towards Laundry and cut them down quickly.
And I actually like how we didn't have Baker kind of overcomplicate things. They just kind of ran in with little amount of intel they could gather in those last few moments and just kind of won their gunfights. That's all you could really ask for. If we potentially had the Jaeger player actually still stay on back stairs, then we could have maybe seen more aggression to stop that blue push. But because we saw a full rotate leading into Freezer, it actually backfired by Ewan, and it gave Baker a bit too much map control, even for Ewan's own good there, because they had a couple crossfires positioned for that late game, but they also still had to break a couple barricades like we saw by Bucket Hat, which costed him his life. And then we already had the plant going down, so there was no chance of a retake to happen that smoothly for Baker, especially since they were still at a disadvantage too after they lost Bucket Hat.
At some point, I think a lot of teams reach the realization that when you look at an apex position, a forefront position that you're holding on to, like Blue Bunker, at some point you're going to give it up. It's not about holding it and never letting go. It's about letting go at the right time. It's about buying time. It's about keeping them at bay long enough that you feel it's been valuable to your side and then giving it up afterwards. And we didn't see the give up. We saw them continuously trying to contend that. And what happens? You lose your life from a nade from King. That is a major problem for you and on the defense. And while we have not seen that come to a realization in the other 4 rounds we saw before that, that was definitely a possible scenario that Baker could have been capitalizing on this entire time. Because you wouldn't have these forefront positions they like to hold on to, like we saw small tower on the dining and kitchen objective, like we saw the second floor control, where we saw FW Laughman holding for a large majority of time. They're not playing safe to get away at the end. They're really playing to find frags, and as long as you pressure that and get kills instead, you're coming out on top. The even trade is in your side, in your favor, and Baker just haven't been capitalizing on that exact scenario.
You know, it's funny, the one time we see Basement in play, Ewan actually lose it to Baker, and now they go back to kids. It must be some sort of curse there on the basement floor they're not comfortable with, but I guess we'll never know. But, like I mentioned, heading back up to kids, this was a site very well held by Ewan, especially since they had a lot of denial for both big window and also white stairs. But there is a change of pace by Baker. They actually want to get master control instead, and they've got the right tools to do that. They've got the Thatcher to stop anything from the wall. If there was something there, there is actually nothing again. But they have the Selmas. So that back wall will get opened up. They can move into Deer. But I don't think they're aware that Bucket Hat's top armory. Is this just going to be like the two different players actually just walking past each other, perhaps? I'm not too sure. But currently, we've got an absolute blitzkrieg happening in the site as we've got Freezing Lava just holding these nasty angles. A third now with the MPX on the Valkyrie, as we still have Bucket Hat on that flank. And only now has he gotten active. He kills somebody, so that's great. But man, it took him quite a while to finally make that commitment and actually swing in a trophy room to kill somebody.
They're all over the map right now. And yeah, FW Laughfan got a little bit greedy, kind of stood out in the open on site, but that doesn't seem to make a big deal right now to the UN defense. They're all over the place. They're pouncing from every direction, and that's what you need to see from a team. You need to see individuals that can work together, but also can play as individuals. Because every once in a while, you'll get isolated. You'll get stuck in a corner. You'll become the island all by your lonesome, but you also need to be the rock. You need to be solid, and that's something that we did not see happen there from the Baker side. As once they started to get cut down, once their kind of retreat was cut off, and the side of UN had them on the ropes, what did they do? They fell apart like paper that got wet. So instead of having a situation we are facing against the rocks on the defense, you turned into paper. And if you've ever played rock, paper, scissors, you'd think that would work. But add a little bit of H2O, and it doesn't seem to work out for them.
Really hoping that Baker do not break the basic, I suppose, the gentleman's agreement kind of here, that we don't get to see laundry, because we saw like kind of one round and it wasn't even like a laundry. It was more or less just full blue control. And then then the round just kind of devolved after that. So I'm hoping we just see double tertiary picks and then kids, nothing more, nothing less. And maybe a kind of a redemption arc here by Baker, because they did have one good round when it was that basement attack, funny enough. And their lineup here, I like. They've got plenty of drone denial, which the intel game nowadays is so prominent, especially having a drone denial when the floor is on the board. That's a hard counter to those Rotero drones, and that can force a lot more stalling to happen by UN, because maybe they're expecting to kind of cop out on only those Rotero drones. But because we have the repick happening on a Thatcher off the Zofia, I don't think that's going to be the case, unfortunately.
Let's try to kind of correlate what we saw from Baker on the attack and see how they'll do on the defense. They were a bit slow of an attacking team. They didn't want to push unless they had guarantees, right? We don't want to go forward unless we know there's a 70 to 80% odds of us winning that next fight. And the problem was there wasn't 70 to 80% odds of winning those fights, and that's why a lot of their attacks kind of fizzled out, only taking the basement because they got the first final blow with the nice nade to clear out Blue Bunker, and then from there it was all essentially rolling downhill to maintain that momentum. However, you can't gain momentum on the defense, and so picking this really stylized, maybe somewhat aggressive team where you can have a Valkyrie that's really strong with the MPX, can also sit back on site, get a 416C. Some teams like to be really aggressive for that. I know that KMBC 9 News was somewhat aggressive for the attack. I'd like to think that could continue. Amazi Apollomalu, who is the best fragger for the side of Baker, that's not shocking to see the roam game, but I think there should have been a roam from Strafton, who was also fairly aggressive on the Finca in the first half, and yet, where do we see everybody? 4 players on site, the only one extended has already been felled, and now UN have the momentum, which is the bane of a defense's existence.
All they've got to do is just understand where everybody's playing at, and they can tailor their attack in this next minute 50. They've got all the time in the world, and all the intel in the world as well. I thought we had the Valkyrie maybe overextend. King almost got their head ripped off their shoulders, but they think better of it because they don't want things to turn down into a potential 5-on-3. We've got Last setting up to rotate around, maybe catch somebody off guard with a Rotero drone, then they can just walk up white. So everything is kind of going according to plan here for UN. It's just only a matter of time before they make that final decision to just kind of hop in through big window, get that player stacked up in white. And look, they even rotated into closet as well. I am just loving every second about this attacking side by UN because they are just doing everything so textbook.
One of the great things about applying pressure from more than one direction is you don't actually have to push the other directions. You're just now forcing Baker to split their sight lines. You see now, KMBC 9 News is looking the opposing direction. What happens? His teammate dies. Now you would have an even further man advantage. Strafton, where are you lying? What's the plan from here? Too many sight lines could be available to you, and guess what? The one you look away from has now gotten you cut down as FW Laughfan finds the kill with the Air 33, and you'll see the Type 99 come up now for Bucket Hat. who steps in, finds the final blow, and a flawless round will be gained for our attacking side here of UWin. A flawless execution, a flawless round ending, and the result was obvious from the get-go when the extension by Baker falls short and everyone else was wonder, where do we sit on site? Where are they coming from? And they're coming from everywhere. The walls are caving in, John, and the pressure was definitely there.
Ewan was definitely in their walls, just 100%. They were hearing voices, and they were getting loud towards the end of that round. Yeah. Every time, man, every time I see the color red, I'm just screaming, get out of my head. It's non-stop. It doesn't have to look like a funny astronaut. It just has to be the color red. I start convulsing, man. It's hard to forget about it. But anyways, we can try to forget it. We can try to forget about that last kid's defense and go back to it again. Funny enough, a slightly different lineup with a bigger emphasis on anti-breach, which I feel like is, don't get me wrong, not bad. Especially with Bandit, you could actually Bandit trick here on certain positions. That could be difficult, though, because the flooring is soft underneath where the walls are placed, so you might get naded. A big risk, big reward potentially for King. But also having the Rook, which not only gives you more health, but also you've got a big optic to go hold these longer angles. That could be helpful for the anchor game, especially since Baker have been opting for more of that anchor presence. But that does not mean they should ignore this roam game and not try to stall UWin early in the round and just only rely on 4 people sitting in sight, because it did not work out for them the first time they tried it.
Polamalu making a bit of a better decision, not picking small tower, but I still feel like the extension is kind of needed, a bit of a necessitation. He'll do it inside main hall instead. Opposing side of the map, maybe the eastern play is superior to the west. The West, whatever you want to call it, if you like SpongeBob or not. But from my view of things right now, it's just you and needing to do the same old, same old. Though the strategy has changed, the operator balance is obviously deferring for the Baker side. What difference does that make if they're all going to lie in the exact same places and it only cuts down one of your expected approaches? And to be frank, they've already thrown their nades, which makes it difficult to breach down the wall inside attic or the games room wall that could be kind of breached through, but you can shoot straight through those soft floors like you mentioned as well, and it creates a lot of problems. Speaking of problems, the problem child for the side of the UWin team, FW Laughant, who's 13-3, having just picked up another kill, this one on the KMBC 9 News, who is hanging out in Z.
And if we had KMBC win that fight, this could have been a completely different round. All the Roteros gone, a whole set of flash grenades. We already had the secondary util be a little bit lackluster by UWin because they already lost their grenades. So, again, if we had that entry favor Baker, this could be a whole nother level of a round play here for the defense. But sadly, no. Laugh will just deepen his position in the building and now start to throw up those Rotero drones to see what he can get away with here in this next minute 20.
It's kind of the game of pushing and pulling here, John. You win some, you lose some. From the looks of things right now for Baker, they've given up, and they've not really gained anything in return, and now it's just them trying to recover from this point onwards. Unfortunately, the EMP finds quite a lot of impact from their Thatcher. Takes out an ADS and 2 Bandit batteries, but a little bit slow to utilize the hard breach, and I think those may actually come back up before then, and UWin's already in the objective, playing in from big window, finding 2. Strafton may be able to cut down 1 to deny the possibility of a flawless round, but they're running out of ammo. Forced now to reload, the pressure is on, and FW Laughing was already 1 HP in the process. Roni's shot rings true, Polamalu with it, Nitro Cell sent, it doesn't connect. It tags the rooftop of that doorwell. That's not where you want to be. The frame denying damage. Strafton has reloaded and connected themselves 1 to 2, now 3 to them. This will take the head off X-Tay as well, just bucket hats. Left by their lonesome. 2 players alive. And they have to fight back against both of them with only 20 seconds remaining. 1 player trying to play from attic door. The reswing from both sides is not really gathering anything. Bucket is just watching them at this point. Knows that they can kind of bait and switch. They have to go for the kills, though. Running of time, no diffuser in play. They'll DB in 0-1. Spending too much time on the 1 player. They'll swing to the corner, finding the last. And UWin. Not only do they find a scary round win towards the last seconds there, but that is a map win on top of it here to go 1-0 in this series.
And Strafe just out in the open, man. I don't think he actually knew that someone had hopped into attic to kill the Mozzie, and that did not give him enough time to react and actually position himself, either in the back near big window or in the back of kids' room. So he was just easy pickings trying to readjust with literally 3 seconds left to spare for the Habana. A solid 1v2 clutch, but man, that was honestly, that could have been in the court of Baker once again, because not only did they almost win the opening duel, but they almost got a 2v1 clutch in their favor.
And I think that's just a lack of communication for their side. There was a lot of weak links for both teams in some ways, but obviously most of the team that takes the loss, where there was moments where, hey, I could have given the info, there's a player jumping in through big window. Why was Strafedom slow to try and react to the player's inside objective on their initial engagement, where they only found one and then got rushed back into kids with the Finkage applying pressure? Why'd the Finka not pursue? A lot of questions for both sides, but I think all of it kind of devolves from a point of having a lack of communication. Communication is making it or break it. Speak to your teammates. The chemistry has to be there, and we were seeing a distinct lack of coordinating. We saw it in round 2 on that kitchen and dining objective, where they didn't watch the drones, and their teammates were felled because of it. We saw it there towards the end, where they weren't able to communicate it fast enough that they've worked their way, killed me off an attic, and now they're going for you.
Yep, and we've got hopefully 2 maps left. We've got to hop into Villa in these next couple months. Before we, of course, get map number 2 underway, we have to go into a quick little break. So we'll be back in just a little while to see how Villa actually unfolds here in the rest of this best of 3. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. Just a gentle reminder, my name's Infernosis, joined here by my great friend Fellow, and we're still looking to reach that finite conclusion here of this best-of-3 series here for R6 of Week 8. I'm fairly excited for this one. With the scoreline being so dramatically in favor of one team over the other, we can expect a somewhat similar result here in Map 2, but I'm hoping for a David and Goliath situation, so I'm hoping that Baker University brought their slingshots.
Yeah, and plenty of rocks as well. That would be very important to not just have blanks, of course. That would be nice. But heading into Villa, there were definitely a lot of things that crossed my mind as we were getting this map actually set up for the players. I feel like the major issues by Baker were not just based on the map. I think it was just general issues of maybe communication, but having more time to now talk amongst themselves, perhaps, that could maybe allow things to be remedied a bit. But still, you win 7-1, and especially winning a couple of rounds too that they definitely should not have. Baker were in the advantage a couple of rounds. It definitely does not plant a very hopeful seed in my mind that we will see a map 3, but I'm hoping to be proven wrong.
I want to point out, because we talked a little bit about slingshots and not shooting blanks on slingshots. What is the blank equivalent of a slingshot? And an immediate thought in my head is those old giant plastic guns that you would pull back and it would shoot a burst of air across the room. People would use them to fly airplanes. Yeah, that's not going to do much, especially against the very methodical assault that Ewan was bringing to the table. Shooting a little bit of air at them is not going to slow them down. And that's kind of the name of the game. We said it was a momentum shift at the beginning of the second half. You have to cut down the momentum of the attacking team. That's the entire responsibility of the defense. And yet we saw basically none of that. That has to change, especially now here on the second map of Villa. And our ban phase is not the oddest of all things. Still Osa being removed, seemingly an odd choice, but maybe you really just don't like playing against the shields that work both directions. Kaid, not a huge shocker for this map, not a huge necessity, but it does make it easier to go towards that vault side to get rid of vault door, as you could no longer Electroclaw trick by placing the Electroclaw behind the vault door, actually inside of that games room. And then finally, Mira to get rid of the black mirrors and deny the sight lines and intel available for the defensive side. And for Ewan, that's good because they're starting off on the attack, and anything they can do to help them against Baker is a positive decision.
Going in around number 1, got Aviator in games with, I'd say, a relatively normal speaking comp. I mean, they've got the Thunderbird. That's great for some anchor positions or maybe to help out the roam game. And speaking of roam, we've got probably Pola Malu and then also Strafton potentially on that roam game, maybe King to back them up as well. And having the Valkyrie actually available could be nice to have. There's so much of the map to kind of move around. If you can synchronize that with also your back eye cameras, you can maybe go for some sort of nitro cell play, having that intel at the ready. And that is always a great way just to kind of get some sort of opening pick or just a kill in general without having to really stress out all that much about potentially being refragged.
More worried about the Baker defense. How much of an extension are they going to go for? When we saw them playing the defense previously for the few short rounds that we did see, they really like to put Palomalu out there. And if you're FW Lap fan, and you played the Vigil like you did on map 1, you were able to extend, but you didn't overextend. You kind of played to your own strengths. You always ensured there was an outlier available to you to kind of transition back towards site to play for the post plant, which worked in 3 out of the 6 rounds we saw for them where they picked them up and basically entirely off the back of FW Laughing playing for the final few moments, and the rest of it was just normal round wins and only 1 loss there on that basement objective. But for Baker now, they lost a lot off the back of their roaming game being shut down early, and their extension could be something that starts to catch them in the rear. But UN are not actually forcing anything just yet. Notice the sheer amount of people just lying in wait, praying that their drones force any roamers that could be there to run their way back to site, and they have every cut angle being held.
UN only now entering the building. Definitely seems a little bit concerning, but as long as they begin to dwindle their way into 90, for example, at about a minute 30, maybe a minute 20 perhaps, it shouldn't be that big of an issue, especially if they find some sort of kill along that journey too. They spot out KMBC, but I'm not too sure if they're aware somebody's close near red stairwell, which could allow for at least some sort of maybe crossfire or a bait perhaps. And also one thing to note is currently kind of the cluster that UN's putting themselves in right now. They don't have anybody rotating study. Nobody's on that 90 window just yet. But speaking of 90, they've got control of it now that the Thunderbird had to actually give up that position kind of reluctantly, but they get away with their life. So I guess that's better than dying off the bat and giving that first pick to UN.
No shield in Classical Hall. None in front of door leading inside of games. An interesting decision, essentially now isolating the individual that's over towards Lamp. That is still KMP 9 News, the Thunderbird. For the side of Baker, that was initially holding the angle. Palomalu has gotten the rotate back, though. That's through the basement, or the first floor more specifically, I should state, as this is the second.
Volcano's
They
on his
able to...
cam.
Sorry, what?
Volcano's on his camera, I think, right now.
Mhm.
I think he's gonna. No one's told him. Uh-oh. Oh. What? He got back on his camera!
Okay, cool!
Oh, my God.
Oh, and
Don't
now they're
tell
going to
me.
try and run away, and they get away. Whoa. John.
He got out.
You
I cannot
cannot
believe
get away
this.
with that. Oh no, and they lose first frag off the back of it too. Freezing Lava goes down, killed off by Palomalu, and King finds the second. XT loses their life. Political will be the second victim of Palomalu, and nobody's gotten the refrag just yet. Buckenhat finally finds the first frag for the side of UN. They'll find the second as well, now leaving them alone in the 1v3, and it's all she wrote. Baker, a fabulous round, but good night. That should have not even gotten close to the situation. They had found that momentum we talked about previously by picking up the first kill on Volcano.
I really do not believe we just had nobody look through hunting to catch the Aruni just on her camera, and then they finally peek her and she leaves. That's comical to a certain degree, but I mean, the fact we didn't see UN rotate at all, Baker completely punished them for that. They stacked up in study. They had multiple people watching in through the skull doorway, and because no one was able to get a lot of control leading in through the hunting wall itself, it was kind of a funnel inadvertently there for Ewan, and there just wasn't much they can do, especially after they lost that first engagement by the Vigil of Palomalu. Now heading into Trophy Room and Statuary, we've got a slightly different composition. We've got actually Palomalu not on the Vigil. Instead, he's rocking the smoke to instead maybe prolong that inevitable push by Ewan, because they kind of stalled themselves out. And if we maybe had the smoke on the board, that could have been an even bigger issue in that first round, perhaps, Scott.
I think the bigger issue in my mind is going to be, how does UN kind of recover from that somewhat maybe egregious attacking round for themselves? Well, they won't have to do it on the same objective. They'll be able to step over to a new one. Baker not being allowed to play it back after their win. And we're going to go over the trophy and statuary side. And for the attacking lineup we're being brought to the table, a Kali being switched over to a sniper. On this objective, I can only assume that's pressure towards astronomy, and also maybe to master bedroom window control. If they can get the hard wall down and gain enough sightlines over towards trophy, then it does create a really nice sightline. But is it that impactful? Is it that important, especially when it's such an easy job for a defending team to just avoid that sightline and let their players be isolated over an astronomy, because you can't plant an astronomy. You still have to step towards sight and just watch those angles of approach.
I mean, what I'm thinking here is they open triple wall and they play at default, and then you just have Callie watching the plant outside the map. You can't do anything about that. That is just asserting your dominance as a team if you can get away with that. They still
you just
have
hold
to
an
clear
angle
out.
she can't see, though.
Well,
Like door to
default-
statuary or behind statue.
well, for default in particular, I mean, you can look all the way through the window. It's kind of a difficult angle, but it's still having that range adaptation is definitely a good thing to have. So I don't mind the Cali here, but you could probably do that with somebody else. Maybe a Glaz would be a slightly better option because there's nothing to stop the wall from being opened up, but it's basically the same idea. It's potato, I guess, essentially speaking. But for Ewan, they are slowly working their way up inside of bathroom. King is going to deal a lot of damage out to the Ace, who only now has deployed their Selma charges. Funny enough, that could have been a big loss of life, but at least they have the Habana as well, so if it did happen, they could still get the triple wall opened up for that Cali play.
Political loses their life. Attempts to rotate in from master bedroom through closet and then out to the balcony to assist their Kali of freezing lava, losing their life in the process, though. Not an expected result, and Palomalu is really holding this apex position up front to disallow any and all options for Ewan. They are falling apart at the seams right now. Toxic Bay from Palomalu finishes the job on XT. King cuts down one more, and though they lose their life not far behind, with FW Laughfan finding their first here in this map so far, it's still a major near two-time advantage going in the favor of Baker's defense. FW Laughfan cuts it down to just a one-man advantage, but still a huge hill to climb, and I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill, but this one does look like a very hefty one and I'm not sure the stamina is there for Yuwin. They've got plenty of HP, 35 seconds, and not that much utility, which is the biggest factor.
At least in terms of information, it's just Laugh gathering that right now, but oh no, I don't think the Jaeger spot the Habana. Bucket, you've got to win that, man. He's got to win the bearing 9 out of ammunition here. Laugh will find a third off screen. The hip fire is not going to work out, but thankfully Laugh is won't the case. They'll try to stick this plant technically in a 1 versus 1 as we have the Capcan holding a long angle, but they're simply going to have more HP. Baker, a close call, and maybe if we saw the Jaeger, or pardon, actually the Habana actually win that fight against the Jaeger, that could have been a whole nother dynamic, but not having enough ammo in the clip and missing some vital shots, that's going to cost the ultimatum there of that round, still going the way of Baker.
You could see that they thought they had found the kill. They stopped firing. There were still a couple shots in the clip. They just stopped firing, thinking that was enough. The job's done. Job's not done till it's done. Not till you see the corpse hit the floor, and Baker will capitalize on the ending of yet another round. Now they're head on over to the third objective choice, my favorite objective in all of R6. And the defensive lineup, not really that shocking, but a definite difference in what a lot of teams will bring to this objective. Maybe a bit more aggressive in a lot of ways. I expect a pretty hefty extension up to the second floor. Only having one nitro cell makes things difficult. Thankfully, the EDDs can also dish out their own level of hurt, but even with a nitro cell, what can you do with it without the necessary information? You're praying that you would give away their location first with a Monk skeleton key, or maybe a breaching charge audio cue, or maybe the detonation itself, and then praying you can get the nitro cell out and detonated before you get refragged first through those floor holes.
It's an indicting now on the table here for Baker, having a really good first half so far. And one of the major things of that is they're playing more as a team, and B, Yuwin is also just not diversifying themselves. They are going in for very linear takes. They don't like to try to rotate around, maybe add more pressure on Astra stairs, for example, to help out the player in bathroom. They didn't try to, rotate study on round number 1, for example. They've been just securing one part of the map, and that's been kind of it. Maybe on this round, having more of a setup for vertical play, that's going to force themselves to kind of diversify. They've got the fuse for the cluster charges. They've got the Buck skeleton key to open up the walls directly. So there's a lot on the drawing board here for Yuwin to have a very solid attack, especially since we still have a relatively decent anchor presence here by Baker.
Oh, it's really slow. How much are we going to see the side of Yuwin take outside? We saw this problem. You mentioned it. 2 minutes left on the clock, and they had made their first attempt at entering the objective. And I like the way that they watched the cut angles. They tried to drone out and flush out the defensive roam game of Baker, but they didn't find any impact. And so instead of just stepping into sight and trying to force that impact, they just played a little bit too slow and got caught into their own unfortunate playing field. Thankfully, this time around, though, they do find the opening kill, but I don't think they actually managed to flush out the player actually in walk-in closet, and they were not aware of their position. Freezing lava cut down, and that's the fuse, the cluster charges you were so heavily relying on this objective, and now Palomalu is finding even more impact. They cut down a second. Your flank watch, the Nomad off the board. You're just now finally finding the even trade, breaking the streak, so to say, of Palomalu, but the damage has been done. They've been fed to 6 kills so far in this map alone within 3 rounds, and now you're going to have a much harder and a much more difficult expected push onto this objective of the first floor.
Well, you basically could imagine the Nomad died there because she has still 3 of her air jabs. This could have been maybe evaded in some degree if we just had these things deployed for some sort of overwatch, but no. Apparently too much isolation by Yuwin once again, but losing out on the Buck and Fuse as well, that was a big reason to actually have those players as an option and get that top floor control so you could play for the vertical, but now it's a much more linear take once again by Yuwin. They've got 50 seconds. That's plenty of time to gather intel, but Baker, they've got so much on the board. They've got the Capcan, EDDs, they've got Yokais on the board, and not to mention the Surya gates that are still scattered across the map. It's going to come down to 1v1s being a win here for the offense, and currently it's nothing but trade so far. This time a 2 versus 2 in the equalization. They've retrieved the case and can try to go for some sort of plant here. Cool Volcano will have to fall back, reposition, goes for the pre-fire, but nothing connects just yet through that soft wall. Will try to step up big, but it's too close to the wall. X-Day catches him out, and Bucket, the final kill of the round. Things came down so close, but still, it's a win for Yuwin nonetheless, and thankfully they won't get 3-0 against their opposition.
John, how long is Bucket going to hold that dang lifeline in their hands? How many times have we seen them waiting to use it? just holding
never-
there
I'll never
behind
let
their
go, Jack.
teammates.
I'll
I
never let
get it.
go.
I get it. The name of it's a lifeline, but it's not your lifeline in the round. They refused to use the concussive blast on the attempted entry inside. It would have gone off, and it would have caught the player that got the first trade for the side of Baker. I felt like they just held on to it for too long, praying it was their last semblance of hope, and it really didn't do anything for them. Utility isn't always the make it or break it kind of moment. That's definitely the case in that round where you saw the more important pieces of utility you were bringing get cut down first. The Nomad losing out on having the possibility of your cluster charges. It was all over the place. And yet you still find a win because you managed to get a couple even trades back. You managed to try to break even. And then for some reason, Strafedom tries to retreat back to laundry. And instead of doing the laundry as a chore, you took the trash out and finished the round quickly. I liked that round win for UN, but there was too many problems, and that's not something Baker is going to allow. They're a good enough team that they know how to adjust on the fly. We didn't get to see it that much on map 1 because of the limited round view for them on defense, but there's plenty of options here because we've already seen them find rapid success in the early stages.
At least they seem like Villa is more of a comfort pick for them. So you take the wins where you can get them. I actually want to go pull up the map bands to see who actually selected
Ewan's
what.
map.
Yeah, that makes sense. Just kidding. I mix up the two team names. That's on me.
Collegiate
My bad.
special, when your opponent's map, lose your
That
map.
isn't even like the terminology for collegiate special, but that's like a good one. Normally it's like both halves are won like very lopsidedly.
That's true.
But
5-1s,
This
5-1s.
is we
yeah.
could consider this like collegiate special too. Like it still remains pretty factual. It's just not the first thing that pops into my mind, but still funny and resourceful, I guess. I think, do we have Ewan actually trying to go for a multi approach this time? Do they have presence in study too? Is this where we actually have to see now just a complete funnel? That'd be very interesting.
Maybe. Twitch drone down. Unfortunate. Another drone now being victimized by KMBC9, and their attempted escape. Maybe the escapades they were trying to employ fall short, and they're cut down by the XT. Nice nade, though, by Freezing Lava. A player that hasn't necessarily been able to put their name on the board just yet, finally finding their first here in round 4. And it's off a very hard piece of utility to do so. They timed the nade correctly, and Strafed On is at the opposing end. And that was a very important player for Baker, as they have been one of the last few remaining players alive in each of these rounds. Cutting down one of the best anchors for their side allows for things to be a little bit easier in these last 30-second stretches.
Well, now we have plenty of intel being gathered. Ooh, a nice nitro cell being attempted there on an X-Tay. Doesn't actually kill anybody, though, but plenty of damage done to the Jackal, so that's all right, I suppose. It was a really cool idea, actually, and not having anything to counteract the... Actually, no, they have an IQ. How'd they not spot the black eye camera? Oh, well, whatever. Good capitalization by Baker, once again, on a mistake kind of made by Ewan, but in terms of just winning gunfights, Ewan has not made the mistake of overstaying their welcome. They still have the 5-on-3 advantage, and now working their way into study as well, they are really looking to set themselves up in a perfect position to actually get a plant down pretty soon, or at least just completely bombard the site with players, because they still have a whopping man advantage of 2 people and now 3. It's just a 1 versus 4, all up to Cool Volcano, as he is in the middle of Games Room right now, spots the body of Political, but just cannot find the shots in time to stop that plant from going down. Catches Laugh off guard at the very least, but still 3 versus 1 post plant. This is not looking good for the Aruni.
Freezing Lava pounces in the last few moments. That was the wake-up round for Freezing Lava, wasn't it, John? Early nade kill, last blow as well. That's everything you need to be. And a lot of explosions there at the end. A very explosive victory for them. Now we're tied up. 4 rounds in, and we were not expecting this result. 1, heading into this, as we were expecting Ewan to have a very dominant performance, same as what we saw there in map 1 of Oregon. And 2, because Baker was a team that came into this alive and well. 2 instantaneous round wins with basically no semblance of success from Ewan, and now with things tied up, it's an interesting game. Now we're heading over to the Plains and Games objective again. Baker attempting to reattempt and, I guess, correct the faults from that last attempt. And I think the major faults were the loss of life away from sight before they were able to, 1, gather the necessary information, and 2, get any sort of trade in the process.
Well, we are opting back here once again, and when we had the multi-approach done by Ewan, it really did spell disaster for Baker. They just did not seem fully prepared for that as an option. So I'm glad we're seeing that adaptation by Ewan. And interestingly enough, I think Baker will try to dabble in this as well by maybe having an extension into main. I mean, they've got the util for it. They've got a Wamai, they've got Jaeger, they have the smoke with the shield and those toxic babes, along with the Surya gates. Like, they really have everything as an option, but I don't think they're going to. So that's not going to allow for a lot of stall potential when we see that study play abrupt by Ewan once again. And I guess the util will just solely be used for the site itself, perhaps, because no one's even holding red directly either, too. This is a little bit concerning here for Baker.
Once again, we're seeing Ewan work from the master bedroom side and transition deeper into the map. Baker have done a good job, though. Their extensions have been strong. It's just a matter of when the cut angles get held, they get held well. From the looks of things, with the pressure being applied from more than one direction from Ewan, stepping away from that kind of one-dimensional approach they had a major problem with in those earlier rounds, this could allow for them to kind of put Baker on the back burner, force them to sit on their haunches and worry about both sides, and that kind of separates the sightlines from your would-be anticipated entry. Send a drone in from the north side, peek in from the south. Yeah, you have them looking both directions, unaware for where they should be defending from, and finding an easier pick, but that's also easier said than done. And from the looks of things, it may be an easier early kill for the side of Baker if they're not careful here for you, when no longer having the Nomad means no real flank watch, and so instead they'll place down the Claymore, looking to stop any opportunity for Baker to catch them on the flank. Now it's just about denying landing space for the Baker side on their reattempted entry to site.
But for that roam game, I think they only have one person. That's currently King. No, not even. He's in the middle of sight. It's actually somebody else. And speaking of players, we actually have Strafe who gets killed off screen. That's already the opening duel as a win for Ewan once again. And they're still establishing tons of map pressure. We don't have anybody around in study just yet, but that rotate does not take very long. So Bucket Hat, maybe after opening up Hunting Vault, you can make that great transition over. And once again, that would really remove a lot of potent positions here for Baker to hold down the site properly. And yeah, we already have Bucket Hat in the middle of study. No one's here to aggressively swing on him because there's the coverage near Skull Doorway. So we're going to have this multifaceted push happen once again as if we were just on the last round, Scott.
Player lying in wait within vaults. They've got themselves a shield in front, though. That does separate the sightlines and allow for Palomalu to be a little bit safer, but they're still going to step away from their hidey hole. Maybe aware a possible nade could be sent yonder, but Freezing Lava has already expended both their nades. And in a really hefty nade consumption meta, we're not seeing the nade consumption meta fall in the favor of Ewan, instead opting for a bit more of a strategic and methodical stylized operator setup. But they're losing everyone. Political, FW Laughfan, all felled by KMBC 9 News. From the looks of things, that's not going to stop anytime soon. Freezing Lava and Bucket Hat, the last two players left standing with only 15 seconds left. Seems like a hard thing to overcome. King gets DB a note, but actually finds the final blow there on a Bucket Hat. Leaves Freezing Lava to have to clean up the job, and they finally do, but too much time wasted, and KMBC 9 News finds the 3K to finish things off so handily in the favor of the Baker defense.
And it was actually that Wamai who was opting to go for the flank there, and we had nobody aware of that position. If you're not going to have somebody rotate in that middle floor later in the round, might as well just go for the air jab toss, because you need one in Astro, for example. Actually, we didn't have a Nomad. You made that point. We had just a Claymore, and that was already Astro. So yeah, they had literally nothing, not even a drone to go make sure KMBC would not just walk up on them and get the jump, but that's exactly what happened. So I'll have to hold my remark, but not having a Nomad definitely seems a little odd, or at least some sort of flank watch, not even a zero, which is great for a map like Villa because you've got all that burn of the Argus cameras, which you can still have a couple dedicated to have some sort of intel for the flank watch. And then you've got the secondary hard breach, so you don't always need to bring somebody like the Habana. Instead, you could maybe have nades on the board or get rid of the Maverick, and then again have some sort of other piece of util to take his place instead.
I'm super curious about what's going through the head of Ewan. I wish I could hear like the comms that they're communicating with. I wish I could hear the game audio as well. That's just how R6 is these days. Complete apology to everyone out there. There was a lot of white noise, so you just mute it because eventually it just starts to drown out the game. You can hear it right here. Somewhat you can hear the game, but it is probably just nicer to mute it to everyone's ears because it gets pretty loud at certain moments. It's strange. I wish I could hear how UN communicate because we saw how really solid their attack was on the last map. I want to know what the differences was. I want to know if maybe they're faltering with communication. Maybe they're unaware how Baker is wanting to play this one. And I feel like all of that's off the back of once they get to site, they've kind of bled too many of their drones. Baker has done a much better job on this map of denying that information, denying the intel, and using that to keep this level of obscurity, obfuscating the UN side from being able to know exact positions and be able to just take those easy shots right off the get-go. And while we do see KMBC9 News refuse to shoot that drone initially, they will have to take a step back because of that. It's been few and far between that we see UN actually have successful droning that lasts longer than an initial one room.
Oh, we've got at least Somai now falling back. Not a lot of pressure dealt towards him, though. Would have much rather have seen him hold that position for a little while longer, maybe falling back into 90 perhaps. But he'll probably go on a flank and end up killing somebody. We have a lot of issues here with proper util usage in general here. So if we don't see those air jabs actually popped or even put in the right places, that could still allow the Omai to go big and once again just cause an absolute storm of chaos against UN. And this round has really got to be one of the more important ones we've seen for them in this entire best of three because, well, if they don't win this one, that's going to give Baker the advantage. And now they've got much more room to breathe when they head on through to their attacks. But at least they down and finish off Cool Volcano. So there's something for their troubles. And the opening pick is now in their ballpark at least.
Holding on strong, UN with a man advantage. Having taken Cool Volcano off removes the Roni and any possibility of those Suryas being placed after the life. No chance. I think they already managed to put them all down, though. So not a huge point, but that can be a problem in the NECC. We've seen it quite a bit. People dying with the utility in their pocket. And for a moment there, Xtave finds a little bit more impact. Starts to stray ahead just a bit as they catch one more. With only 3 players left standing for the defense. They just have to hold on, and it's up to UN to play this one safely. Unfortunately, the safe play not working out just yet. Great look from Freezing Lava, who tosses a flash out, barely survives the initial engagement, but finishes the job thereafter, and Political and Xtave find the last 2 final blows. Though they bled, I believe, a total of 2 players in the round, that round was a much better performance from them, something that we have seen them struggling to do. For the side of UN on that attack, they looked much weaker than they did on the map of Oregon, which is odd considering this is their map pick, like we mentioned before, John.
One minor thing to note as well, I like that little aggression by Polomalu as well. He kind of expected that we would have some sort of like blanket of safety because those flashbangs bring the ADSs, and that did almost allow kind of a spring trap to go off with the smoke getting hyper aggressive, but just not hitting enough shots. That was like a small little micro play I saw just kind of unfold beneath our eyes, and it almost worked, and that would have been cool because the Nomad had really no clue what just hit him, especially if that actually killed the Nomad too. But I guess we'll have to look past everything and move into a new half and a clean slate, basically, because it is 50-50, 3-3 going in the 7th round. And we're heading back to Aviator and Games. I'm not too shocked about that one. And the lineup here is not horrible. Big emphasis again on the plant denial. They've got Evil Eyes and Toxic Canisters. But again, I don't think we're seeing an extension into main or even anything in 90 directly. So it's going to be that volatility once again by the defense just to make sure too much map control is not gathered by Baker early on.
And I really liked the idea from UN in a lot of their attacks. I just feel it was really slow. You can do what you're doing. Just do it 10 seconds faster, 20 seconds faster. Then you start to allow for yourself to have more time for the last 30, now 45-second stretch where you can play a little bit safer. You have more drones. You have a ton of them. There's 10 you bring to the table, and I mentioned they bled so many of them before, and that's seemingly the case now for Baker as well. 2 out, 5 still in the pocket. They've lost 3, and the drone economy isn't there necessarily. That's still vital intel and vital pieces of utility that are not being expended to the fullest. It's fine to dump the drones as long as you're dumping and using them. It's the same thing with flashes. If you're dumping the flashes in, you're using them to burn the ADSs. You are making even trades and substantial trades that allow for you to have a more facilitated attack. And for right now, for Baker, a lot, in fact, all of their attack is coming from this outside veranda. They've Selma'd down the wall connecting to Aviator, and while it is being electroclawed on the west wall leading to Bar, it's not here inside of Plains, and it will allow for them to gain quite easy access into the objective, but they're still being contested by Xtay with the FMG.
Yeah, I like the early pressure here by Baker, even the upside down repel being attempted. But the one problem is if they don't get anybody to rotate near red stairs, that 90 pressure could be an issue. However, Strafe will be the big point of contention so far. He gets rid of X-Tay, one of your main pieces of denial. And I also mentioned the roam game briefly, how explosive it needs to be. We have Laugh actually going on that roam right now. And he could, of course, move up to main stairs to catch somebody off guard later on. But Baker still having that first blood, now getting full control of study room. They could, in fact, try to go in for a rush, especially with those finger boosts pop because there's no smoke on the board. They're not going to receive a debuff when they walk in those fumes. But again, not having anything for 90 denial, that's going to allow Political to get a refrag, and everything completely comes to a halt as they now have a new target on their sightlines.
Just let the sign of Baker funnel into you. That's one of the problems we're seeing you in right now. They applied early pressure. X-Tay was just getting some shots off, but excuse me, sorry, an unnecessary death. And now it's causing problems later here in the round. King finds another level of impact. What are you doing, Laugh Fan? Trigger
Patience.
discipline at its finest. This is patience. They don't find the timing, though, and now everything is not paying off. 2 players, though they may be low, they are not dead yet, and there's a Finka boost for the Adrenal Surge that can bring them back up to near perfect shape. They'll have to wait a little bit for the last one to go down, but still, you win on the back burner and maybe an even position, but the weapons favor Baker, and it's only a matter of time till they start to put the plant down. Talamalu trying to do just that, getting it down to 4 seconds for behind bar. Looks like they'll finish. No way for Yuwin to now play this. They have to go on the counterattack, and the flank has not been there.
Oh, and he's still playing underneath. They're aware of his position, and I think they know both Jaeger and the Bandit have to retake the site as well via process of elimination. Both Political and Laugh will now team up. The Claymore being destroyed, allowing Laugh to now step up the top of main as they work together, try to get rid of study control, but so far that does not work out fully. Political, a good spray, but doesn't find that much damage onto the Finka. Still this 2 versus 3, and not much time left to spare. There it goes. Volcano and Polomalu get the final few kills of the round, and by a complete miraculous series of events, in particular Laugh not finding anything on that flank, we have Baker still come out on top in that position.
I have no words. Not only because I fumbled on my words because I coughed, but I have no words because I watched that and I'm like, yes, be the menace, Laughland. You could do this. Come on, Laughland. Everything is yours right now. They are in the palm of your hand, but you squeeze too hard, too fast, or maybe too slow, and like sand through your fingertips, they scrape by. And yeah, the castle was built. They gave themselves the footholds. The stronghold is there, and it felt more like a real castle instead of a sand castle because you guys were incapable of being the bully on the beach and kicking it down, and it gets instead kicked in your face. As Baker take the first round here, they get the advantage again after the even halftime. And if we see it go like last time, John, there's a good chance Baker can use the momentum because momentum favors the attack, like I've mentioned 3 times tonight already. And Yuwin didn't get a great time to make advantage of the momentum. They constantly kept getting stifled in the early stages of the round, but Baker has been a team that's pretty darn quick about their pushes, especially from what we saw there on this map. They like to take control, and they like to do it with everybody being able to assist each other.
That round must have been a kind of a mental trucker, I would feel. Not enough to maybe completely toss up the entire match, but still having that flank be so close to full perfection and then just falling away from you, that's got to definitely maybe play a couple strings on the guitar a bit wrong, and it kind of hurts your ears a little bit. Maybe you get a little bit of I believe the word is tinnitus. Yeah, there you go. Your ears start to ring as if a flashbang's thrown at your face. Yeah, that wouldn't feel all that great, to be fair. But for Baker, still on top of their game so far, taking the advantage once again, now heading up for more of a master clear with nobody going in for a different kind of push just yet. But if you get everyone in master at the beginning, then rotate, it's not that big of a problem. It's just, I have a feeling that Baker, they might have the idea if they want to just kind of get master control immediately, then pushing through only the bathroom area, and that could be an issue. But I think a Claymore through the drone hole actually killed X-Tay, and that's going to be a pretty free opening kill and a good ease of mind, too, because now they know X-Day, he's not going to be up on that flank anymore.
That is yet another early bleed by Yuwin, where just smarter play would not allow that. And I'm not liking the idea of peeking these windows for it either. It just feels like Yuwin are giving up so much. Great hit fire there by Political, and Bucket tried to assist, but doesn't really do it just yet. Bucket loses their life to King, but a nice nitro cell refrags things back in return, freezing Lava, the player who sends it, and strafed in the player it connects to. And from the looks of things, UN are mostly staggering themselves over towards Astronomy. With 3 players left standing and 3 players surviving for UN as well, you could argue that the things are kind of an even footing, but with FW Laugh Fan on the opposing side, the pincer may be there, but there's not as much pressure being able to surmount. They have to bring a secondary player. They'll do just that. Great rotation by freezing lava, and they actually help to get the kill and finish the job on King, leaving just Cool Volcano and KMBC 9 Noons all by their lonesome in the 2v3, but Cool Volcano lands a nice shot, tags Political from all the way over in Trophy, and sets themselves up for even footing once again.
Smoke now gone. A lot of your denial off the board because of that. Laugh could maybe play for vertical, but the crossfire is much more important as of right now, and the plan hasn't gone down, but he loses a very important fight, leaving just freezing lava. Another 1-versus-1 position here with either player able to win this one fairly easily. We've got the long line of sight, though, favoring freezing as KMBC. He's got to approach the defender to get in the bomb site, and he'll simply win that altercation. Another even score line here, this time 4-4, as we just dive deeper in this second half, Scott.
So much danger, such a precarious position for both sides. Back and forth is about as good as we're going to get in terms of keeping this close. When you have such a lopsided map like map 1 was, seeing Baker turn this around, John, is such a breath of fresh air, and I'm loving to see it. But UN is not a team that sits on their haunches. They've noticed the mistakes they've made, and they've clapped back pretty quickly and pretty effectively. It's just a matter of kind of keying in on those mistakes and adapting on the fly. And it's really about that denial of momentum for the attacking team. And they were able to deny in terms of time and to keep them at bay, but I still feel like a couple of their players were a bit too aggressive around these corners, like Buckethead, playing really close. They weren't even the player to find that final blow on the IQ that was stepping in towards sight. That was Political with the SMG-11 all the way over towards Astronomy, peeking door. Too many sightlines being held by too many players, and instead of having the individual step up, they don't find that kill. And guess what? You get greedy and you re-swing, and the other teammates kill you. It just feels like they need to play their own strengths instead of trying to greed for it.
So now I think for Ewan, we're having more of an ideology of they want to not immediately get themselves in any danger. I mean, we did see the first opening favor Baker because someone got hyper aggressive, so I might need to eat my own words a little bit. But we've been seeing more Nitro Cell plays in particular, and I think that's just because they have an idea as to how Baker want to push. They want to go in from really one major part of the map, and that's about it. So if they're positioned in a way where those Nitro Cells can be in that one area, it does leave a lot of options for them to find a couple of kills. And even if they lose somebody off the bat, there is a good chance where they put themselves in a 4-versus-3 if that actually happens. And now that we already have the study doorway opened up, leading from that balcony inside of study itself, we could maybe have that rotate happen. Freezing Lava is already playing underneath. He could move all the way into art and go for a Nitro Cell play once that call is given that they've actually entered the building and they're not just baiting outside the balcony.
F was trying to play this one smart. Quick sprint in with a Gemini replicator. That facilitates information. Obviously not expecting to be a real player. Cut that down as fast as you can. Start to make that cooldown be a bit longer, and they'll have to wait a little bit, but they've done a good job. That's only 60 seconds, and they have control over towards Lampjohn. A really strong position for Baker to use and employ, but they actually have to be able to do something beyond that. And from their operator lineup, it feels like they may start to struggle with knocking down some of these walls. They have the option of tossing the Selmas. That's what KMBC 9 is doing as of this current moment, but any semblance of denial with these bandit batteries, any tricking, that could utterly bury the chances of Baker being able to step forward. Thankfully, they'll throw it high. The Selma will tag down the westernmost triple wall there, connecting over from aviation to study. And while we do see King in a good spot to start to work down Classical, Political's also in a good spot. Counteracts it at 90, almost kills King, but they managed to stay alive just a little bit, and the Adrenal Surge made sure of that as well. But Strafton, the Adrenal Surge wielding player, the Finka, does not survive. They are the first casualty of this round, and it's UN, now a demand advantage.
Such a gamble here for Flaff, and oh, I thought they almost actually pushed him through, but no. The visual was wrong on my end. That's my bad, but Political gets aggressive and actually wins a very important gunfight. I believe still holding 90, but not for very long. We've got the IQ swinging out wide. Now 3-versus-3. 50 seconds left. Plenty of time to compose yourself here, Baker. You just have to make sure you know what you're getting into in these last couple of moments. We don't expect XA to be that close, but no, he misses some shots. It's a third now for Polamalu, and now it's all up to Bucket Hat with 40 seconds left to kill. The plant will most likely go down. He has the yokais for that, but honestly, they can just burn off the clock, and they're still going to get that plant down despite the fact that there are still yokais in play here for Bucket, but I don't think they're aware exactly as to where Bucket is currently playing. He's just sitting in the back of Hunting with no one pushing around just yet. A yellow ping is indicated, but I don't think it fully confirms where exactly this Echo is positioned at. Eventually, that has been confirmed, though. There goes the pre-fire, but the IQ is now dead. An air jab deployed. That could knock potentially the Echo off, but he destroys it, thankfully, and can still sit in the back of Hunting. Now 5 seconds left. He got in the Echo drone. He's got the pings as well to boot, but no, he's caught in the reload. Gets on the Echo drone, but it's far too late. It's been destroyed in the background, and now Bucket trapped in the middle of Hunting room. Baker can just fall back and play for this case, and there isn't much left for the lone Echo to do. KMB just currently playing keep away, and Cool Volcano has actually road hit around and started throwing flashbangs through the drone hole to completely flash out Bucket Hat. There's just nothing left for this poor soul to do, but finally the util has ran out, and they begin to move forward, but only 20 seconds left, and he still has to win 2 separate gunfights with little to no information. He doesn't even know that the ace is so close behind the bar, sprays down, finishes off Cool Volcano, wins at the bearing 9. The ace is so close, but no, he checks directly in the bar. KM will win that altercation, and we still have Baker taking the charge on their attacks.
What a interesting ending result for the round, as too much was given away by UWin, and Baker capitalized. That safety, the safety net that was there for UWin, the defensive players they kept over towards bar fall apart, and their defensive structure has started to look a bit more like a net, where there's too many holes. While there is definitely a very nice structure, and it can capture the majority of things, when you leave those little holes that are available, Baker is not a team that's going to let that be passed away. They will dive through that. They will then start to take advantage of that safety, that safe space, that empty location, and that's what we've seen so consistently from them. This attack for them has been very valid. They have managed to find really solid post-plant situations. That last round more specifically, great idea to step up, toss the flashes through Vault. That buys time. If there was an extra 10 seconds of push available for Bucket Hat, I guarantee you they wouldn't have felt the pressure necessary to push up on a KMBC9 News second and would have gone for him first. Instead, employing a strategy on the western side, sorry, I should change, the eastern side, across from Sharon, around the corner towards the hard wall, and started to push from that direction instead of working closer to door on the billiard side of room. And instead, Baker play it well, they hold on strong, and UWin lose yet another round, bleeding away the chances of them having a map go in their favor, and that old cursed collegiate special that was such a thorn in the collegiate scene 9-10 months ago about taking your opponent's maps and losing yours. Well, that very well be the case at the tempo that we're heading in.
Just a constant back and forth between Baker and Ewan. I did not think, especially after seeing map 1 unfold, that we would have such a close matchup into Villa, but it's all I could really ask for, I suppose. One thing I would probably prefer more by Ewan is maybe having that utility work done much better, because they keep bringing all these nitro cells, but I never see them really tossed out. And same thing with the Echo drones. They don't have them in a good spot where they can remain kind of hidden until needed for the plant denial. If we had the Echo still have his yokai up, that would have been the round over and done with. There would have been no time left to get that plant off, but unfortunately it got caught and destroyed, and Baker were just in too strong of a position to actually lose in that 2 versus 1. But hey, it's a new round for UWin. Hopefully they can redeem themselves as we are heading back to Aviator. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, we are heading in the smack dab middle of Aviator. Don't know how I didn't catch that until now with the exact same lineup here by UWin. I think the big question is if Baker will try the exact same strat, and it looks like that will be true as they're already stacked up in Study Balcony once again.
I would argue that this would start to favor UWin a little bit. I felt like things were really close up to the point. Obviously, a 3v3 was kind of the most tumultuous point, but they bled away 2 players almost instantaneously in quick succession of each other, and once that came to its kind of boiling point, leaving Bucket Hat there and the 1-on-2 just didn't seem like a great possibility. And to make matters worse, they have changed things up a little bit. You no longer have the Ekai, the Yokai drone being able to come out, and you also no longer have your Vigil nor your Mozzie, with Laughfan getting, unfortunately, impactinated by his own utility to finish their life off, the next day being shot down in very early stages of this round. John, UWin are looking down the barrel end of a bad situation, as they're 1 round away from match point for Baker, and they've already put themselves in a 3v5.
Things not looking all that great. And they've only got Freezing out on the flank, I believe. with the no man on the board, they might have that actually watched over quite well. Bucket Hat is going to catch Polamalu, someone who is very important in terms of winning those early gunfights and putting the hurt down. He's already done his job, but not as much as we expected from the last round. We've got Bucket Hat just holding around this bomb chassis. Political catches king as well. Things have equalized, but Bucket Hat gets caught next to the potted plant, is not able to finish off the Finka player, keeping Strafe alive and still tons of utility in their back pocket. But now repositioning, they might not check this corner. This could be a big play for him. Does a bit of damage on the cool volcano. Now repositions once again, but the timing isn't right for him. CMB is going to win that fight, can go for the plant once again. Freezing lava still underneath. You have to get active. You need to step back up. You don't have a C4. You don't have anything for the plant denial, and now you're in the 1 versus 3 with the air jab, giving away your intentions. A flashbang flies out. He's completely white screened as he's just stuck in the middle of main stairs, having to worry about 3 separate players once again. And I mean, this already looks to be around in the bag for Baker because, again, just the lack of proactivity here by the defense and actually utilizing what they bring to the table. They have so much intel, yet get caught off guard by the same push every single time. They have nitro cells, but refuse to use them at the right moment. And once again, because of that lack of util, it's going to allow Baker to steal yet another round from their mitts and put themselves into map point. There's a chance we go to Clubhouse now.
Yeah, I think it's all but guaranteed. I think the possibility of UN recovering on this map is so slim that it would have to be a... Actually, this could be it. With a rehost, then that kind of stops the momentum a little bit. I just feel like the mental is chalked, John. I feel like there is no way that they're recovering without a break. And I think this rehost is a great excuse, essentially, to use as a way to kind of reset things. Take a sip of some hot tea, some chamomile tea, and you go, yeah, all right, we're fine.
Giant
all right.
water.
Yeah, whatever you have, whatever is available. I'm out of water, unfortunately. We've been here for so long.
Tragic.
Whatever you have, just try to calm down because they are just seething right now. You can feel that in the way they're playing. It feels like they're not working together. A total opposite result from map 1, and it's odd. It's strange. This is not the UN we saw there. It's almost the opposite of the scenario of, oh, big brother, come play the game for me. It's like you've let your little brother hop on instead. And that's not a good sign. It feels like a completely different roster, but the wrong direction. They've de-evolved instead of evolving their game ever forward.
Yeah, it feels like a sense of deja vu as well because Baker haven't done anything over the top. They're just picking gunfights one-on-one, and they're winning them. I mean, boiling down the game of R6, a lot of round wins come down to that. Just you outgun your opponent or you put yourself in a better position to win that gunfight. But we haven't even seen Baker try to go over the top in terms of being in a better position to win their gunfights. They're just doing basics. They're droning. They're having good pre-fires. Their crosshair positioning is not bad either. It's just, again, it's basic stuff, nothing over the top, yet every round it just works. We've seen no adaptation by the defense of UN, and right now they're just simply not winning at all.
I feel like playing that objective as many times as they have now in a row is the worst of the worst.
Yeah.
You know how I feel. Playing the same objective twice just breeds a level of complacency, blah, 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 blah. I haven't got to pull out that line in a really long time because I've seen so many teams that can't play the same objective twice. They lose that next round and they go, okay, I'll play it again. We know what went wrong. I don't think UN knows what went wrong. They're looking at it like, I don't understand what they're doing right now. What is it that they're doing that's going in? But like you said, they're just playing the game. They're playing at a very basic level. It is the standard, tried and true, cookie cutter strategy that every baseline ranked team would bring into competitive. And yet, it is dismantling, it is destructive, and it is decimating the side of UN. They need to head to a new objective. They're sitting on this point way too much. The turtling is failing, and any of their extensions they've attempted are too late on the rotate back and don't find any impact, and they faltered every time they've been given a chance to have the impact. Looking at you, Laugh Fan, with the opportunity there for 2. There's gotta be adjustments, and a new objective is the only side that'll do it.
Yeah, and it's like we're not making fun of Baker for like only doing basics because they're doing good.
No, you're winning
at just their basics. Yeah, they're winning.
Like, I can't make fun of you. You're winning.
Yeah, you're simply just taking the bag and running with it right now. It's more or less UN just not changing the site, not changing their operators, not changing much. And I really would think on their map pick they'd be more adverse to change But no, so far that has not been the case. But as it is going to take a very long time to get the rehost finished because we had 10 rounds play out, we are going to go into a quick little break and be back to get the rest of Villa underway and potentially Clubhouse very soon as well, because we are seeing the redemption arc kind of unfold here for Baker. Well, the rehost is finally over and done with. We're back in the matchup here with where we left off. Baker, we're in the lead, heading in around number 11. I believe match point. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, nope. That is going to be the case. You win down 2 rounds, and they've got to, at the very least, if they want to have a chance at winning out map number 2 without going to Clubhouse, they need 2 more to at least confirm overtime. So a lot is definitely on their plate, and it looks like our prayers have been answered. We are seeing a new bomb site with a slightly different lineup, which actually helps them enable the C4 play, which I'm glad about, because seeing 2 C4s just never used and a third one just missing its mark definitely did not sit well with me for 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah, and last time I saw this objective, obviously Baker brought it to the table on their defense, and they didn't even employ a pulse. Instead, it was like half and half of what you're expected to see. Some disparity, not really that much. They brought the CamCom, somewhat normal, not an odd pick. But they also brought in a Rooney, not the worst pick in the world, a Thunderbird, which is an okay choice on this one. It was just some oddities on their selection when it came to operators. This time around, pretty much the tried and true. You're bringing a Rooney for the Surrogates to burn some of the ADS, some of the utility like an ADS does, forcing them to throw it through to actually take and remove that Surrogate, but you can refire to reactivate a little bit later. They have the ADSs, they have the pulse, they have the cameras, because that was allowed through the ban phase, and of course the Mute Jammer, who also has a Nitro. Loving what Ewan's bringing to the table. The attack's gonna have to be pretty different though. No sledge, no buck. I'm expecting the only strategy on the board for them right now to be a first floor approach. Through pantry, quick sprint, or taking control of Memo and working between Memo, China, and Laundry. That's my expected approach from them. However, things can change, and they are heading to that second floor. It's just going to be really hard for them to make those sight lines.
Well, they've got 3 breaching charges and an IQ, which again, that is a hard counter to some of this information, especially
But
the
it's the
black eye
same
cameras and the
person.
cardiac sensor. So we could maybe see this play on the top floor actually work, but that is a very big risk, especially if the IQ does not have her scanner out already, but that is going to be the case. We see her trying to gather some late reconnaissance to see what exactly is happening over across the ways, or not. That's cool too, I guess. We'll go look at the Jaeger Sin Navy already. But for the time being, nothing has happened just yet. I don't think Laugh is fully aware there's a presence up the top floor. Nope, he's got multiple pings stacked up. There goes the first of many Nitro cells. It downs Straw, actually, but they revive themselves via the Finka boost. But still, tons of damage dealt to someone who has been rather impactful, at least in terms of utility and general just manpower with that LMG. Is definitely something better than nothing, like I've mentioned a couple of times in the broadcast already.
I'm going to point out, we did see the comeback on map 2 of Chalet just last game here at the NECC, where we saw the Purdue black side be down. I think it was like 5-1, and actually managed to win that map as it led to OT and took it in 2 rounds in OT. So UN can make the comeback. And they're doing a good job this time, climbing their return. They'll find an early blast, finishing the blow onto Strafe, who had already eaten 1 Nitro before. They'll have to use yet another one of their adrenal surges, feeling that stress, but it was right before they passed, so now no more available whatsoever to expend. Palomalu will have to put down the breaching charges. One of the things I was worried about is, yeah, they had breaching charges, but they were all on the player that also had the sensor for IQ. You're trying to watch out for Nitro cells. You can't watch out when you're the one placing the charge on the ground. But they've done a good job. The rest of the team for Baker has been stepping up. 2 kills, now 3. Political has no idea what's going on upstairs, and now their head is down on the floor instead. Quick cleanup. It's not the Gemini replicator from King. Instead, they're actually peeking that, and Freezing will punish them. And Bucket Hat's up on the 2nd floor. An interesting extension. Freezing Lava carrying Solo on site. They'll find 1 blow, but get refragged back. KMBC9's the player to do so, but upstairs, Bucket takes out Cool Volcano. It's now a 1v1. Bucket v KMBC9 News. And only 24 seconds left. Thankfully, KMBC9 News has the diffuser, and they'll start the plant.
This could be the play that gets him on Channel 9. He goes for the swing and he wins it. He gets up the planet just the right time. Baker, they bring us to a 3rd and final map of Clubhouse. And yeah, that's going to receive some sort of interview if we had those for the regular season. But the victory should be sufficient enough as is. A good recovery, I've got to admit. They didn't look all that well on Oregon, but brought things back on their opponent's own map pick. And now this leaves a lot of questions in my mind when we get ready for map 3, of course, because, man, I need the time to think, Scott.
First question, where was that on Oregon? Like, that's the question, right? Is this like the biggest just mind game, the best way to demoralize your opponent? Let them whoop you on map 1 and then turn it around on map 2, their pick, and then just sweep them like that? Like...
That's some like forest level intuition.
That is you are going out of the way there.
That's
you are
Giga Brain. That's Giga Brain.
That is genius right there. But speaking of that genius, we'll have to see how their genius kind of transitions over to our 3rd map pick. And ultimately, we'll have to see who wins it all here for the last game of the night here on the NECC. But we're going to go to that after a short little break like you previously foretold, as we'll talk things through and kind of bring some questions to you guys to talk about yourselves. Stay tuned for more after a 5-minute break. Welcome back, everybody. We're jumping right into the action to see whether or not UN can finish the job they started there on map 1, or if they'll fall short with the full triumphant return of Baker University coming back after that amazing map 2 win on the map of Villa. We're heading to Clubhouse first and foremost. Gentle reminder, my name's Infernosis, joined by my great friend Fellow. Make sure to follow him on Twitter. He'll tell you his Twitter later, probably. Don't.
Ho, ho, ho.
Do you love R6?
No.
Do you love
No.
R6? No.
Based, Ben.
Oh my
That's what we love to see. And now we will stop that joke before we start treading on glass. Ooh, that's an interesting ban. Ayana? We didn't even see her that much in play, to be honest. Except on map number 1. I didn't see her a lot on Villa. So I've got to wonder about that target ban. I think you went there out for blood tonight.
Definitely seems like the likely scenario. Next ban will be Mira. Intel game. What's this last one to be? With no Maverick band also, John, that basically means that you are going to get these hatches open, which means that CCTV is the worst objective in the game right now because Maverick was left unbanned. So do not play that if you're the defensive side of Baker, if you want a good chance of winning that. Otherwise, I guarantee you, probably 75, if not 80% of the time, you are going to get swept through like a tornado through what seemingly is my neighborhood because it's bad weather going on right now, and one landed just, I don't know, like 100 miles from my place, I think is what the number came down to. So if my internet goes out, that's why. I'll be fine. No worries. We're gamers. We stay in the basements anyways. That's where it's safest. But John, I'll let you continue to solo carry the cast if that happens. So
Get in the tub.
there's
I
no
don't
tub down
remember-
here in this. It's like a half bathroom, so there's no tub.
Ah.
You know. But I do got the nice brick wall. I'm sure. Yeah, it'll definitely not tear down the brick wall.
Doing its best Senator Gorbachev
Yes.
impression, I guess. Yeah. I know you like that reference. You haven't used it in a while though. That's kind of why I
haven't
wanted to
used
bring
it
it
with
up. I guess
you in a while.
that's
We don't
true.
cast as much together. I used it Saturday with Chief,
Ah.
and he laughed because he finds that joke funny.
Yeah, because he was around in the 80s to see the wall get torn down.
He was there. Like,
He literally was there. Yeah.
oh my
That
goodness.
is a fact. You go and ask Chief next time he's on broadcast. He will have to answer yes. He is required to by law.
It's a law thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, round 1, we've got gym and bedroom actually. First on the drawing board for Baker. I like how they aren't afraid to not go the less favored sites. Although nowadays I feel like with having like the Habana and the Maverick on the board more often, you can have the jacuzzi wall be opened up almost immediately, and then you just rotate around it like Catcher, for example, and you have a very straightforward attack. If not Cash Room, then you go main stairs and jacuzzi, and it's basically the same thing, just from a slightly different angle.
I like the idea that there is possible pressure from the Logi side, but as of right now, Freezing Lava has used a lot of this blowtorch to break down and trick out this wall. This is not the sign of a Maverick that knows how to do this at perfect proficiency, which could be a major factor for them to struggle in these later rounds. That was a big problem I've seen in the high school scene, and I'm sure it definitely translates directly to the collegiate scene as well. A lot of teams use too much of that blowtorch, and it makes a hard job to clear out the hatches or any of the other walls in the later stages of the round. But from the looks of things right now, I love the fact that Palomalu is just laying down in between the two walls, just bisecting their torso there. But the fact that we're seeing the Baker side be fairly stagnant on site, no real extension, any semblance of an extension has already been shot away by UN as they've managed to gain full control over towards Cash. It's interesting to see all of the early stages of what should be defensive presence kind of gone already.
Well, we have at least Palomalu trying to get aggressive once again. Not too sure if they know he's actually that close on construction window. No, they've got no idea. This could be one pick for him, but no, Laugh is going to outduel him, but Bucket Hat team kills Laugh. So it's not even going to be an opening duel technically without a trade. No one really the decisive victor because Palomalu was just there just to die. Losing out on those Rotero drones is much more impactful for Ewan in comparison to just losing out on that Malusi who already had their util drop down.
Ooh. Nice shot by Freezing Lava using the safety nets. That is that back haul, as no pressure has been applied by Baker whatsoever. Really, only person that could have been close was Cool Love Volcano, and unfortunately does not seem to work. Already the audio bug happening here inside of R6. It's round 1 of this map, but looks like the plant will be attempted to go down. Great job there by Cool Volcano to deny it with the Roni, but still a 2-player side win for UWin, with Cool Volcano being the only one left standing on the opposing side. And standing will not be the term I can use for much longer, as they are cut down and their torso flops to the ground as well. And you will see an attacker round win, and UWin starting things off strong. Baker took the first 2 rounds of that second map and used that momentum to their favor the entire game to continuously pound that win into UWin. Now hopefully they can turn things on its head. Maybe a sign to come, or maybe that's the last they'll get.
Church and Arsenal now on the drawing board here for Baker. I think the biggest thing was just not fully prepared for actually expecting that immediate wall being opened up in Jacuzzi, and then also having pressure in construction, and also the, I guess the highway / main balcony. There's a lot of calls for like the sub-central balcony, which is the compass call. So there's a bunch of different names for it. I don't think it really cares. The big balcony. Yeah, we'll go with that for right now. The big balcony. It has a lot of presence on the map normally because of all the windows you can shoot through. You can completely deny anyone from playing directly in weight room. And you could maybe find some pop shots near the rotation holes as well too. So it's a good spot to be in, to say the least. And now moving to Church and Arsenal, the window presence, definitely not as potent. But what is potent has to definitely be that actual kitchen extension, or not extension, but that kitchen position that Unnamed is currently highlighting for us, and also probably the rest of the roam clear if it needs to be done. We've seen Baker opt to go for more stack ups in the anchor game, so maybe having only one person go for an aggressive play might be on the agenda for Baker. And it looks to be Polamalu filling in that bill currently, going in for a spawn peek through the single wall in construction leading outside to the actual spawn area of construction site itself.
I wish I was joking with you. When me and Chief did that Spin event, and Spin is a well-known name here for the NECC. I don't feel bad name dropping them. We've worked with them before. When I did the high school event, one of the teams who was getting whooped by that point, they changed things around entirely when they got to their first defensive round. They spawn peeked and killed 4. And then literally every other round after that was a one-sided smackdown by them, just completely destroying everything the attacking team was bringing to the table. That's how good of a round that sets things and sets that tone, saying we can do this every time. And you constantly have to be scared that we're capable of it. And thankfully for UWin, they didn't fall victim to the spawn pick early, which means that they have a chance to keep things up. And if they're able to find the early pick, which they have, they somehow find the Jaeger for the side of Baker as the early frag, then that sets themselves up nicely to have a man advantage and to kind of loosen the kind of, how do I want to phrase this? It loosens the pressure around their neck, so to say, to allow them to breathe easier when they step towards sight and allow for them to gain the sight lines like kitchen hatch towards sight as well.
Well, good call there by Political to know that when that Syria is actually properly down but not destroyed, there is somebody playing close to it. That is some small information that could be used later on, but there is a trade, of course, by Polamalu. So there's the Maverick gone at least. Things are traded up here for the time being, but at least the general positioning by UWin is not too bad so far. I don't know if they've gotten the kitchen hatch opened up yet or not, but if they don't get that opened up soon, we might lead more or less into a bottleneck effect here for UWin, which could be a huge issue since there is still a very dominating anchor presence here by Baker in this final minute.
When you even out the trades, kind of have to uneven the odds, so to say. And right now, the side of UWin have failed to open kitchen hatch. A really good job by the side of Baker to use those electric claws to their advantage. And there wasn't a great job by UWin to actually clear those out, despite having the proper utility to do so. They felt the pressure to need to bring a Maverick. And instead of bringing the Ace, which the Selmas can be placed diagonally, kind of next to the actual hatch to clear it, they brought the Habana, which is stronger against the impact trick, but weaker against everything else. And they're kind of funneling into the only options available. And while they did pick up 1, Baker have picked up 3, cutting down all by their lonesome. It's an easy cleanup in the last few stages. That's because control over the center of the map, kitchen hatch, the central point of these objectives, was not able to be gained, which means every other option was a fatal funnel that Baker just let UWin walk into.
And you can easily actually break that Kai Claw just by throwing out a couple grenades, but that wasn't really a big point of util there for the attacking side of Yuwin. So they were never really able to open up that kitchen hatch, and they just, like you mentioned, and like I mentioned too, just kind of funneled / bottlenecked themselves. They didn't have a lot of good options, and out of all people, Polamalu, who has been able to hit some nasty shots in this past couple maps, has once again showed up to the plate when needed most on Clubhouse this time, and found a lot of isolated picks there to guarantee Baker had that round almost fully fleshed out as a win. Now heading into CCTV and Cash Room, they still have a good emphasis on that wall denial, but when you've got a Maverick on the board, having strafe on the Bandit does seem a little counterintuitive, so maybe he'll only put those batteries down in Garage, but no, he will just opt to put the batteries right next to a Mute Jammer, so nothing can really be done in that position for either pieces of wall denial because the Blowtorch is just going to destroy both of them.
Now, this objective, you know my opinion, I hate it. I despise it. It's so favored for the attacking team that it's too difficult for a defensive team to warrant its selection. And the fact of the matter is, they could have just gone back to Master Bedroom and extended to Cash and have all of the advantages of Cash Room, not CCTV, while also having the advantages that Master Bedroom and Gym give a defensive squadron. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to me for them to pick this, despite it still being available for the what is used to be considered the tertiary pick of Master Bedroom and Gym. But maybe there's some glimpse of success with the fact that Yuwin, more specifically the Mavericks they've been bringing, have been somewhat slow to do the Maverick tricking. The expenditure of the Blowtorch has been weak, and from the looks of things, they're very wary that they're even doing it correctly in the first place, which leads me to believe maybe a slight level of inexperience. But I'll tell you who's not so inexperienced. The point of entry, Political, finding the first blood, knocks King off the board. And while they still have not really gotten any position of success in terms of control over the map, that gives them a better odds of doing so by the fact that they can eventually get this hard wall up and then start to pursue off of it.
It's only a matter of time before we see this wall finally open up here for Freezing Lava. We have another refrag, though, once again for Baker. This time, though, it's going to be KMBC9 News to at least bring things down to a 4 versus 4. But again, if we eventually see this plat wall opened up, which should be any second now, hopefully for Freezing Lava, we could see that transition happen, leading into Rafters, isolating out the Jaeger player, but now that Polumalu is actually there too to back him up, that could be more challenging. And the more and more we see this Maverick wall just, or this Maverick hull not being fully destroyed yet, it's just leaving more and more problems, but finally, it gets soft. Now Political can open it up there with the Lifeline Explosive Blast, and now they get to transition into either the back balcony, perhaps, or just Rafters for the Garage take.
A good team can do that in about 30 seconds. That was 105 seconds of time that Yuwin spent to knock down that wall. It's got to do a much better job in these later stages of the round. Thankfully, CCTV is an odd objective in recent time, but that's too much time taken. And that gives Baker such a safe position to work from as what could have been about 2 minutes of time of Yuwin just tearing apart the defense, starting to work towards Rafters, deny control, and just playing to their strengths with that open sightline is not there now. They're being chewed up and spit out as KMBC9 News, who has yet to be cleared from Rafters and has had no pressure applied to them, finds yet another person to kill off. Just Freezing Lava and Political left standing, and Freezing Lava is trying to work from below with nades, but this nade might be a little bit too close, and they'll take a step back. It does not find any impact, and at least Political all by their lonesome, working from the kennel side and repelling up to the CCTV hard wall. No one is giving them the time of day. Palomalu's even in a place to dive out and go for the kill. They'll find the first, and while they won't get the second, it was enough. KMBC9 News finds the final blow, and that was a very easy defensive round win because of these small shortcomings that were given by the UN side.
And they never even had time to open up the back wall of Garage to help clear out Rafters. They didn't have... Yeah, they... I really have... Wait, did you say they did not have a Habana, or just where was the Habana?
Her. She died.
Yeah.
She was first blood.
I mean, you can still open up like a kill hole or something with the Maverick, but again... I
think Maverick used every bit of the Blowtorch, though.
They were just... Yeah, they were on plat wall for a very long time, so that just... didn't work out at all for the side of UN, and they just funneled themselves. They didn't even have anybody try to rotate like Construction or maybe play on the main/sub balcony. They just had Freezing Lava play for nades after he took forever to open up the back wall and plat, and then that was it. That was the only amount of map control we saw, and it looked promising by Ewan once again because they had the man advantage, but they just stalled once again based off a couple of simple mistakes that could have easily have been avoided, similar to what we saw in Church and Arsenal, just a slightly different storyline to that same tune.
All right, let's talk about what we've seen Baker win. One, denial of Hatch of Kitchen when we saw the basement objective. And one of the problems a lot of teams have is that they want to completely deny Hatch instead of just vying for control over Hatch for a majority of the round. Baker just denied it. And when you can deny it, it's a perfect world. And it very much so looked like that with the result for the round, with them taking it in a very dominant fashion. If UN had played an ace instead, they would have been able to clear out the Hatch, and it wouldn't have been as big of a problem. If they brought a fuse, which has been a very stylized choice for this objective, or for the basement objective, I should say more specifically, to clear out any kind of electric claws and players trying to go for the impact trick, yet didn't see that happen, and they weren't able to get themselves through. And now we're heading back to the Master Bedroom and Gym site, where this is the only place we've seen UN find success. This feels like it could be their proving grounds, but they're placing, once again, a heavy presence over on Jacuzzi's side, and we're not seeing Baker extend. So there's two faults for both sides. One, the no extension, and then two, for UN, they're putting 3 players over on that side, and I have yet to see them try to clear at the first floor until finally we see FW Laughman, who we felt like we have not been able to call out since map 1, come back alive and find a blow.
There goes Freezing Lava. Maverick now gone. Could maybe have somebody rotate around perhaps to help. Oh no, the wall's already been opened up. So that was nice at least. Freezing was able to do his job before falling. That's at least one sigh of relief for UN. And they've got the mid-floor pressure, so they could have Laugh actually walk up main stairs and help clear out some of this pressure. And yeah, it's not going to be Laugh to actually do this. Instead, it's the Jackal. But no one's aware of this still. The barbed wire is potentially destroyed. I cannot quite tell from that position. Yeah, it's been destroyed already by, I believe, a Terra drone. So he walks up with simply no audio, but it looks like the smoke knows better. Polamalu, a great shot. And now the man advantage, once again, is back in the favor of Baker with limited options. Once again for UN in his last minute.
Great job. Bucket Hat's trying to apply pressure from the southern subroof down on Highway. They apply pressure to construction, then it makes it harder for a player to sit inside Logi. But if no one's pushing from cash room, all the pressure is doing nothing, and you need to start to be a bit quicker with it. Thankfully, Laugh Van is there. They'll catch Palamalu on the transition over to a safer place on site, and now Bucket can rotate off of the construction window and start to go to the master bedroom window and start to make it so there's an easier chance of a sightline for Laugh to step up and find a level of impact. But with 2 players that were close to Logi, I would still be very wary of this Logi hard wall. With the right side left soft, that's still plenty of sightlines available, and now you've lost an extra player. Political taken off the board by Cool Volcano, leaving it just up to Bucket and Laugh Fan, and neither of them can find any impact in the last few remnants of the round. They're cleaned up, and that is another defensive round win. They locked down that objective, a different entirely position from what we saw them do last time.
Once again, just able to reap the rewards of the mistakes made by UN, especially Polamalu actually getting hyper-aggressive there and stopping the Laugh, actually, I think it was, or no, X-Tay, and then I think later on Laugh to actually make that much map control. Because then once they lost the main stairs player, it basically dwindled down to a funnel. The Habana outside sub balcony couldn't really do anything. So it really was just that Jacuzzi wall presence. And with Baker acknowledging that, they rotated around and positioned themselves better to actually shut that down. We've been seeing proper adaptation by Baker so far, starting out on map number 2. And again, they've just been playing basic Siege. They are countering what's been thrown at them by UN, and that has simply been enough to get a majority of these rounds as an actual victory. Moving back into Church and Arsenal has been a site that was rather well for them when they first implemented it. And again, that was because UN just didn't have a lot of areas of attack that didn't just lead into 1v1 isolations. And funny enough, it was actually Polamalu in those 1v1s, and he was not missing his shots.
5 seconds remaining.
So, John, key points of interest that I'm looking at right now. They have 3 ways to clear the Electro Claw that could be placed on Hatch once again by KMBC News, and I think they just tossed it right there. 1, use the F2 drone. You have the Twitch drone. You can use it, follow through with it, and try to get in on the site for a better chance. 2, nade from above. They have the possibility to bring nades because of attacker repick. They don't choose to do so. Instead, they switch off of the person they had initially that could use nades. So they've lost that option. And then finally, they can X Kairos or Breaching Charge or anything of the sort to the side and shoot it physically. If we see it placed in its normal or old standard place, of being actually on the shelving units to the north, to the north of the hatch, then it's an easy pickup. But the problem is, a lot of teams have been opting to place it directly on the metal hatch, which makes it harder to directly attack, which means you'll need the Maverick to do so. And guess what we don't happen to see this time? The Maverick that could have had nades and had the blowtorch, not available whatsoever.
Well, I think we had, oh no, I have to hold my thought for a minute. No one spotted the Melusi out near bathroom/strip, so that's a big issue, but I think the hatch got opened up at the very least for Ewan, but they are still at the disadvantage now twofold. Just Freezing Lava and Laugh left to stand currently, and they still have to worry about Polomalu. I mean, you've got the intel. Go drone out this guy. I think Freezing finally makes that call of, yeah, I should probably be more proactive in this position. And he'll do that by tossing out a drone to watch his flank and now also lurking down through the hatch to see if anyone will overextend. So far, that's not going to happen, though. We've got Volcano actually making a rotate for himself to actually play farther away from the hatch to not die. And Laugh is just looking the wrong way because of that impact grenade. It was a full-fledged bait by Polomalu, and it worked out beautifully. His back now turned, though. It'll be a refrag for Freezing Lava, but still, a 1vx, a minute left. I mean, things are just not looking great for the lone Twitch right now, Scott.
That's a lot of intel there, though. Look at Freezing Lava getting a live ping from a teammate. Unfortunately, the live ping means the player's still alive, as it's just ever so slightly not close enough, and it won't be able to be fragged out. Instead, they'll have to head down main stairwell. Now they have to work through basement hall, and while the church wall is pretty much an easy way to cross, this Kool-Aid wall makes things difficult. A player holding close with the Mossberg, they'll swing up. The Cool Volcano pays the price, losing to the F2 in the hands of Freezing Lava. And Strafton, wow, uses, they didn't reinforce the central church wall. It's a triple wall. They left it up, and Lava was holding it on the wrong wall, the one wall soft. And they just spray through to find the kill.
I don't see that every day, especially when there is no Mira. You can maybe have one of those walls soft to shoot through it and like go for a nitro. They probably just ran out of reinforcements part, and they probably reinforced one too many walls in blue, and we're like, oh, what about triple wall? That's a good point. Why don't we have another wall for triple? So that probably happened, and it inadvertently gave a really good wall bang and intel for Strafton to win that. So there's a fourth round for Baker, and they are looking dominating here on Clubhouse. I mean, it's funny. We had Ewan smack around Baker on Oregon. Then it was a fairly even matchup, 7-4, almost 7-5, a couple close ones there in the middle. And now we're having the polar opposite of map one, where Baker is just crushing Ewan right now. And I hate to sound like a broken record, but I'm going to sound like a broken record. It's because Ewan aren't adapting like they were on map one and like they were trying to adapt on map two. This time, it's just no adaptation. It's the same mistakes over and over and over again. And Baker, they're not changing a single beat because they don't need to. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
And I have to feel like they're just going to do the same thing on the attack here, John, right? We saw what their attack was doing.
Yeah.
It was very standard. It was the same thing over and over again. They won map 2 off the fact that Ewan just couldn't defend it.
Oh,
that's what it came down to. To make matters worse now, Palomalu's playing in secret, trying to be secret. It doesn't need to be secret for much longer, though. That's your Maverick, a Freezing Lava down. And while it took him 2 minutes already to break down that wall, failing to Mr. Gorbachev it effectively, now they have no one to break down that wall. The only player that you could possibly do it with now being Bucket Hats, and you have no great way to clear out the bandit batteries. You're gonna have to apply pressure from highway, use the side construction window, or CCTV window, I apologize, or maybe work from construction and cash room to try and apply pressure that way. But it just feels like the damage has been done, and it may be too little too late, but they're starting to climb back a little bit. With Strafton's death, that's no bandit batteries being able to be replaced, no trick up there. And Bucket Hat trying to put in their own level of work. They find another kill. KNBC9 News now dead. And they're able to finally catch the drone that Political laid in place, but Ewan climbing back, and there's a good chance for them as long as they can hold on, but Baker are not done just yet.
Well, they could actually go and play for Vert in lobby. If you hadn't mentioned that, I might have zoned out a little bit there, but we're not seeing that happen. Just a consistency inside of construction, we've got X-Day with a bunch of melee holes leading all the way down to cash room from Logi to actually find something. But I don't think they know where King is. And he's expecting one. Good shot on X-Day. Oh, he's adding insult to injury as well. That's added more banter to the books, I suppose, as we saw King doing a couple dances on someone's dead corpse earlier. He'll be punished for it by Political, leaving just Cool Volcano in a 1 versus 2. Expects one out in the sub-central balcony and lose a lot of HP against that sniper rifle, but can just reposition to try to counteract Political, pushing into sight to go for that plant. And technically there is still heavy isolation here, so we could definitely see the Aruni actually win this. The smoke is not going to catch on the Siri gate or even blockade the doorway here, so we could see the Aruni just reposition. They get stimmed up here by the Thunderbird, and now we're in the smack dab middle of cash room. Not too sure if Ewan is exactly aware of their position, but they're going to not lose, or they are going to lose, pardon, that gunfight against Laugh. It's at least going to be 2 rounds here for the attacking side, but with how attacker favored we normally see this map, that is still definitely a red flag, even though they managed to find at least 2.
Wow, that was a really good round for Ewan. They lose the Maverick early. That basically told me, yeah, this one's done. I might as well not even pay attention, blink, and it'll be done. No. Ewan kept it interesting. They kept it close. And not only keep it close, they take it. But yes, like you said, the damage was already dealt. It already was a 4-2 half in favor of Baker on the defense. And we talked about what won Baker that map on map 2 of Villa. It was the fact that Ewan had no way, no clue, no wherewithal to deny Baker's attack. And it's not because Baker were pulling out this really offhanded, ratty kind of play, pulling out the strangest of strats that were just insane. No, they were playing the game. They were playing the map the most baseline way you could do it. A very effective and a very efficient style, but no risk, baseline reward. Baker, if they do that again, and Ewan are unaware of how that strategy will parlay here onto this map of Clubhouse, I think we can continue to see Baker pick up these rounds, but the problem still lies in, basically the game's in the hands of Ewan. Make it or break it, it's in their lap.
Moving the second half, we could potentially see Ewan, just do better on the defense. I mean, we've seen very one-sided affairs beforehand. Not the most shocking thing. But tonight, we haven't. So I don't know what would really make things want to change in terms of that pattern of where we've just had a team outright be a little bit better than the other on certain maps of both Oregon and Villa. And there are a lot of similarities between Oregon, Villa, and also Clubhouse. That roam game is heavily emphasized. You can see attacker favoritism depending on the bans you see. So there are a couple things you can kind of cross up together and kind of connect the dots with. But for Clubhouse especially, the attacker favoritism is most definitely there. So I feel like we're not going to have Baker really throw away all that much. And I mean, look at Polomalu with that efficient Maverick opening for Cool Volcano to gather an instant sightline. You'd love to see it.
That is the speed. That is the speed that you would expect to see there. And they're not even going to really employ that way. It's really just them trying to set things up, apply pressure there. But once they gather the necessary information elsewhere, they can just say, okay, now we're going to go over anywhere else. They're not extended over there. There was no hard breach being placed on the cash wall, which means the extension into cash, not there. They don't have to defend that. There is one player in red stairs, however, which could definitely be a problem for them, but Baker looking to apply pressure first through this Logi hatch. And there is a great way to repel on that outside wall, this northern wall of Logi, and have a sight line to catch in the cubby side of Lobby. I think that we could see the Baker side catch Ewan off guard, because the extension that we're just now seeing be utilized as they're just trying to prowl around the space over by cash. I think Baker just circumvent that. Head to sight, play for the post plant, and essentially flip the map on its head and do what you were just doing best, which was playing defensively.
There isn't much for denial either, just the Maestro. But hey, there's a slowdown. We've got X-Day getting rid of Cool Volcano. That's a nice opening pick. The air jab will blast, however, X-Day on his back. And we've got someone holding down a long angle from Logi, I believe, to be Polomalu catches one out on the rappel near Jacuzzi as well. Things drastically take a turn for the worse now by Ewan as they've got to bounce back here in this deficit.
Sidelines held. John, with only 50 seconds remaining, I mean, Ewan started off strong with finding Cool Volcano, but things are starting to fall apart. You can't play from this position, and Laugh Fan's been forced out of bathroom. He's now playing a spot that if a player pushes through Logi or through main staircase, they're going to be on the back burner. They'll have a player coming from the right. Construction door will be another player behind them. Palomalu takes a lick of damage from the AUG in hand, but Yogg doesn't do enough. Lap Fan has to try to transition. Now plays behind the reinforced barricade. They have a Nitro Cell. I think that's what they're prowling for right now. Pulls it out. Rips it and sticks it. It does not find the necessary impact. No one being tagged. Baker does good to listen to the audio cue. But now they're still having a problem. With only 13 seconds left, they have to step on. IQ applying pressure from the opposing direction. They're trying to knock down the wall to step in the bathroom. King took out Lap Fan. King takes out Political. It's just Bucket Hat left standing. They have to play for the final, but King, crown him the victor. It's all saved by one man who set everything up in 10 seconds flat. Wow, John, an unexpected result, and Baker take the first round.
And you talked about the adaptation that Baker could have implemented, and they did exactly that. They opened up Logi, they played for the site pressure, and they were getting themselves set up to go for a plant in a huge advantage. I mean, we had Xtay maybe find something, but he could not fall back in time as he had to worry about both the jacuzzi wall that was opened up and people pressuring him from Logi. Basically, he signed his own will at that point, assuming his own death was going to happen momentarily and wanted to give something to his relatives in that due time. But they couldn't really find all that much besides that opening kill, and that was just about it. And then Baker just proceeded to move in like a well-oiled machine, as if they had just practiced that exact same position countless times beforehand. And now they're just stepping closer and closer towards match and series point. 2 more rounds, and that's the series completely over. And I mean, it's like I mentioned, although we have seen a couple of close calls in the past, especially in other games, I just feel like we've had relatively one-sided affairs on almost every single matchup, it seems to be.
Yeah, it's hard to give any nod to the CCTV objective. I just hate it. I do. Because I feel like when I first started casting R6, this was my objective where I'm looking at it and going, this is it. This is like, I love this objective. It's so fun. I love
This is the
Eastern
baseline.
Subroof. Yeah, this is the baseline. And now I look at objectives like kitchen and dining on Villain. I'm like, this is it. This is what I love. This over here, this is trash. Don't touch this. And it's just like the guy, the car salesman. You know, I like this, but I really like this. CCTV,
Yep.
it has so many difficulties, man. And one of the biggest problems for most attacking teams is Rafters push. And if you're good at playing Maverick, and from the looks of things, Baker are good at playing Maverick, you basically completely dismantle the entire attempt of a defense to defend CCTV. It's yours. It's just a matter of time. The problem is too many teams spend their time there when they should be applying pressure towards Rafters. Know what UWin did. They took too long to break that control over on the subroof to take CCTV hardball, and they had no one to push on Rafters in Garage. Now notice what Baker are doing. Palomalu's done his job. Where does he go to next? Straight to Garage.
Yep, instant transition. And now you're going to see that CCTV presence almost non-existent, if at all. Only a small amount, if it is actually there, because of the... that was a horrible voice crack. Oh, that's a horrible spot to play in, though. That's rough. Even worse than my voice crack, funny enough. Not enough util to stop the grenade from actually stopping you from death. And I think Bucket died somehow. When did that happen? I don't recall. Or no, it might have been Xtay, who I didn't catch die there. And there's still freezing lava in Rafters. I mean, you got to admit, you need a hold there, but not next to the rotate hole. That's a bad spot to be in. Pola may fall, but I mean, it's a 4v2 and it's full garage control. It's only a matter of time before we see this plant go down. Political is holding a nice angle, but because that rotation hole is made, they don't need to hop in through the window. They can just walk through the back walls and go in for that plant. The only thing that could maybe salvage this position here for Ewan is this flank going down, and the fact that the window pressure, it's still there. With Political still holding down this position.
Stop
they just
peeking
keep
him!
lining up for him. You keep running into this man. You have grenades. You have smokes. Flush him out. There goes the Nitro Cell, and it lands! Strafe will fall. Political lining up several in this one position. Attackers hate him, but man, does Ewan love him. With one simple trick, he gets rid of these pesky Baker players, and it all comes down to a few more rounds. It's not match point just yet.
You won't believe this one simple trick to catch your opponents off guard. Clickbait title at its finest.
don't
and
move.
apparently the strategy when you get down to it and you start going through the 35 ads that go for before you get to the actual substance of the article, and the article just says stand still and let them make mistakes. Baker, oh my goodness, you guys' initial push was amazing. I called out what you were going to do. You did it. You make me look good. then you turn it around and you make yourselves look foolish. One, you step in, you die to the player on red stairs. It's okay. It happens. That's not a bad fault. The second fault is, why is King, who steps in through CCTV window, swinging all the way to Rafters window when he could already use the soft wall that's been open to peek over towards the Rafters stairwell, where they were pretty sure Lafant was pushing from and was at the time. All you did was give the sightline again to Political. And then what do? You don't double swing the last player? No, one at a time, take your time, and then the final person eats a nitro cell. That was a good toss. I can't say anything against that one. Baker just lost it on that fight. But come on, there's too many mistakes, and Ewan is not a team that's going to let that just slide by. Political is going to stand there as if it's Call of Duty back from Modern Warfare on the remake, where you could press your mouse button and just mount onto a surface, and everyone hated it but yet loved it at the same time. That's not a thing in R6, but it looked like that's what Political was doing.
I really thought they were going to go through the rotate hall and have people just sit outside on rappel for case, but no, everyone wanted in the building and they wanted to shoot people. Not needed, but it was a well-needed round win for Ewan. Always can look at the bright side of things. They can remain on Clubhouse for a little while longer without having to worry about that looming presence of match point, but it's just around the corner still. At some point, you've got to go to that doctor's appointment. You've got to get checked up on. And this match point position, it's the checkup. It's just a matter of when and how at this point, because it's bound to occur unless we see the grand ordeal of a 5-round win setup in a row for Ewan, which, although I've seen stuff like that happen, I'm not too sure if I'm going to see it repeated tonight.
I don't know. That round just sucked the energy out of me, John. I feel lost. Not as lost as Baker probably felt at the end of that one. A much-needed timeout in between. It's actually Laugh Love in the UN side who called it, but I mean, it's just it's odd. Baker now have to completely change strategies though. CCTV is a different beast to this one, and so they'll bring the ace, something that I pointed out that maybe UN needed to do on the attack. Habana is strong, but she is heavily countered by the fact that if you have an Electric Claw, say Kaid was left unbanned, then guess what? It makes it almost impossible for her to play it because your team needs a bit more nade spam to be able to deny. If they're not impact tricking, which it does look like that's not the case, as I mean, majority-wise, they were only employing 4 total impacts, bait those out with utility elsewhere, you can do a pretty good job of using those summons to get hatched, and then you can start to pivot your focus elsewhere. And that's been the name of the game. Centralizing your focus on one place and one place only is directly the definition of tunnel visioning. And that was the problem Ewan had on the attack, and for a while there, that's what it looked like Ewan was having trouble on the defense as well, but I'm really liking the multi-level approach. A player up in Logi, applying pressure to the kitchen, and even though hatch has been opened, Baker can't really utilize it because of it.
Well, first half of the action phase now gone. Still have a flank potential here for Laugh, and Strafe lost a lot of HP from not too sure how. Maybe the vertical that was actually going both ways between the defense and offense, not too sure. But either way, he's not looking all that healthy, but has a couple Finka boosts to may bring himself back up a little later in the round. Speaking of the round, though, only 60 seconds left, and there is still plenty of a roam potential here for Ewan. And if the Nomad, which only has one air jab placed, isn't a good spot to call that out, this could not be a good position at all for the attack. They might just get kind of pincered in by this roam game, and that could be lights out here for Ewan. Baker, sorry. Wrong team.
You're good. Palomalu laying down prone. Looks like XT is getting some good damage off. Political's toe being shot by Palomalu, but that's not going to be the first casualty. Instead, it'll be a pistol inside of Lafant's hand. Caviera makes their name known on the board as Cool Volcano falls short. XT finally dealt with by Palomalu. Here comes the shotgun, and they're cleaned up quickly as Freezing Lava does a great pivot around the corner to take out KMBC 9 News. Palomalu finally swings back out, and they have control over now of the majority of that side of sight. Armory under control for Baker, but they're trying to apply pressure to Church, and how is King still alive? I don't care if he's DBNO'd at this point. The fact that he was still alive at that point is the shocking margin. They get back up with a nice adrenal surge. Palomalu finding one more, but they have not dealt with the pulse yet on the second floor for main stairs. They cut him down, but the damage has been done. Palomalu may find 4. No chance for the 5. They'll hide in Church still to be not yet cleared. And that is that round 1 for the defense. Why did they not just plant?
They had case. It was in hallway in your kitchen. Someone died
Oh,
with
yeah.
it, and no one got it
I
recovered. Yeah,
I couldn't find where the case was. Pulse was just
it's
camping it.
okay. Yeah, he was literally just camping the case.
Oh my goodness! I made a Call of Duty reference earlier. Now they're really living in the Call of Duty age, camping.
I muttered they have case, and I would say for once I would say the audio was too loud, but there is no audio right now, so I can't even make that joke. Oh well, I probably was hard mumbling though, so that's okay.
Dude,
but-
that's just me casting in general though, so like it's fine. You know,
For real, for real.
for real, for
Anyways, all my mama.
real.
Anyways.
No kizzy.
Yep. This is also the D grade we probably discussed as well. But Ewan, keeping strong, mental wise, and physically wise at least, especially having the heroics of freezing lava and laugh with the Caveira and Pulse shotgun duo on the roam game. Name a better duo. Yeah, that's right. I know you're speechless because you can't. It's just impossible. Too darn good for you. But besides that, unless we see more heroics, of course, by Ewan, I feel like their luck is going to run out. And I know it sounds like I'm being a Ewan hater, but I mean, it's just true. Like, again, Baker, they're playing better. We saw moments of King just literally droning out Polamalu so he could just get his kills. And that spoke volumes to me. We only saw it for like 5 seconds, but that just really showed me the dynamic of this game of Baker just playing the basics and then Ewan just trying to have the element of surprise. Those have been the two major talking points for both teams. And right now, element surprise, it may be working, but eventually your luck, it's going to run out.
It almost feels like the success for Ewan was brought off of their unexpected nature on map 1, of Laugh Fan just being literally everywhere and clutching every round. And eventually, in this game of attrition that is R6, especially when you go to all 3 maps, and the last 2 maps have been extremely close. We've been here for quite a while. The attrition starts to really wear down on you, and that's definitely the case right now. Laugh Fan has not been as alive as they were necessarily on map 1. They've been middle of the pack or near the top of the pack. They're technically leading their charge of their team right now, but not as much as Polamalu is. 16-5, John. As the Bakers side, despite them playing a much more even across the board, at least from our viewpoint, our focal point still should be on the lone player Polamalu, who has been on the scoreboard, on the kill feed 16 times, plus the 5 deaths. I guess those count as well for being on the kill feed, just the wrong side of it. And it definitely has seemed like Baker have been coordinating and working around the one player more effectively than we've ever seen Ewan do, even on map 1, where we saw them play amazing on the a few attacking rounds we happen to see for them.
Yeah, we've just been seeing him enabled, again, droning him out, letting him play with the weapon he's comfortable with, stuff like that, whereas we have Laugh and Freezing just kind of play amongst themselves and just kind of hope they're going to win that gunfight without really any genuine advantage, except, again, that element of surprise. About 70 seconds left or so. Still only having Baker out in this jacuzzi wall. There was a nitro cell that could find potentially 4. An A gets tossed. Not going to find anything, though. It's meant for weight room, not the bathroom itself. And we've got Bucket Hat actually going here on a potential flank, but because no one has rotated around near construction or Logi, it's not going to be that effective. It'll most likely just be a reposition into the site to hope the plant gets denied.
50 seconds, ticking down ever so slowly. From the looks of things, mostly the A side under control for the Ewan defense. Kings applying pressure now from the construction side, hoping to clear out any and all confrontational players, but XT is trying to get the better hand as well. 2 players now hiding in bathroom, and like I mentioned, it seems to be A site their main focal point, with 2 in bathroom, 1 in corner. Freezing Lava, unfortunately, does not stay in corner for long, and while XT has found a pistol kill, they need to do a bit more than that. They'll find 2. Finally refragged back by Strafton. 2-on-2 with Laugh Fan and Bucket Hat. 2 of the best players for Ewan still remaining. You are not standing next to each other. Oh my goodness. King finally melees down Laugh Fan, sitting on the Echo. Just Bucket Hat left standing. They're coming up Central Staircase. The post plant has now forced them to turn from the defense to the offense, and they're on the prowl, hunting middle of the pack so far. They'll clear out any of the util then placed on the Central Staircase, and that's an audio cue that, while we cannot hear, Baker are readily aware of it. They're going to swing from left side first. King does not wait for their teammate to focal swing in as well. Instead, they'll just slow swing, playing the exact angle. Great reflexes there. Good fight.
Yeah, King has been doing a little bit of funny business a couple times. I think he knew Echo was in there, and he just wanted to wait for him to get
no
the cam and
way.
then kind of just go, surprise!
No, because he backed into that. He backed into it. He backed into showers and then turned and like panic meleeed. That's what it looked like to me. We have a replay system.
Now
I would
see.
love that. Like,
No, we do not have Grave here. We do not.
Oh my
Tragic.
goodness, that was so funny, John. I was.
Oh my god.
I'm smirking.
Never mind.
ear
Yeah,
to
I
ear.
must have just gotten a
I
little
could be
carried
wrong.
away
I'm
there.
not wearing my glasses, but it looked like they were backing up. The great angle we had from above in that situation, it looked like they were trying to clear out still towards Jim as they were
Trying to
as
hold
they were
hands in
moving
the
to back.
shower. What you doing
That
in
is
there?
the worst place to do that.
You got games on your yokai? You got games on your
Hey,
yokai?
this is not the right time to play Clash of Clans, bro. All right, we're still in the middle of the match. Wait, hold up.
Wait, Echo. Your walls aren't upgraded all the way?
Is that a level 10 town hall?
Are you rushing your town hall?
Oh my goodness, he buys gyms.
This crime must be punished.
Bah! Hits them with a quick
Yeah,
knife.
boops
There you
him,
go.
boops the
Punishment.
Smacks the phone out of his hand. And now we go to match and series point. For Ewan once again, not in the lead, but they are falling again with the aces that played well for him a couple times. They've got Kavera back on the board, and although we haven't seen like the roam clear happen much by Baker, maybe we could have something like an impact play. We've got a couple of them on the board. Maybe a C4 is gonna meet its mark. The big way that we saw this be a round win for Ewan when they defended CCTV was Political just sitting in red and no one dealing with him. So if we just have Baker kind of put a pin on that spot and either clear it out from the bottom of red or they don't hop all through the window, they should be fine. Now, I say should because they might make the same mistake twice and they might give Ewan another round. But I'm hopeful they don't do that. I'm not saying I'm hopeful they don't lose the round. I'm hopeful they don't lose the round via just Political sitting in red.
Palomalu is treading very dangerous ground. Tossed the first nade, did not get rid of the Electro Claw, so now needs to cook a second nade, and was pulling it out initially and realized, okay, well, this is a really tight hole. If I miss this up, because I obviously messed up the last one, if I mess it up too much in kind of trying to counteract what I did, flip the lever the opposing way, it will bounce back at me and not just kill me, but my teammates. So they're just going to ignore it. And instead of doing the Electro Claw, they'll just straight up Mav trick it. Not a bad decision. When times get tough, you got the blowtorch to use, and they're using it quite effectively. Unfortunately, though, no Zofia, no impact, which means that the breakage of this wall is entirely up to them to do so with the rifles and hands. It's not a hard job, just a tedious one. Maybe one of those old dirty job situations that got shown all the time on the TV channel back in the day. But they get the job done, and now they can start to use the last 75 seconds to their advantage. But King gets taken advantage of more like by Laughband by getting Pokeballed.
We did see King actually go for that light lurk last time, so it doesn't make sense that Laugh was able to adapt and shut that down. That's a nice opening pick for you, Win. But XA is down, and I don't think in a position to be revived just yet. There is garage control by Baker, so they can cut off a lot of sight lines leading in through Cash Room and potentially begin to get this plant to go down. Yeah, XA is kind of in no man's land right now, but beautiful shot by Freezing Lava. Able to get rid of Polamalu, someone who's been very important in a lot of these rounds. So having a lot of that heavy frag potential off the board now for Baker can give Ewan a very good chance of bringing this one back, especially since they have a chance of maybe flanking him through garage because right now, no one's the wiser of it.
Strafton sitting on site. It looks like we see Baker in a good spot. Why are you turning your back to red stairs? Political does what they should and cuts down KMBC9 News. Too many mistakes right now, John. This looks like the side of Baker just letting themselves fall into the arms of individuals for the UN side. Thankfully, though, they'll get this diffuser down. Nice spot, though. That's already too little too late, though. You may have called it, but your teammate was still unaware and strafed him false. Now it's just Cool Volcano left standing. Their position is known, and Bucket Hat finds the kill. Baker, you get everything up to it. The point reaches the most tumultuous moment, and you fall short looking the wrong way.
Another round here for you, and they were able to isolate a couple of very important kills, so I'll give them credit for that and knowing when and when not to get aggressive there. The situational awareness there of some of the Baker players there, though, was a little odd because, again, Political won Ewan the round just by sitting in red, yet we had A, somebody just sit in the middle of red door with their back turned, and B, we had the case player hop in through the window again. There is a rotational hole meant for you to walk through. Don't get me wrong. You're probably expecting someone to be playing in CCTV or Cash Room, looking into CCTV near that rotate hole. I get that, but that gunfight is 10 times easier to win than a pixel head glitch position held by someone at the top of red. There is a big difference. And you already have somebody in CCTV. They can actively hold that position in leading into cash room from CCTV 10 times easier in comparison to the red spot. It's always better to go in through that rotate hole, which is why a lot of comp teams just opt to not make a rotate hole anymore and just make kill holes. So you have to go through the window or open up that wall later once you get Raptors control. But we just see the same mistakes during that CCTV attack. But at least for Baker, they've done much better on every other site and have really given Ewan a reason to fight. But I will admit, their acknowledgement of a roam game has been very lackluster, and that has given Ewan, again, that element of surprise and a lot of moments the upper hand, too.
It's a game of being unpredictable. Unfortunately, from the looks of things, Ewan are playing the same strategy they employed last time, with having Lafan working on that second floor inside Logi, applying pressure towards Kitchen from above, and you're having the player of Freezing Lava still with the shotgun. Plenty of viability for them to maybe step through Secret and apply pressure on the first floor through Bar. Danger position all around, but Baker should be readily aware of that, which means that their strategies as they roam themselves across these floors is to keep themselves first and foremost safe. And that's one of the problems you see a lot of attacking teams kind of fall into. They're not keeping their own safety as your number one priority. What's the old YouTuber's name? Safety is the number one priority. And that's definitely the case right now for the side of Baker. Is they have failed to really been able to step into the map the last two objectives. And that's kind of been a problem. If they lose players early, where are the players late to come back and win the round for you?
Oh my God, Russian life hacks. That's a throwback.
I love him, dude.
That was a throwback if I've ever heard one before. But throwing it back here to Clubhouse, whether we see overtime or a 7-5 victory ended out in regulation, that is the big question here. We've got the Inox scanning out at least somebody, and there was a person close on the dirt doorway, but a lot of intel being gathered off this cardiac sensor. Freezing Lava in a good position as well. Him and Political are currently tag teaming against this funnel. I don't know why they're jumping the gun, hopping in through dirt when they could have still tried to clear out that Electro Claw and maybe get the back hatch opened up, but they're just remaining complacent. Even then, you could try to go for more of a blue push instead. Don't just have 4 people funnel in through a literal singular doorway where you can have multiple people watching that at the exact same time and really give yourself no room to fight in a good position. And I think finally Baker have acknowledged that, but it's far too late. There's a minute left and they still need to get this kitchen hatch opened up and still deal that Electro Claw. It's not looking good for him right now, besides the fact that King has found a trade.
King's able to cut down the player of X-Tech, which is a good place to go from, because now that's central staircase that they can start to work towards. You take control of that, then take control of Hall downstairs, and you've gotten yourself a good position, but the floorboards are not a safe space to be within, and with Hatch really not really a viable option to drop down just yet at all, to be frank. How does Baker try to react from this? It looks like OT may be imminent because they are struggling quite decisively, but they're going to go ahead and take the more direct avenue of approach. They'll step through basement hall, through the main stairs. It'll be King to step up, crown him victor against 2 more. That's 3 to their name already in the round. Cool Volcano will get knifed by Laugh-Fan. That seems to be all it is. No interrogation available for them. Now it's just Laugh-Fan and Freezing Lava left standing as, wow, this round is opened back up for the Baker offense. Now turning to the defense in the post-plant scenario. 1 player on central stairs. King in the firefight for their life. They're on the left side, peeking the wrong way. Freezing Lava can have a quick pivot around the corner and find Impact. Shotgun to the body, and they'll find the kill. Now tied 2 versus 2. Laughland trying to transition. This may be too little too late. Time is not on their side, and they still have 2 players with long-distance rifles they have to fight back against, and they do not have the arsenal capable of keeping them at that range. Trying to swing from corner. Shotgun does not ring true, and KMBC Knights AK-12 does it instead. But you cannot let them get away with that. How can Laugh-Fan find the opportunity? The time is there. Do they not realize they'll hold onto it?
Wait a minute. Oh my God.
I don't think he has it.
It's going to be so close.
No
He didn't
way,
get it!
Baker!
It was literally on 6.9, Scott. I looked at it as he went for the case, and he didn't know where it got planted. Oh my God. Wow.
How many replay moments are on this map? I want a replay of that. I want to see the exact point it was at. Left for the defusal. Where's the clip? Who can clip that? Send it in the chat again. Put it in the NECC Discord. I want the clip of that. I'm oh, what a day to not have
of
replays.
disbelief. I knew it was over when I saw the Kavera have no idea where the case was, and just as she pulled up the diffuser in her face, I saw 6.9. Haha, nice. But I was like, she doesn't get it. She does not get it. And if only Valorant players, if only Valorant casters knew how to count. If only. I've been taking the time to go learn, and it paid off because I kind of, it's like Romeo and Juliet. I knew how the ending happened. I just wanted
in
to know how we
R6,
got
you don't
there.
really have to count. You can just compare the two numbers. You can see the diffusal number on their thing.
You
and
only
then
have
the
to
number on
count
the
to
thing.
5.
And
'cause it's
Valorant,
like,
you
well,
gotta go,
this guy's
okay,
got the man advantage.
has the spike turned a dark enough color yet?
Yeah. Did
Also,
it
has
kinda
the
did it,
noise gotten loud enough?
what's
Is it
the
faster?
word? Yeah, what's the word? Did it kind of like glow? I don't remember the word, but I'll find it for next time. But oh my god, that was almost like the rotate / flank of the century. I gotta admit, but it did take a little too long. If it was quite literally, if it was a second faster, that would have worked.
Yeah.
But oh my god,
That
that
game,
was a really good attempt. That was
if
a really good
Laughlin hadn't have
attempt.
reloaded, literally, if Laughlin had not have reloaded, they would have gotten that diffusal off. They reloaded, forcing them to walk, and then stopped it about halfway
You
through.
actually might be right. Jesus,
I am right.
Christ. That is, oh my god, yeah.
If they had
Wow.
not started the reload, they would have had it. That is compulsive reloading is one of the worst habits in any FPS that I've ever had. That's one of those scenarios where it has got to be the worst moment to be a compulsive reloader. It's just unfortunate as unfortunate gets.
Wow.
But it is kind of an illuminating moment to look at it and go, map 1 ended with Laughlin being the player of the century, so to say, for that map, being everywhere all at once for their side, and it was really close to being map 3, being done with Laughlin getting the defuse leading to OT, beginning and ending, and unfortunately the ending was tarnished as they just fell short just slightly.
Yeah, and that's got to be a series to end up the night, man, because, oh my goodness. I mean, I can take a look back at the stats. I mean, Baker, they haven't played a lot of games, but still able to get a couple wins in the matches they got to genuinely, experience. That's nice. 2 different 2-to-1s, funny enough, on the 2 games they played against an actual team, and you win. Although I kept mentioning how the element of surprise plays are not going to work out. That was the reason why you guys almost won the round and got overtime. So I'll have to eat my words, but I'm hoping you guys can adapt better, because if you have the element of surprise and some more structured rounds, I think you can go far, especially in the next semester, since we are coming to an end. There's 1 more week of regular play and then playoffs immediately after that, which I don't know how playoffs work this semester because of all the new teams being joined and whatnot. If every team qualifies and how they play in the regular season is based off of seeding, or it depends on what division you're in. There's a lot of variables that go into it. So it might not be over just yet for them, because A, 1 regular week left, and then B, maybe playoffs, they don't get kicked out. So maybe that's where we can see the improvement. But it has been a very fun night. I will say that. Yeah.
So we've just caught up on broadcast.
Yes.
Laughlin did in fact reload, and that did in fact cost them enough time to not make it. So at the point at which the diffuser is at 0.79, it's as close as I could get it while feeling comfortable, while the defusal has 0.79 remaining, Laughlin was 0.76. Oof. That is a 0.03 difference. 0.03. Not a third of a second, a 30th of a second, or 300th, whatever that one is. Oh, that has got... that is an esport moment at its finest right there.
Yeah, that's got to be clipped by somebody, because that was just,
I just
oh my
caught it
god,
right
that
there.
yeah, that's a good idea. That was quite literally biblical. I have not seen that close of a defuser encounter like that in a long time, and the weirdest reason why you didn't get the defuse, you won the 1v2, you downed both of them, but A, you had no intel, and B, you reloaded. Oh my god, that is just tragic. But despite the bittersweet ending to this best of 3, it has been rather fun. Nice to have you back up here, us duoed. the cohorts of commentary here at the NECC. We're back for a little while longer. That's a relief. But not only was it me and you here tonight, we had Tofu, Danny up here in production, and we had Unnamed Gamer, who it's now 5 a.m. for him, so he could probably go hightail it out to get some good sleep, but we appreciate him observing for, I believe, like 90% of our games. As always, for Twitters, at Fellow the Caster, at Infernosis, NIFERNOS1S, and then at Tofu_R6 on Twitter, because I don't know what Unnamed's Twitter actually is. It's probably just at the Unnamed Gamer. Yeah, it is literally just at the Unnamed Gamer. I went and checked. Okay, good. So that's all been confirmed as well. But all that being said, we hope you all have a great rest of your night, and to see you all again next week for more R6 action here at the NECC. Take care.